portward side of the great shadow, she left an almost invisible side road and parked. They stepped out into too bright sunlight. They worked almost in silence. Louis used the flying belt to lift a fair-sized boulder. Vala Virgilin dug a pit where it had been. Into the pit went most of Louis's share of the fine black cloth. The dirt went back into the pit, and Louis lowered the boulder on it. He put the flying belt into Vala's backpack and shouldered it. The pack already held his impact suit, vest, binoculars, flashlight laser, and the flask of nectar. It was lumpy and heavy. Louis set the pack down, adjusted the flying belt to give him some lift. He set the translator box just under the cover and shouldered the pack again. He was wearing a pair of Vala's shorts with a length of rope to hold them up. They were too big for him. His depilated face would be taken as natural to his race. Nothing about him now suggested the star traveler, except the earplug for his translator. He'd risk that. He could see almost nothing of where they were going. The day was too bright, the shadow too extensive and too dark. They walked from day into night. Vala seemed to have no trouble picking her path. Louis followed her. His eyes adjusted, and he saw that there were narrow paths among the growths. The fungi ranged from button-size to asymmetrical shapes as tall as Louis's head, with stalks as thick as his waist. Some were mushroom-shaped, some had no shape at all. A hint of corruption was in the air. Gaps in the sprawl of buildings overhead let through vertical pillars of sunlight so bright that they looked solid. Frilly yellow fungus fringed in scarlet half-smothered an outcropping of gray slate. Medieval lances stood upright, white-tipped with blood. Orange and yellow and black fur covered a dead log. The people were almost as various as the fungi. Here were runners, using a two-handed saw to cut down a great elliptical mushroom fringed in orange. There, small, broad-faced people with big hands were filling baskets with white buttons. Grass giants carried the big baskets away. Vala kept up a whispered commentary. Most species prefer to hire themselves in groups to protect against culture shock. We keep separate housing. There, a score of people were spreading manure and well-decayed garbage. Louis could smell it from a fair distance away. Were those of Vala's species? Yes, they were machine people, but two stood aside and watched, and they held guns. Who were those? Prisoners? Prisoners convicted of minor crimes. For 20 or 50 phalans, they serve society in this... She stopped. One of the guards was coming to meet them. He greeted Vala. Lady, you should not be here. These shit-handlers may find you too good a hostage. Vala sounded exhausted. My car died. I have to go to the school and tell them what happened. Please, may I cross the Shadow Farm? We were all killed by vampires. They have to know. Please. The guard hesitated. Cross then, but let me give you an escort. He whistled a short snatch of music, then turned to Louis. What of you? Vala answered for Louis. I borrowed him to carry my pack. The guard spoke slowly and distinctly. You. Go with the lady as far as she likes, but stay in the Shadow Farm. Then go back to what you were doing. What were you doing? Louis was mute without the translator. He thought of the flashlight laser buried in his pack. Somewhat at random, he laid his hand on a lavender-fringed shelf fungus, then pointed to a sledge stacked with similar fungi. All right. The guard looked past Louis's shoulder. Ah. The smell told Louis before he turned. He waited, docile, while the guard instructed a pair of ghouls. Take the lady and her porter to the far edge of the Shadow Farm. Guard them from harm. They walked single file along the paths, tending toward the center of the Shadow Farm. The male ghoul led, the female trailed. The smell of corruption grew riper. Sledges of fertilizer passed them on other paths. Blood and Tanj. How was he going to get rid of the ghouls? Louis looked back. The ghoul woman grinned at him. She certainly didn't mind the smell. Her teeth were big triangles, well designed for ripping, and her goblin ears were erect, alert. Like her mate, she wore a big purse on a shoulder strap, and nothing else. Thick hair covered most of their bodies. They reached a broad arc of cleared dirt. Beyond was a pit. Mist stood above the pit, hiding the far side. A pipe poured sewage into the pit. Louis's eyes followed the pipe up into the black, textured sky. The ghoul woman spoke in his ear, and Louis jumped. She was using the machine people speech. What would the king giant think if he knew that Louis and Wu were one? Louis stared. Are you mute without your little box? Never mind. We are at your service. The ghoul man was talking to Voliver Gillen. She nodded. They moved off the path. Louis and the woman followed them around an extensive white shelf fungus to huddle under its far lip. Vala was edgy. The smell might be getting to her. It was certainly getting to Louis. Karef says this is fresh sewage. In a Phelan it will be ripe, and they'll move the pipe and start hauling it away for fertilizer. Meanwhile, nobody comes here. She took the pack off Louis's back and spilled it out. Louis reached for the translator. The ghoul's ears came sharply alert as his hand neared the flashlight laser and turned up the volume. He asked, How much do the night people know? More than we ever thought. Vala looked like she wanted to say more, but she didn't. The male answered, The world is doomed to fiery destruction in not many Phelans. Only Louis Wu can save us. He smiled, showed a daunting expanse of white, wedge-shaped teeth. His breath was that of a basilisk. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic, Louis said. Do you believe me? Strange events can spark an urge to prophecy in the insane. We know that you carry tools not known elsewhere. Your race is not known either, but the world is large and we do not know all of it. Your furry friend's race is stranger yet. That's not an answer. Save us! We dare not interfere. The ghoul lost a little of his grin, though his lips still didn't meet. That would take a conscious effort, those big teeth. Why should we care if you are insane? The activities of other species rarely interfere with our own lives. In the end, they all belong to us. I wonder if you aren't the real rulers of the world. Louis said that for diplomatic relations, then wondered uneasily if it might be true. The woman answered, Many species may claim to rule the world, or their own part of it. Would we lay claim to the forest tops of the Hanging People? Or to the airless heights of the Spill Mountain People? And what species would want our domain? She was laughing at him, that was certain. Louis said, There's a repair center for the world somewhere. Do you know where? No doubt you are right, the male said, but we do not know where it might be. What do you know about the rim wall and the great oceans? There are too many seas. I know not which you mean. There was activity along the rim wall before the great flames first appeared. Was there? What kind of activity? Many lifting devices raised equipment beyond even the level of the Spill Mountain People. There were city builders and Spill Mountain people in great number, many other species in lesser number. They worked right at the upper edge of the world. Perhaps you can tell us the meaning of it all. Louis was dazed. Tanj, damn it. They must have been remounting the attitude jets, and he probably didn't want to say so. So much power and ambition so close could be bad for a puppeteer's nerves. That's a long way for carrion eaters to pass messages. Light travels farther than that. Does this news affect your predictions of doom? I'm afraid not. There might well be a repair crew in action somewhere, but they had almost run out of bussard ramjets to be remounted. But with the Great Flames acting, we should have more than the 7 or 8 Phalans I thought we had. Good news. What will you do now? For a moment, Louis was tempted to abandon the floating city and deal strictly with the ghouls, but he'd come too far, and after all, there were ghouls everywhere. I'll wait for night and then go up. Vala, your share of the cloth is in the vehicle. I'd be obliged if you don't show it to anyone, or tell anyone about me for... A couple of turns should do it. My share you can dig up in a Phalan if nobody comes for it. And I've got this. He patted a vest pocket, where a square yard of superconductor was folded into the bulk of a handkerchief. I wish you wouldn't take it to the city, Vala said. After all, they'll think it's just cloth unless I tell them different, Louis said. It was almost a lie. Louis intended to use the superconductor. The ghouls stared when he took off his shorts, adding detail to his description, no doubt, to help them find his species' home on the Ringworld. He donned impact armor. The female suddenly asked, How did you convince a machine people woman that you were sane? Vala told her while Louis donned vest and goggles and pocketed the flashlight laser. The ghouls almost lost their smiles. The woman asked, Can you save the world? Don't count on me. Try to find the repair center. Spread the word. Try questioning the Bandersnatchy, the great white beasts who live in the great swamp to Spinward. We know of them. Good. Vala, I go now to tell how my companions died. We may not meet again, Louis. Vala Virgilin picked up the empty pack and walked quickly away. We should escort her, the female ghoul said. They left. They hadn't said good luck. Why? The way they lived, they might all be fatalists. Luck would mean nothing to them. Louis scanned the textured sky. He was tempted to go now, immediately. Better to wait for night. He spoke into the translator. Hindmost, are you there? Apparently the puppeteer wasn't. Louis stretched out under the shelf fungus. The air seemed cleaner near the ground. He sipped meditatively at the fuel and nectar bottle Vala had left him. What were the ghouls? Their position in the ecology seemed very secure. How had they kept their intelligence? Why would they need intelligence? Perhaps they had to fight for their prerogatives on occasion. Or for respect. Complying with 1,000 local religions could also require considerable verbal facility. More to the point, how could they help him? Was there a ghoulish enclave somewhere that remembered the source of the immortality drug, which, by hypothesis, was made from Pack Tree of Life root? One thing at a time. Try the city first. The pillars of light thinned, then faded out. Other lights appeared in the solid sky, hundreds of lighted windows. None showed directly above him. Who would occupy a basement above a garbage dump? Someone who couldn't afford lighting. The shadow farm seemed deserted. Louis heard only the wind. Standing on the shelf fungus gave him a glimpse of distant windows, flickering as if with firelight, housing for the farmers around the perimeter. Louis touched the lift knob on his flying belt and went up. Chapter 19. The Floating City. At something over 1,000 feet, the smell of fresh air became more pronounced, and the floating city was around him. He circled the blunt tip of an inverted tower, 4 levels of dark windows, and a garage below that. The big garage door was closed and locked. Louis circled, looking for a broken window. There weren't any. These windows must have survived for 1,100 years. Probably he couldn't break one if he tried. He didn't want to enter the city as a burglar anyway. Instead, he let himself rise along the sewer pipe, hoping to gain privacy that way. There were ramps around him now, but no streetlights anywhere. He guided himself to a walkway and settled on it. Now he felt less conspicuous. There was nobody in sight. The broad ribbon of poured stone curved away among the buildings, left and right, up and down, putting out pseudopods at random. With 1,000 feet of empty space below, there were no guardrails. Holler-Loprilalar's people must be closer to their brachiating past than Earth's people. Louis strolled toward the lights, keeping nervously to the center of the walk. Where was everybody? The city had an insular look, Louis thought. There was housing in plenty and ramps between the housing areas, but where were the shopping centers, the playhouses, the bars, the malls, parks, sidewalk cafes? Nothing advertised itself, and everything was behind walls. Either he should find someone to introduce himself to, or he should be hiding. What about that glass slab with the dark windows? If he entered from above, he could make certain it was deserted. Someone came down the walk toward him. Louis called, "Can you understand me?" and heard his words translated into the machine people tongue. The stranger answered in the same language. "You should not walk about the city in darkness. You might fall." He was closer now. His eyes were huge. He was not of the city builder species. He carried a slender staff as long as himself. With the light behind him, Louis could see no more of him. "Show your arm," he said. Louis bared his left arm. Of course it bore no tattoos. He said what he had planned to say from the beginning. "I can repair your water condensers." The staff slashed at him. It rapped his head glancingly as Louis threw himself backward. He rolled and was on his feet, crouching, trained reflexes working fine, with his arms coming up just too late to block the staff. It cracked against his skull. Lights flared behind his eyes and went out. He was in free fall. Wind roared past him. Even to a man nearly unconscious, the connection was obvious. Louis thrashed in panic in the dark. Blowout in a spacecraft? Where am I? Where are the meteor patches? My pressure suit? The alarm switch. Switch, he half-remembered. His hands leaped to his chest, found flying belt controls, twisted the lift knob hard over. The belt lifted savagely and swung him around, feet down. Louis tried to shake the mists out of his head. He looked up. Through a gap in darkness, he saw the solar corona glowing around a shadow square. He saw hard darkness descending to smash him. He twisted the lift knob to stop his rapid rise. Safe. His belly was churning and his head hurt. He needed time to think. Clearly his approach had been wrong. But if the guard had rolled him off the walk... Louis patted his pockets. Everything was there. Why hadn't the guard robbed him first? Louis half-remembered the answer. He'd jumped, missed the guard, rolled, and passed out in midair. That put a different face on the matter. It might even have been best to wait. Too late now. So try the other approach. He swam beneath the city, outward toward the rim. Not too far. There were too many lights along the perimeter. But near the center was a double cone with no lights showing at all. The lower tip was blunt, a carport with a poured stone ledge protruding. Louis floated into the opening. He raised the amplification of his goggles. It worried him that he hadn't done that earlier. Had the blow to his head left him stupid? Prill's people, the city builders, had had flying cars, he remembered. There was no car here. He found a rusted metal track along the floor and a crude armless chair at the far end, and bleachers, 3 rows of raised benches on either side of the track. The wood had aged. The metal was crumbly with rust. He had to examine the chair before he understood. It was built to run down the track and to flop forward at the end. Louis had found an execution chamber, with provision for an audience. Would he find courtrooms above? And a jail? Louis had about decided to try his luck elsewhere when a gravelly voice spoke out of the dark, in a speech he hadn't heard in 23 years. "Intruder, show your arm. Move slowly." Again, Louis said, "I can make your water condensers work," and heard his translator speak in Holler Loprilalar's tongue. It must have been already in the translator, in storage. The other stood in a doorway at the top of a flight of stairs. He was Louis's height, and his eyes glowed. He carried a weapon like Volliver Gillen's. "Your arm is bare. How did you come here? You must have flown." "Yes." "Impressive. Is that a weapon?" He must mean the flashlight laser. "Yes. You see very well in the dark. What are you?" "I am Mar Corsil, a female of the Night Hunters. Set down your weapon." "I won't." "I am reluctant to kill you. Your claim might be true." "It is." "I am reluctant to wake my master, and I will not let you pass this door. Set down your weapon." "No. I've already been attacked once tonight. Can you lock that door so that neither of us can open it?" Mar Corsil tossed something through the door. It jingled as it struck. She closed the door behind her. "Fly for me," she said. Her voice was still a gravelly bass. Louis lifted a few feet, then settled back. "Impressive." Mar Corsil came down the stairs with her weapon at ready. "We have time to talk. In the morning we will be found. What do you offer, and what do you want?" "Was I right in guessing that your water condenser doesn't work? Did it stop at the fall of the cities?" "It has never worked, to my knowledge. Who are you?" "I am Louis Wu, male. Call my species the Star People. I come from outside the world, from a star too dim to see. I have stuff to repair at least some of the water condensers in the city, and I have hidden much more. It may be that I can give you lighting, too." Mar Corsil studied him with blue eyes as big as goggles. She had formidable claws on her fingers and buck teeth like axe heads. What was she, a rodent-hunting carnivore? She said, "If you can repair our machines, that is good. As to repairing those of other buildings, my master will decide. What do you want?" "A great deal of knowledge. Access to whatever the city holds in the way of stored knowledge, maps, histories, tales." "You cannot expect us to send you to the library. If your claim is true, you are too valuable. Our building is not wealthy, but we may buy knowledge from the library if you have specific questions." It was becoming obvious. The floating city was no more a city than Pericles' Greece had been a nation. The buildings were independent, and he was in the wrong building. "Which building is the library?" he asked. "At the port by Spinward Perimeter, a cone moored tip down." "Why do you ask?" Louis touched his chest, rose, moved toward the outer night. Mar Corsil fired. Louis fell sprawling. Flames blazed against his chest. He yelled and jerked the harness loose and rolled away. The flying belt controls burned, a smoky yellow flame with blue-white flashes in it. Louis found the flashlight laser in his hand, pointed it at Mar Corsil. The night hunter seemed not to notice. "Do not make me do that again," she said. "Are you wounded?" Those words saved her life. But Louis had to kill something. "Drop the weapon or I slice you in half," he said. "Like this." He waved a laser beam through the execution chair. It flamed and fell apart. Mar Corsil didn't move. "I only want to leave your building," Louis said. "You've marooned me. I'll have to enter your building, but I'll leave by the first ramp I find. Drop the weapon or die." A woman's voice spoke from the stairway. "Drop the gun, Mar Corsil." The night hunter did. The woman came down the stairs. She was taller than Louis and slender. Her nose was tiny, her lips invisibly thin. Her head was bald, but rich white hair flowed down her back from behind her ears and the back of her neck. Louis guessed that the white hair was a mark of age. She showed no fear of him. He asked, "Do you rule here?" "I and my mate of record rule. I am Lal Iskar Ir. Do you call yourself Louis Wu?" "Close enough." She smiled. "There is a peephole. Marcourcille signaled from the garage. An unusual act. I came to watch and listen. I am sorry about your flying device. There are none left in all the city." "If I repair your water condenser, will you set me free? And I need advice." "Consider your bargaining position. Can you resist my guards who wait outside?" Louis had almost resigned himself to killing his way out. He made one more try. The floor seemed to be the usual poured stone. He ran the laser beam in a slow circle, and a patch of stone a yard across dropped into the night. Lal Iskar Ir Liar lost her smile. "Perhaps you can. It shall be as you say. Marcourcille, come with us. Stop anyone who tries to interfere. Leave your gun where it lies." They climbed a spiral escalator that no longer ran. Louis counted 14 loops, 14 stories. He wondered if he had been wrong about Lal Iskar Ir Liar's age. The city builder woman climbed briskly and had breath left over for conversation, but her hands and face were wrinkled as if worn too long. An unsettling sight. Louis wasn't used to that. Intellectually, he knew what it was, the sign of age and the sign of her ancestor, the Pack Protector. They climbed by the light of Louis's flashlight laser. People appeared at doorways. Marcourcille warned them back. Most were city builders, but there were other species too. These servants had served the Liar family for many generations, Lal Iskar Ir Liar explained. The Mar family of night watchmen had been policemen serving a Liar judge. The machine people cooks had served almost as long. Servants and city builder masters saw themselves as one family, bound by periodic rishatra and old loyalties. All told, Liar building held 1,000 people, half of them interrelated city builders. Louis stopped to look through a window halfway up. A window, in a stairwell that ran through the core of a building. It was a hologram, a view along one of the rim walls showing a vast stretch of Ringworld landscape. One of the last of the Liar treasures, Lal Iskar Ir Liar told him with pride and regret. Others had been sold over hundreds of phalans to pay water fees. Louis found himself talking too. He was wary and angry and tired, but there was something about the cold city builder woman that drew him out. She knew about planets. She didn't question his veracity. She listened. She looked so much like Haller Laprilalar that Louis found himself talking about her. About the ancient immortal ship's whore, who had lived as a half-mad goddess until Louis Wu and his motley crew arrived, how she had helped them, how she had left her ruined civilization with them, how she had died. Lal Iskar Ir Liar asked, "Is that why you didn't kill Marcourcille?" The night hunter woman looked at him with great blue eyes. Louis laughed. "Maybe." He told them of his conquest of the sunflower patch. He was skirting a dangerous subject, for he saw no point in telling Lal Iskar Ir Liar that the world was going to brush against its sun. "I want to leave the world knowing that I've done no damage. I've got more of that cloth buried near here. Tanj! I can't think of any way to reach it now." They had reached the top of the spiral. Louis was huffing. Marcourcille unlocked a door. There were more stairs beyond. Lal Iskar Ir Liar asked, "Are you nocturnal?" "What? No." "We had best wait for day. Marcourcille, go and send us breakfast. Send Will with tools, then go to sleep." As Marcourcille trotted obediently downstairs, the old woman sat cross-legged on ancient carpet. "I expect we must work outside," she said. "I don't understand the risk you took. For what? Knowledge? What knowledge?" It was difficult to lie to her, but the hindmost might well be listening. "Do you know anything of a machine to change one kind of matter into another? Air into dirt, lead into gold?" She was interested. "Ancient magicians were said to be able to turn glass into diamonds, but these were children's tales." "So much for that. What of a repair center for the world? Are there legends about that, telling its location?" She stared. "As if the world were no more than a made thing. A larger version of the city?" Louis laughed. "Much larger. Much, much, much larger." "No?" "No." "What about an immortality drug? I know that's real. Haller-Laprilalar used it." "Of course it was real. There is none left in the city, nor anywhere else that I know of. The tale is a favorite with—" The translator used an interworld phrase. "Con men." "Does the tale tell where it might have come from?" A young city-builder woman came puffing up the stairs carrying a shallow bowl. Louis's fear of poison disappeared at once. The stuff was lukewarm, something like oatmeal, and they ate with their hands from the one bowl. "The youth drug comes from Spinward," the old woman said. "But I know not how far to Spinward. Is this the treasure of knowledge you came for?" "Any of several treasures. That would be a good one." There would certainly have been Tree of Life in the repair center, Louis thought. I wonder how they'd handle it. Surely no human being would want to be a protector. But there might be hominids who would. Well, those puzzles could wait. Will was a burly hominid with a simian face, dressed in a sheet whose original color was lost to time. It was a mad god's rainbow now. Will didn't talk much. His arms were short and thick and looked very strong. He led them up the last flight of steps, carrying his toolbox, and out into the dawn. They were on the lip of a funnel, at the truncated tip of the double cone. The rim was only a foot across. Louis's breath caught in his throat. With his flying belt dead, he had reason to fear heights. Wind rushed past him, whipping Will's sheet into a fluttering, multicolored flag. Lal Iskar Ir Liar asked, "Well, can you fix it?" "Not from here. There must be machinery below." There was, but it wasn't easy to reach. The crawl space was inches wider than Louis Wu. Will crawled ahead of him, opening panels as instructed. The crawl space was donut-shaped, circling the machinery that must circle the funnel. And the water was supposed to precipitate on the funnel, no doubt. By refrigeration? Or had they something more sophisticated? The widgetry concealed by the panels was tightly packed, and a total mystery to Louis Wu. It was sparkling clean except for... Yeah. He peered closer, not breathing. A wire-thin worm trail of dust had fallen through the widgetry. Louis tried to guess where it had fallen from. He'd have to assume the rest of the machinery was still functional. He backed out. From Will, he borrowed thick gloves and a pair of needle-nosed pliers. He cut a strip from the edge of the black cloth in his vest and twisted it. He strung it between two contacts and fastened them. Nothing obvious happened. He continued around the circle, following Will. In all, he found 6 worm trails of dust. He fastened 6 twisted strips of superconductor where he thought they belonged. He wriggled out of the crawl space. "Of course your power source could be long dead," he said. "We must see," said the old woman. She went up the stairs to the roof. Louis and Will followed. The smooth face of the funnel seemed misted over. Louis knelt and reached to touch it. Wet. The water was warm. Already it was beating and flowing down slope to the pipes. Louis nodded thoughtfully. Another good deed that wouldn't matter in 15 Phalans. Chapter 20. Economics in Liar. Just below the thick waist of Liar building was what seemed to be a combination audience chamber and bedroom. A huge circular bed with a curtained canopy, couches and chairs around small and large tables, a picture window wall facing the nearer edge of the shadow farm, a bar built to offer a wide variety of potables. That variety was gone. Lal Iskar Liar poured from a crystal decanter into a two-handled goblet, sipped, and passed it across to Louis. He asked, "Do you hold audiences in here?" She smiled. "Of a sort. Family gatherings." Orgies? Very likely if Rishatra was what held the Liar family together. A family fallen on hard times. Louis sipped from the goblet, tasted nectar and fuel. The sharing of cups and food dishes, was fear of poison behind that? But she did it so naturally, and there were no diseases on the Ringworld. "What you have done for us will increase our status and our funds," said Lal Iskar Liar. "Ask." "I need to reach the library, enter it, and persuade the people who rule there to let me make free use of all their knowledge." "That would be very expensive." "Not impossible?" "Good." She smiled. "Too expensive?" "The relationship among the buildings is complicated. The 10 rule the tourist trade." "10 what?" "10 large buildings, Louis Wu. The most powerful among us. 9 still have lights and water condensers. Together they build the bridge to Sky Hill. Well, they rule the tourist trade, and they pay fees to the lesser buildings to cover hospitality for their alien guests, the use of all public places, and special fees for events in private buildings. They make all agreements with other species, as with the water the machine people pump up to us. We pay fees to the 10 for water and for special concessions. Yours would be a very special concession. Although we pay the library a general fee for education. The library is one of the 10? Yes. Louis Wu, we do not have the money. Is there a chance that you can do the library a service? Perhaps your research would help them. It's possible. They would return some of the fee for a service rendered. Even more than we gave, possibly, but we don't have it. Would you sell them the light weapon or the machine that talks for you?" "I think I'd better not. Can you repair more water condensers?" "Maybe. Did you say one of the 10 does not have a working water condenser?" "Then why are they one of the 10? Orrery building has been among the 10 since the fall of the cities. Tradition." "What were they when the cities fell?" "A military installation, a storehouse for weapons." She ignored Louis's chortling. "They have a fondness for weapons. Your light projector, I'd be afraid to let it go, but maybe they'd like their water condenser fixed." "I will learn what fee they ask to let you into Orrery building." "You're joking." "No. You must be guarded to prevent your carrying away weapons. You pay an entertainment fee to see the ancient weapons, and more if they are to be demonstrated. If you see their maintenance facilities, you may learn weaknesses." "I will ask." She stood. "Shall we indulge in Rishatra?" Louis had been expecting that, a little, and it wasn't Lal Iskar Liar's odd appearance that made him hesitate. It was the terror of taking off his armor and his tools. He remembered an old sketch of a king brooding on his throne. "I'm paranoid, but am I paranoid enough?" But he was far overdue for sleep. He was simply going to have to trust the Liars. "Good," he said. He began to strip off his armor. Age had treated Lal Iskar Liar oddly. Louis knew ancient literature, plays, and novels that predated Booster Spice. Age was a crippling disease, but this woman wasn't crippled. Her skin was loose on her, and her limbs didn't bend as far as Louis's. But she had an endless interest in love, and in the strangeness of Louis's body and reflexes. It was a long time before he slept. He had begged off telling her about the plastic under his hair. He wished she hadn't reminded him of that. The hindmost had a working drowd, and he hated himself for wanting it. He was awakened near nightfall. The bed jolted twice, and he blinked and rolled over. He faced Lal Iskar Ir Liar, and a city-builder man who had also been touched by age. Lal Iskar Ir Liar introduced him as Fortara Lisp Liar, her mate of record and Louis's host. He thanked Louis for his work on the building's old machinery. Dinner was already on one of the tables, and Louis was invited to share it with them. A large bowl of stew, too bland for Louis's taste. He ate. "Orlery building asks more than we have," Fortara Lisp Liar told Louis. "We have bought for you the right to enter 3 of our neighbors' buildings. If you succeed in repairing even one of their water condensers, we can get you into Orlery building. Is that satisfactory?" "Excellent. I need machines that haven't worked in 1100 years, and haven't been tampered with either." "My mate told me." Louis left them to their sleep as dark was falling. They had invited him to join them, and the great bed was roomy enough, but Louis was slept out and restless. The great building was like a tomb. From the upper floors, Louis watched for activity in the maze of bridges. He saw nothing but an occasional big-eyed night hunter. It figured. If the city builders slept 10 hours out of 30, it might as well be during the dark. He wondered if they were all asleep in the lighted buildings, too. "Calling the hindmost," he said. "Yes, Louis. Must we translate?" "No need. We're alone. I'm in the floating city. It'll take me a day or 2 to get into the library. I think I'm marooned here. My flying belt's ruined." "Khmi still will not answer," Louis sighed. "What else is new?" "In 2 days my first probe will complete its circuit of the rim wall. I can bring it to the floating city. Will you want me to negotiate directly with the inhabitants? We are good at that. At least, I can lend credence to your tale." "I'll let you know. What about the Ringworld attitude jets? Have you found any more mounted?" "No. Of those you know of, all 21 are firing. Can you see them?" "Not from here." "Hindmost, can you learn anything about the physical properties of Skrith, Ringworld floor material? Strength, flexibility, magnetic properties?" "I have been working on that. The rim wall is available to my instruments. Skrith is very much denser than lead. The Skrith floor of the Ringworld is probably less than 100 feet thick. I'll show you my data when you return." "Good." "Louis, I can give you transportation if need be. It would be easier if I could send Khmi." "Great. What kind of transportation?" "You will have to wait for my probe. I will give further instructions then." He watched the nearly empty city for a while after the hindmost hung up. He felt depressed, alone in a gone-to-seed building in a gone-to-seed city without his drowd. A voice behind his shoulder said, "You told my mistress that you were not nocturnal." "Hello, Mar Corsil. We use electric lighting. Some of us keep strange hours. Anyway, I'm used to a shorter day." Louis turned around. The big-eyed humanoid wasn't pointing her weapon at Louis, exactly. She said, "These past Phalans, the day has been changing its length. It is distressing." "Yeah." "Whom did you speak to?" "A 2-headed monster." Mar Corsil departed. Perhaps she was offended. Louis Wu remained at the window, free associating through the memories of a long and eventful life. He had given up hope of returning to known space. He'd given up the drowd. Perhaps it was time to give up more. Ch-R building was a poured stone slab covered in balconies. Explosions had scarred one side of the building, exposing the metal skeleton in places. The water condenser was a trough along the top, slightly canted. An old explosion had sprayed metal droplets into the machinery below. Louis didn't expect his repairs to work, and they didn't. "Mine is the blame," Lal Iskar Irliar said. "I had forgotten that Ch-R building fought with Orrery building 2,000 phalans ago." Panth building was built like an onion standing on its tip. Louis guessed that the building had started life as a health club. He recognized pools, spas, hot boxes, massage tables, a gymnasium. The place seemed to have plenty of water, and a faint half-familiar smell tickled at his memory. Panth had also fought with Orrery. There were craters. A bald young man named Ariver Companth swore that the water condenser had never been damaged. Louis found the dust tracks in the machinery and the contacts above them. When he had made his repairs, there were water droplets forming on the rounded roof and running into a gutter. There was some difficulty about payment. Ariver Companth and his people wanted to offer rishothra and promises, and then Louis recognized the scent tickling his nose and hindbrain. He was in a house of ill repute, and there were vampires somewhere about. Lal Iskar Irliar wanted cash, now. Louis tried to follow her argument. He gathered that the 10 would be unhappy when Panth stopped buying water, and only too happy to levy a fine against them for fraud. Ariver Companth paid. Gisk had been a condominium or something similar at the fall of the cities. It was a cube with an air well down the center, and it was half empty. Judging by the smell of the place, Gisk had been restricting its use of water overmuch. Louis was learning the look of water condensation machinery. He made his repairs quickly, and they worked. The Gisks paid at once. They fell at Lal Iskar Irliar's feet to express their thanks, ignoring her tool-wielding servant. Oh well. Fortara Lispliar was delighted. He packed a double handful of metal coins into Louis's vest and explained the tricky etiquette of bribery. The face-saving language would strain his translator to the limits. "When in doubt, don't," Fortara Lispliar told him. "I will come with you to Orrery building tomorrow. Let me do the bargaining." Orrery building was on the port side of the city. Louis and Fortara Lispliar took their time sightseeing, walking the highest ramps to get a better view. Fortara Lispliar was proud of his city. "A bit of civilization remained even after the fall," he said. He pointed out Rilo, a building that had been an emperor's castle. It was beautiful, but scarred. The emperor had tried to claim the city for his own at about the time Orrery building arrived. A fluted column shaped like a Greek pillar, supporting nothing but itself, was Chank, which had been a shopping center. Without the supplies aboard Chank, from markets, restaurants, clothing and bedding stores, even toy shops, for trading with the machine people, the city would have died early. From the basement of Chank, the air road spiraled down to Sky Hill. Orrery building was a disk 40 feet thick and 10 times that wide, built along the lines of a pie. The massive tower at one edge, elaborated with gun emplacements and railed platforms and a derrick, reminded Louis of the bridge of a great ship, a battleship. The walkway to Orrery was broad, but there was only one walkway and one entrance. Along the upper rim were hundreds of small projections. Louis guessed that they were cameras or other sensors, and that they no longer worked. Windows had been chopped into Orrery's sides after the building was raised. The glass in them fitted poorly. Fortara Lispliar was dressed in yellow and scarlet robes of what appeared to be vegetable fiber, coarse by Louis's standards, but grand from a distance. Louis followed him into Orrery, into a large reception area. There was light, but it flickered, scores of alcohol lamps burning near the ceiling. 11 city builder types of both sexes waited for them. They were dressed almost identically, in loose pants with tight cuffs and brightly colored capes. The edges of the capes were cut elaborately and without symmetry. Badges of rank? The white-haired man who came smiling to greet them wore the most elaborately cut cape and a shoulder gun. He spoke to Fortara Lispliar. "I had to see him for myself, this being who can give us water from machinery 5,000 Phalans dead." The handgun in his worn plastic shoulder holster was small, with clean, efficient lines, but even a gun couldn't make Philistron Orrery look warlike. His small features showed happy curiosity as he examined Louis Wu. "He seems unusual enough, but, well, you have paid? We shall see." He gestured to the soldiers. They searched for Tara Lisp Liar, then Louis. They found his flashlight, tested it, gave it back. They puzzled over his translator until Louis said, "That speaks for me." Philistron Orrery jumped. "So it does. Will you sell that?" He was speaking to Fortara Lispliar, who answered, "It's not mine." Louis said, "I would be mute without it." Orrery's master seemed to accept this. The water condenser was a dip in the center of Orrery's broad roof. The access tubes below were too small for Louis. Even if he took off his armor, he wouldn't fit, and he didn't intend to do that. "What do you use for repairmen? Mice?" "Hanging people," Philistron Orrery said. "We must rent their services. Chilb Building was to have sent them by now. Do you see any other problems?" Yes. By now the machinery was familiar enough. Louis had repaired 3 buildings and failed at a 4th. He could see what ought to be a pair of contacts. He looked for the dust below them, and it wasn't there. "Were there earlier attempts at repair?" "I assume so. How would we know after 5,000 Phalans?" "We'll wait for the repairmen. I hope they can follow orders." Tanj! Somebody long dead had neatened things up by blowing the telltale dust tracks away. But Louis was sure he could get his arms in there. Philistron Orrery asked, "Would you care to see our museum?" "You've bought that right." Louis had never been a weapons buff. He recognized some of the principles, if not the forms, behind the killing tools in the glass cases and behind the glass walls. Most of them used projectiles or explosions, or both. Some would throw strings of tiny bullets that exploded like small firecrackers in enemy flesh. The few lasers were massive and cumbersome. Once they must have been mounted on tractors or floating platforms, but those had been scavenged for use elsewhere. A city builder arrived with 6 workmen. The hanging people stood as high as Louis's floating ribs. Their heads seemed too large for their bodies, their toes were long and dexterous, and their fingers nearly brushed the floor. "This is probably a waste of time," one said. "Do it right and you'll be paid anyway," Louis told him. The little man sneered. They wore armless gowns covered in pockets, the pockets heavy with tools. When the soldiers wanted to search them, they stripped off the gowns and let the soldiers search those. Perhaps they didn't like to be touched. So small. Louis whispered to Fortara Lisp Liar, "Does your species do Rishathra with those?" The city builder chuckled. "Yes, but carefully." The hanging people clustered around Louis Wu's shoulders, peering as he reached into the access tube. He wore the insulated gloves he'd borrowed from Mar Corsil. "These are what the contacts look like. Fasten the cloth strip thus, and thus. You should find 6 pairs of contacts. There may be a worm track of dust below." After they had disappeared around the curve of the access tube, he told the masters of Orrery and Liar, "We'll never know if they make a mistake. I wish we could inspect their work. But he did not mention his other fear. The hanging people presently emerged. They all trooped up onto the roof, workers, soldiers, masters, and Louis Wu. There they watched as mist formed and condensed, and water ran toward the center of the dip. And 6 hanging people now knew how to repair water condensers with strips of black cloth. "I want to buy that black cloth," Philistran Orrery said. The hanging people and their city builder master were already disappearing down the stairwell. Philistran Orrery and 10 soldiers blocked Louis Wu and Fortara Lisp Liar from that escape route. "I don't intend to sell," Louis said. The silver-haired soldier said, "I hope to keep you here until I can persuade you to sell. If pressed, I will insist that you sell the talking box, too." Louis half expected this. "Fortara Lisp Liar, would Orrery Building keep you here by force?" Liar's master looked Orrery's master in the eye as he said, "No, Louis. The complications would be unpleasant. The lesser buildings would join to free me. The 10 would become the 9 rather than face a boycott on guests." Philistran Orrery laughed. "The lesser buildings would grow thirsty." And his smile vanished as Fortara Lisp Liar's grew. Liar Building now had water to give away. "You could not hold me. Guests would be pushed from the ramps. The dramas in Chikar and the facilities in Panth would be closed to you. Go, then." "I take Louis." "You do not." Louis said, "Take the money and go. It'll make things easier for all concerned." His hand was in his pocket on the flashlight laser. Philistran Orrery held out a small bag. Fortara Lisp Liar took it, counted the contents. He walked through the soldiers and descended the stairway. When he was out of sight, Louis pulled the hood of the impact suit over his head. "I offer a high price. 12... something untranslated. "You would not be cheated," Philistran Orrery was saying. But Louis backed toward the edge of the roof. He saw Philistran Orrery signal to the soldiers, and he ran. The edge of the roof was a chest-high fence, zigzag iron spokes carved to resemble elbow root. The shadow farm was far below. Louis ran along the fence toward the walkway. The soldiers were close, but Philistran Orrery was standing back and firing his pistol. The roar was disconcerting, even terrifying. A slug slammed into Louis's ankle. The suit went rigid, and he rolled like a tumbled statue, picked himself up, and ran again. As 2 soldiers threw themselves at him, he swung over the fence and dropped. Fortara Lisp Liar was on the walkway. He turned, startled. Louis landed flat on his face, in an impact suit gone rigid as steel. The form-fitting coffin supported him, but he was still stunned. Hands helped him to his feet before he really wanted to get up. Fortara Lisp Liar put his shoulder under Louis's armpit and began walking them away. "Get away. They might shoot," Louis gasped. "They would not dare. Are you hurt? Your nose is bleeding." It was worth it. Chapter 21. The Library. They entered the library via a small vestibule in the bottom of the cone, the tip. Behind a wide, massive desk, 2 librarians worked at reading screens, bulky machines styled like a cluster of boxes that used book tapes rolling through a reader. The librarians looked like a priest and priestess in identical blue robes with jaggedly cut collars. It was some minutes before the woman looked up. Her hair was pure, clean white. Perhaps she'd been born with white hair, because she wasn't old. A woman of Earth would have been about to take her first shot of booster spice. She was straight and slender, and pretty, Louis thought. Flat-chested, of course, but nicely built. Haller Laprilalar had taught Louis to find a bald head and a well-shaped skull sexy, if she would smile. But even to Fortara Lisp Liar she was rude and imperious. Yes? I am for Tarlis Bliar. Have you my contract? She tapped at the keyboard of the reading machine. Yes, is this the one? He is. Now she looked at Louis. Louis Wu, can you understand me? I can, with the aid of this. When the translator spoke, her calm cracked, but only for a moment. She said, I am Harkaby Parolin. Your master has purchased your right to unlimited research for 3 days, with an option to purchase an additional 3 days. You may roam the library at will, barring the residential sections, the doors marked in gold. You may use any machine unless it is marked thus. She showed him an orange tic-tac-toe grid. To use these, you need help. Come to me or to anyone whose collar is cut like mine. You may use the dining room. For sleep or a bath, you must return to Liar Building. Good. The librarian looked puzzled. Louis was a little startled himself. Why had he said that with such force? It struck him that Liar Building felt more like home to him than the apartment on Canyon ever had. Fortara Lisbliar paid out silver coins, bowed to Louis, and departed. The librarian turned back to her reading screen. Harkaby Parolin. He was tired of 6-syllable names, but he'd better memorize it. Harkaby Parolin glanced around when Louis said, There's a place I'd like to find. In the library? I hope so. I saw a place like it long ago. You stood at the center of a circle, and the circle was the world. The screen at the center turned, and you could make any part of the world show big. We have a map room. Climb the stairs all the way up. She turned away. A tight spiral of metal stairs wound up the library's axis. Anchored only at the top and bottom, it was springy under his weight as he climbed. He passed doors marked in gold, all closed. Higher up, arched openings led to banks of reading screens with chairs. Louis counted 46 city builders using reading screens, and 2 elderly machine people, and a compact, very hairy male, you name it, and a ghoul woman all alone in one room. The top floor was the map room. He knew when he had reached it. They had found the first map room in an abandoned floating palace. Its wall was a ring of blue mottled with white. There had been globes of 10 oxygen atmosphere worlds and a screen that would show a magnified view. But the scenes it showed were thousands of years old. They showed a bustling Ringworld civilization, glowing cities, craft zipping through rectangular loops along the rim wall, aircraft as big as this library, spacecraft much bigger. They had not been looking for a repair center then. They'd been looking for a way off the Ringworld. Clearly, the old tapes had been almost useless. They'd been in too much of a hurry. So, 23 years later, in another kind of desperation, we try again. Louis Wu emerged from the stairwell with the Ringworld glowing around him. Where the sun would have been, there was Louis Wu's head. The map was 2 feet tall and almost 400 feet in diameter. The shadow squares were the same height, but much closer in, hovering over 1,000 square feet of jet-black floor flecked with thousands of stars. The ceiling, too, was black, spattered with stars. Louis walked toward one of the shadow squares and through it. Holograms, right, as with that earlier map room. But this time there were no globes of Earth-like worlds. He turned to inspect the back of a shadow square. No details showed. Nothing but a dead black rectangle, slightly curved. The magnification screen was in use. A 3-foot by 2-foot rectangular screen with controls below was mounted on a circular track that ran between the shadow squares and the Ringworld. The boy had an expanded view of one of the mounted Bussard ramjets. It showed a glare of bluish light. The boy was trying to squint past it. He must have just reached adolescence. Very fine brown hair covered his entire scalp, thickening at the back. He wore a librarian's blue robes. His collar was wide and square, almost a cape, with a single notch cut into it. Louis asked, "May I look over your shoulder?" The boy turned. His features were small and nearly unreadable, as with any city builder. It made him look older. "Are you allowed such knowledge?" "Liar Building has purchased full privileges for me." "Oh." The boy turned back. "We can't see anything anyway. In 2 days they'll turn off the flames." "What are you watching?" "The repair crew." Louis squinted into the glare. A storm of blue-white light filled the screen with darkness at its core. The attitude jet was a dim, pinkish dot at the center of the darkness. Electromagnetic lines of force gathered the hot hydrogen of the solar wind, guided and compressed it to fusion temperatures, and fired it back at the sun. Machinery strove with single-minded futility to hold the Ringworld against the gravity of its star. But this was all that showed: blue-white light and a pinkish dot on the line of the rim wall. "They're almost finished," the boy said. "We thought they'd call us for help, but they never came." He sounded wistful. "Maybe you don't have the tools to hear them calling." Louis tried to keep his voice calm. "Repair crew. They must be finished anyway. There aren't any more motors." "No. Look." The boy set the view zipping along the rim wall. The view stopped jarringly, well beyond the blue glare. Louis saw bits of metal falling along the rim wall. He studied them until he was certain. Bars of metal, a great spool-shaped cylinder, those were the dismantled components of what he had seen through Needle's telescope. That was the scaffolding for remounting the Ringworld's attitude jets. The repair crew must have decelerated this equipment to solar orbital speed by using a segment of the rim transport system. But how did they plan to reverse the procedure? The machinery would have to be accelerated to Ringworld rotational speed at its destination. By friction with the atmosphere? Those materials could be as durable as skrith. If so, heating would not be a problem. And here. The view skidded again, spinward along the rim wall to the spaceport ledge. The 4 city builder ships showed clear. Hot Needle of Inquiry was a speck. Louis would have missed it if he hadn't known just where to look, a mile from the only ship that still sported a Bussard ramjet around its waist. "There, you see?" The boy pointed to the pair of copper-colored toroids. "There's only one motor left. When the repair crew mounts that, they'll be finished." Megatons of construction equipment were falling down the rim wall, no doubt accompanied by hordes of construction men of unknown species, all aimed at Needle's parking space. The hindmost would not be pleased. "Finished, yes," Louis said. "It won't be enough." "Enough for what?" "Never mind. How long have they been working, this repair team? Where did they come from?" "Nobody wants to tell me anything," the boy said. "Flup. Odorous flup. What's everybody so excited about? Why am I asking you? You don't know either." Louis let that pass. "Who are they? How did they find out about the danger?" "Nobody knows. We didn't know anything about them till they started putting up the machines." "How long ago?" 8 Phalans. Fast work, Louis thought. Just over a year and a half, plus whatever time it took them to get ready. Who were they? Intelligent, quick, decisive, not overwhelmed by large projects and large numbers. They might almost be. But the protectors were long gone. They had to be. Have they done other repairs? Teacher Wilp thinks they've been unblocking the spill pipes. We've seen fog around some of the spill mountains. Wouldn't that be a big thing? Unblocking a spill pipe? Louis thought about it. Big, all right. If you could get the sea-bottom dredges going again, you'd still have to heat the pipes. They run under the world. The sea-bottom ooze in a blocked pipe would freeze, I think. Flop, said the boy. What? The brown stuff that comes out of a spill pipe is called flup. Oh. Where are you from? Louis grinned. I came from the stars in this. He reached past the boy's shoulder to point out the speck that was Hot Needle of Inquiry. The boy's eyes grew big. More clumsily than the boy had, Louis ran the view along the path the lander had taken since leaving the rim wall. He found a continent-sized expanse of white cloud where the sunflower patch had been. Farther to port was a wide green swamp, then a river that had cut itself a new bed, leaving the old as a twisting brown track through the yellow-brown desert. He followed the dry riverbed. He showed the boy the city of vampires. The boy nodded. The boy wanted to believe. Men from the stars come to help us. Yet he was afraid to look gullible. Louis grinned at him and continued. The land turned green again. The Machine People road was easy to follow. In most places the land was clearly different to either side. Here the river curved back to join its old bed. He ran the scale up again and was looking down on the floating city. "Us?" he said. "I've seen that. Tell me about the vampires." Louis hesitated. But after all, the boy's species were this world's experts at interspecies sex. "They can make you want to do Rishafra with them. When you do, you get bitten on the neck." He showed the boy the healed wound in his throat. "Khmi killed the vampire that, attacked me." "Why didn't the vampires get him?" "Khmi's like nothing in the world. He's as likely to be seduced by a sausage plant." "We make perfume from vampires," the boy said. "What? Something wrong with the translator?" The boy smiled too wisely. "One day you'll see. I've got to go. Will you be here later?" Louis nodded. "What's your name?" "Mine's Kawaresk Senjejok." "Louis Wu." The boy left by the stairwell. Louis stood frowning at the screen. Perfume? The smell of vampires in Panth Building. And now Louis remembered the night Haller Laprilalar came to his bed 23 years ago. She'd been trying to control him. She'd said so. Had she used vampire scent on him? It couldn't matter now. "Calling the hindmost," he said. "Calling the hindmost." Nothing. The screen wasn't built to swivel. It faced always outward, away from the shadow squares. Annoying but informative. It could mean that the pictures were being beamed from the shadow squares themselves. He reduced the scale on the screen. He sent the viewpoint swooping to spinward at impossible speed until he was looking down on a world of water. He dropped like an angel in a death dive. This was fun. The library's facilities were considerably better than Needle's telescope. The map of Earth was old. 500,000 years had distorted the continents, or more, 1,000,000, too. A geologist would have known. Louis shifted to starboard of anti-spinward until the map of Kazin filled the screen. Islands clustered around a plate of glare ice. And how old was this map's topography? Khmi might know. Louis expanded the view. He hummed as he worked. He skimmed above yellow and orange jungle. His view crossed a broad silver band of river, and he followed it toward the sea. At the junctures of rivers there ought to be cities. He almost skimmed past it. A delta where two rivers joined, a pale grid pattern imposed on jungle colors. Some human cities had green belts, but in this Kazinti city they must cover more territory than the buildings. At maximum magnification, Louis could just make out patterns of streets. The Kazinti had never liked big cities. Their sense of smell was too acute. This city was almost as big as the Patriarch's seat of government on Kazin. They had cities. What else? If they had any kind of industry, they'd need seaports, mining towns. Keep skimming. Here the jungle was scrawny. The yellow-brown of barren soil showed through in a pattern that wasn't city-shaped at all. It looked like a melted archery target. At a guess, it was a very large and very old strip mine. 500,000 years ago or more, a sampling of Kazinti had been dropped here. Louis didn't expect to find mining towns. They'd be lucky to have anything left to mine. For 500,000 years they had been confined to one world, a world whose surface ended a few 100 feet down, but it seemed the Kzinti had kept their civilization. They had brains, these near-cats. They had ruled a respectable interstellar civilization. Tanj, it was Kzinti who had taught humans to use gravity generators, and Khmi must have reached the map of Kzin hours ago, in his search for allies against the hindmost. Louis had followed the river to the sea. Now he skimmed his god's eye view, south along the shoreline of the map's largest continent. He expected ports, though the Kzinti didn't use ships much. They didn't like the sea. Their seaports were industrial cities. Nobody lived there for pleasure. But that was in the Kzinti Empire, where gravity generators had been used for millennia. Louis found himself looking down on a seaport that would have rivaled New York Harbor. It crawled with the wakes of ships barely large enough to see. The harbor had the nearly circular look of a meteor crater. Louis lowered the magnification, backing his viewpoint into the sky to get an overview. He blinked. Had his miserable sense of scale betrayed him again? Or had he mishandled the controls? There was a ship moored across the harbor. It made the harbor look bathtub-sized. The wakes of tinier ships were still there. It was real, then. He was looking at a ship as big as a town. It nearly closed off the arc of the natural harbor. They wouldn't move it often, Louis thought. The motors would chew up the seabed something fierce. With the ship gone, the harbor's wave patterns would change. And how would the Kzinti fuel something so big? How had they fueled it the first time? Where did they find the metals? Why? Louis had never seriously wondered if Khmi would find what he sought on the map of Kzin. Not until now. He spun the magnification dial. His viewpoint receded into space until the map of Kzin was a cluster of specks on a vast blue sea. Other maps showed near the edges of the screen. The nearest map to the map of Kzin was a round pink dot. Mars. And it was as far from Kzin as the moon was from Earth. How could such distances be conquered? Even a telescope wouldn't penetrate more than 200,000 miles of atmosphere. The idea of crossing that distance in a seagoing ship, even a ship the size of a small city? Tanj! Calling the hindmost. Louis Wu calling the hindmost. Time was running out for Louis Wu as repairmen moved in on Needle and Khmi culled the map of Kzin for warriors. Louis didn't intend to mention any of this to the hindmost. It would only upset the puppeteer. What was the hindmost doing that he couldn't answer a call? Could a human even guess at the answer? Continue the survey, then. Louis ran the scale down until he could see both rim walls. He looked for Fist of God Mountain near the Ringworld's median line, to port of the Great Ocean. Not there. He expanded the scale. A patch of desert bigger than the Earth was still small against the Ringworld, but there it was, reddish and barren, and the pale dot near the center was Fist of God, 1,000 miles tall, capped with naked skrith. He skimmed to port, tracing the path they had taken following Lyre's crash. Long before he was ready, he had reached water, a wide-flung arm of the great ocean. They had stopped within sight of that bay. Louis drifted back, looking for what would be an oblong of permanent cloud seen from above. But the ice storm wasn't there. Calling the hindmost. In the names of Kadapt and Finnegal and Allah, I summon thee. God Tanjit! Calling, I am here, Louis. Okay. I'm in a library in the floating city. They've got a map room. Look up Nessus's records of the map room I remember, the puppeteer said, coolly. Well, that map room showed old tapes. This one is running on present time. Are you safe? Safe? Oh, safe enough. I've been using superconductor cloth to make friends and influence people. But I'm trapped here. Even if I could bribe my way out of the city, I'd still have to get past the machine people station on Sky Hill. I'd rather not shoot my way out. Wise, What's new at your end? 2 data. First, I have holograms of both of the other spaceports. All of the 11 ships have been rifled. The Bussard ramjets gone? All of them? Yes, all. What else? You cannot expect rescue from Khmi. The lander has set down on the map of Kazin in the Great Ocean, the puppeteer reported. I should have guessed. The Kazin has defected, taking the lander with him. Louis cursed silently. He should have recognized that cool, emotionless tone. The puppeteer was badly upset. He was losing control of the finer nuances of human speech. Where is he? What's he doing? I watched through the lander's cameras as he circled the map of Kazin. He found a capacious seagoing ship. I found it too. Your conclusions? They tried to explore or colonize the other maps. Yes. In known space, the Kazinti eventually conquered other stellar systems. On the map of Kazin, they must have looked across the ocean. They were not likely to develop space travel, of course. No. The first step in learning space travel is to put something in orbit. On Kazin, low orbital velocity was around 6 miles per second. On the map of Kazin, the equivalent was 770 miles per second. They couldn't have built too many of these ships either. Where would they get the metals? And the voyages would take decades, at least. I wonder how they even knew there were other maps. We may guess that they launched telescopic camera equipment aboard rockets. The instruments would have to perform quickly. A missile could not go into orbit. It would rise and fall back. I wonder if they reached the map of Earth. It's another 100,000 miles past Mars, and Mars wouldn't make a good staging area. What would Kazinti have found on the map of Earth? Homo habilis alone, or pack protectors too? There's the map of down to starboard, and I don't know the world to anti-spinward. We know it. The natives are communal intelligences. We expect that they will never develop space travel. Their ships would need to support an entire hive. Hospitable? No. They would have fought the Kazinti, and the Kazinti have clearly given up the conquest of the Great Ocean. They seem to be using the great ship to block off a harbor. Yeah, I'd guess it's a seat of government, too. You were telling me about Khmi. After learning what he could by circling above the map of Kazin, he hovered above the great ship. Aircraft rose and attacked him with explosive missiles. Khmi allowed this, and the missiles did no harm. Then Khmi destroyed 4 aircraft. The rest continued the attack until weapons and fuel were exhausted. When they returned to the ship, Khmi followed them down. The lander presently rests on a landing platform on the great ship's conning tower. The attack continues. Louis, is he seeking allies against me? If it's any comfort to you, he won't find anything that can go up against a General Products hull. They can't even hurt the lander. Long pause, then, perhaps you're right. The aircraft use hydrogen-burning jets and missiles propelled by chemical explosives. In any case, I must rescue you myself. You must expect the probe at dusk. Then what? There's still the rim wall. You told me stepping discs won't send through Skrith. I used the second probe to place a pair of stepping discs on the rim wall as a relay. If you say so. I'm in a building shaped like a top at the port-by-spinward perimeter. Set the probe to hover until we decide what to do with it. I'm not sure I want to leave yet. You must. But all the answers we need could be right here in the library. Have you made any progress? Bits and pieces. Everything Holler-La-Prila-Lar's people knew is somewhere in this building. I want to question the ghouls, too. They're scavengers, and they seem to be everywhere. You only learn to ask more questions. Very well, Louis. You have several hours. I will bring the lander to you at dusk. Chapter 22. Grand Theft. The cafeteria was halfway down the building. Louis gave thanks for a bit of luck. The city builders were omnivores. The meat and mushroom stew could have used salt, but it filled the vacuum in his belly. Nobody used enough salt, and all the seas were fresh water except for the great oceans. He might be the only hominid on the Ringworld who needed salt, and he couldn't live without it forever. He ate quickly. Time pressed on the back of his neck. The puppeteer was already skittish. Surprising that he hadn't already fled, leaving Louis and the renegade Khmi and the Ringworld to their similar fates. Louis could almost admire the puppeteer for waiting to rescue his press-ganged crewmen. But the puppeteer might change his mind when he saw the repair crew coming at him. Louis intended to be back aboard Needle before the hindmost turned his telescope in that direction. He went back to the upper rooms. The reading screens he tried all gave unreadable script and no pictures and no voice. Finally, at one of a bank of screens, his eye caught a familiar color. Harkaby Parolin? The librarian turned. Small flat nose, lips like a slash, bald scalp and a fine, delicate skull, long wavy white hair, and a nice flare to her hips and fine legs. In human terms, she'd have been about 40. City builders might age more slowly than human beings, or faster. Louis didn't know. Yes. There was a snap in her voice. Louis jumped. He said, I need a voice-programmed screen and a tape to tell me the characteristics of Skrith. She frowned. I don't know what you mean. Voice-programmed? I want the tape to read to me out loud. Harkaby Parolin stared, then laughed. She tried to strangle the laugh and couldn't, and it was too late anyway. They were the center of attention. There is no such thing. There never has been. She tried to whisper, but the giggle bubbled up and made her voice louder than she wanted. Why, can't you read? Blood and tongue! Louis felt the heat rising in his ears and neck. Literacy was admirable, of course, and everybody learned to read sooner or later, at least in Interworld. But it was no life-or-death matter. Every world had voice boxes. Why, without a voice box, his translator would have nothing to work with. I need more help than I thought. I need someone to read to me. You need more than you paid for. Have your master renegotiate. Louis wasn't prepared to risk bribing this embarrassed and hostile woman. Will you help me find the tapes I need? You've paid for that. You've even bought the right to interrupt my own researches. Tell me just what you want, she said briskly. She tapped at keys, and pages of strange script jumped on her screen. Characteristics of Skrith? Here's a physics text. There are chapters on the structure and dynamics of the world, including one on Skrith. It may be too advanced for you. That and a basic physics text. She looked dubious. All right. She tapped more keys. An old tape for engineering students on the construction of the Rim transport system. Historical interest only, but it might tell you something. I want it. Did your people ever go under the world? Harkaby Parolin drew herself up. I'm sure we must have. We ruled the world and the stars with machines that would make the machine people worship us if we had them now. She played with the keyboard again. But we have no record of that event. What do you want with all this? I don't quite know yet. Can you help me trace the origin of the old immortality drug? Harkaby Parolin laughed, softly this time. I don't think you can carry that many book spools. Those who made the drug never told their secret. Those who wrote books never found it. I can give you religious spools, police records, confidence games, records of expeditions to various parts of the world. Here's the tale of an immortal vampire who haunted the grass giants for 1,000 phalans, growing uncomfortably cunning with the years until... No, his hoard of the drug was never found. No? Let me see. Katistek building joined the 10 because the other buildings ran out of the drug before Katistek did. A fascinating lesson in politics. No, forget it. Do you know anything about the Great Ocean? There are two great oceans, she informed him. They are easy to pick out on the arch at night. Some of the old stories say the immortality drug came from the anti-spinward ocean. Uh-huh. Harkeby Parolin smirked. The small mouth could look prissy. You are naive. One can pick out just two features on the arch with the naked eye. If anything valuable came from far away and comes no more, somebody will say that it came from one of the great oceans. Who can deny it, or offer another origin? Louis sighed. You're probably right. Louis Wu, how can these questions possibly be connected? Maybe they can't. She got the spools he'd requested, and another, a book for children, Tales of the Great Ocean. I can't think what you'll do with these. You won't steal them. You'll be searched when you leave, and you can't carry a reading machine with you. Thank you for your help. He needed someone to read to him. He didn't have the nerve to ask random strangers. Perhaps a non-random stranger? There had been a ghoul in one of these rooms. If ghouls in the Shadow Farm knew of Louis Wu, perhaps this one did too. But the ghoul was gone, leaving only her scent. Louis dropped into a chair in front of a reading screen and closed his eyes. The useless spools bulged in two of his vest pockets. I'm not licked yet, he thought. Maybe I can find the boy again. Maybe I can get Fortara Lisp-Liar to read to me, or to send someone. It'll cost more, of course. Everything always costs more, and takes longer. The reading machine was a big, clumsy thing moored to the wall by a thick cable. The manufacturer certainly hadn't had superconducting wire. Louis threaded a spool into it and glared at the meaningless script. The screen's definition was poor, and there was no place for a speaker grid. Harkeby Parolin had told the truth. I don't have time for this. Louis stood up. He had no choices left. The roof of the library was an extensive garden. Walks spiraled out from the center, from the top of the spiral stairs. Giant nectar-producing flowers grew in the rich black soil between the walks. There were small, dark green cornucopias with tiny blue flowers in the mouths, and a patch of weenie plant in which most of the sausages had split to give birth to golden blossoms and trees that dropped festoons of greenish-yellow spaghetti. The couples on the scattered benches gave Louis his privacy. He saw a good many blue-robed librarians and a tall male librarian escorting a noisy group of hanging people tourists. Nobody had the look of a guard. No ramps led away from the library roof. There was nothing to guard unless a thief could fly. Louis intended a poor return for the hospitality he'd been given. True, he'd bought that hospitality, but it bothered him. The water condenser rose from the roof's edge like a sculptured triangular sail. It drained into a crescent-shaped pond. The pond seethed with city-builder children. Louis heard his name, Louis Wu, and turned in time to catch an inflated ball against his chest. The brown-haired boy he'd met in the map room clapped and shouted for the ball's return. Louis dithered. Warn him to leave the roof? The roof would soon be a dangerous place, but the kid was bright. He might be bright enough to see the implications and call for guards. Louis threw the wet ball back at him and waved and moved away. If only he could think of a way to clear the roof entirely. There were no guardrails at the edge of the roof. Louis walked with care. Presently he circled a clump of small trees whose trunks seemed to have been wrung like washcloths, and found himself in a place of reasonable privacy. There he used his translator. Hindmost? Speaking. Khmi is still under attack. He has retaliated once, by melting one of the great ship's large swiveling projectile launchers. I cannot guess at his motives. He's probably letting them see how good his defenses are. Then he'll deal. What will he deal for? Even he doesn't know that yet. I doubt they can do much for him except introduce him to a female or three. Hindmost, there's no way I can do any research here. I can't read the screens. I've got too much material anyway. It'd take me a week. What might Khmi accomplish in a week? I dare not stay to find out. Yeah. What I've got is some reading spools. They'll tell us most of what we want to know, if we can read them. Can you do anything with them? I think it unlikely. Can you furnish me with one of their reading machines? With that, I could play the tapes on the screen and photograph them for Needle's computer. They're heavy. They've got thick cables that... Cut the cables. Louis sighed. Okay. Then what? Already I can see the floating city through the probe camera. I will guide the probe to you. You must remove the deuterium filter to expose the stepping disk. Have you a grippy? I don't have any tools at all. What I've got is a flashlight laser. You tell me where to slice. I hope this is worth losing half my fuel source. Very well. If you can secure a reading machine, and if it will pass through the opening to the stepping disk, well and good. Otherwise, bring the tapes. Perhaps there is something I can do. Louis stood at the rim of the library roof and looked down past his toes into the textured dusk of the shadow farm. At the shadow's edge was noonday light. Rectangle-patterned farmland ran away from him. The Serpent River curled away to port and disappeared among low mountains. Beyond the mountains were seas, flatlands, a tiny mountain range, tinier seas, all bluing with distance. And finally the arch rising up and up. Half hypnotized, Louis waited beneath the bright sky. There was nothing else to be done. He was barely aware of time passing. The probe came out of the sky on a breath of blue flame. Where the nearly invisible fire touched the rooftop, the plants and soil became an orange inferno. Small hanging people and blue-robed librarians and wet children ran screaming for the stairwell. The probe settled into the flame and toppled on its side, slowed by attitude jets. There were tiny jets all around the upper rim and the big jet underneath. It was 20 feet long and 10 feet thick, a cylinder made lumpy by cameras and other instruments. Louis waited until the fires had mostly gone out. Then he waded through coals to the probe. The roof was empty, as far as he could tell, empty even of bodies, no dead. Good. The voice of his translator guided him as he cut away the thick molecular sieve in the top of the probe. Presently, he had exposed a stepping disk. He asked, "Now what?" "I've reversed the action of the stepping disk in the other probe and removed the filter. Can you get a reading machine?" "I'll try. I don't like any of this." "In 2 years it won't matter. I give you 30 minutes. Then come, bringing whatever you have." A score of blue-robed librarians had almost decided to come after him when Louis appeared in the stairwell. His hood was pulled over his face. The bits of heavy metal they fired at him bounced from his impact armor, and he came on in a jerky step-stop-step walk. The fusillade slowed and stopped. They retreated before him. When they had gone far enough, Louis sliced through the top of the stairway below him. The spiral staircase had been moored only at top and bottom. Now it compressed like a spring, ripping side ramps from door sills. Librarians hung on for dear life. Louis had the top 2 floors to himself. And when he turned to the nearest reading room, Harkaby Parolin was blocking his path with an axe in her hands. "Once again, I need your help," Louis said. She swung. Louis caught the axe as it rebounded from the join of his neck and shoulder. She thrashed, trying to wrench it from his grip. "Watch," he said. He waved the laser beam through the cable that fed a reading machine. The cable spurted flame and fell apart, sparking. Harkaby Parolin screamed. "Liar Building will pay dearly for this." "That can't be helped. I want you to help me carry a reading machine up to the roof. I thought I was going to have to cut through a wall. This is better." "I won't." Louis waved the light through a reading machine. It burned after falling apart. The smell was horrible. "Say when." "Vampire lover." The machine was heavy, and Louis wasn't about to let go of the laser. He backed up the stairs. Most of the weight was in Harkaby Parolin's arms. He told her, "If we drop it, we'll have to go back for another one." "Idiot. You've already—" ruined the cable." He didn't answer.
"Why are you doing this?"
"I'm trying to save the world from brushing against its sun." She almost dropped it then.
But the motors, they're all back in place."
"So you already knew that much?" "It's too little too late. Most of your spaceships never came back. There aren't enough motors. Keep moving." As they reached the roof, the probe lifted and settled beside them on attitude jets. They set the machine down. It wasn't going to fit. Louis gritted his teeth and sliced the screen free of the rest of the machine. Now it would fit. Harkeby Parolin just looked at him. She was too exhausted to comment. The screen went into the gap where the molecular filter had been and vanished. What remained, the guts of the machine, was much heavier. Louis managed to heave one end into the gap. He lay down on his back and used his legs to push it inward until it, too, vanished. "Liar Building had nothing to do with this," he told the librarian. "They didn't know what I had in mind. Here." He dropped a swatch of dull black cloth beside her. "Liar Building can tell you how to fix water condensers and other old machines with this. You can make the whole city independent of the machine people." She watched him with eyes full of horror. It was hard to tell if she heard. He eased himself feet first into the probe, and out head first into Needle's cargo hold. Part 3. Chapter 23. The Final Offer. He was in a great echoing glass bottle in near darkness. Twilight-shrouded, half-dismantled spacecraft showed through the transparent walls. The probe had been returned to clamps on the back wall of the cargo hold, 8 feet off the gray-painted floor. And Louis nestled in the probe, in the gap where the deuterium filter had been, like an egg in an egg cup. Louis swung out, hung by his hands, and dropped. He was tired to the bone. One last complication now, and then he could rest. Safety was just the other side of an impenetrable wall. He could see the sleeping plates. "Good," the hindmost's voice spoke from somewhere near the ceiling. "He's at the reading screen. I expected nothing so bulky." "Did you have to chop it in half?" "Yeah." He had also dropped the components 8 feet to the floor. Fortunately, puppeteers were good with tools. "I hope you've got a set of stepping discs in here." "I anticipated emergencies." Glanced toward the forward left. "Louis!" A moan of unearthly terror rose behind him. Louis spun around. Harkeby Parolin was nestled in the probe, where Louis had been a moment ago. Her hands strangled the stock of a projectile weapon. Her lips were skinned back from her teeth. Her eyes could not find rest. They flicked up, down, left, right, and found no comfort anywhere. The hindmost spoke in a monotone. "Louis, who is this that invades my spacecraft? Is it dangerous?" "No, relax. It's just a confused librarian." "Harkeby Parolin, go back." Her keening rose in pitch. Suddenly she wailed. "I know this place. I've seen it in the map room. It's the Starship Haven, outside the world. Louis Wu, what are you?" Louis pointed the flashlight laser at her. "Go back." "No! You've wrecked the stolen library property. But if the world is threatened, I want to help." "Help how, you crazy woman? Look, you go back to the library. Find out where the immortality drug came from before the fall of the cities. That's the place we're looking for. If there's any way to move the world without the big motors, that's where we'll find the controls." She shook her head. "I don't... How can you know that?" "It's their home base. The Ringworld Engineers had to have certain plants growing somewhere close. Tanj. I'm guessing. I'm only guessing. Tanj, damn it." Louis held his head. It was throbbing like a big drum. "I didn't ask for any of this. I was kidnapped." Harkeby Parolin swung herself out from the probe and dropped. Her coarse blue robe was damp with sweat. She looked a good deal like
Holler laprilalar. I can help. I can read to you.
We've got a machine for that. She came closer. The weapon drooped as if forgotten.
We did it to ourselves, didn't we? My people took the world's steering motors for our starships. Can I help set that right?
The hindmost said,
Louis, the woman cannot return. The stepping disk in the first probe is still a transmitter. Is that a weapon in her hands?
Harkaby Parolin, give me that. She did. Louis held the projectile weapon awkwardly. It looked to be of machine people make. The hindmost told him,
Carry it to the forward left corner of the cargo bay. The transmitter is there.
I don't see it.
I painted it over. Set the weapon in the corner and step back. Woman, hold your place.
Louis obeyed. The gun disappeared.
Louis almost missed a flick of motion beyond the hull as the weapon dropped onto the spaceport ledge. The hindmost had set a stepping disk receiver on the outside of the hull. Louis marveled. There were elements of Renaissance Italy in the puppeteer's paranoia. Good. Next, Louis, another.
A brown-fuzzed scalp poked out of the probe.
It was the boy from the map room,
stark naked and dripping wet, and on the verge of toppling out as he stretched to look about him. His eyes were big with wonder. He was just the right age for confrontation with magic. Louis bellowed, Hindmost, turn off those stepping disks now.
I have. I should have earlier. Who is this?
A librarian child. He's got a 6-syllable name and I can't remember it.
Kawaresk Senjajak,
the boy shouted, smiling.
Where are we, Louis Wu? What are we doing here?
Finnegal only knows.
Louis, I will not have these aliens on my ship.
If you're thinking of spacing them, forget it. I won't allow it.
Then they must stay in the cargo hold, and so will you. I think you planned this, you and Khmi. I should never have trusted either of you.
You never did.
Repeat, please.
We'll starve in here.
There was a longish pause.
Kawaresk Sen Jajok dropped lithely from the probe. He and Harkaby Parolin engaged in furious whispering.
You may return to your cell, the hindmost said suddenly. They may stay here. I will leave a stepping disk link open so that you may feed them. This may work out very well.
How?
Louis, it is good that some Ringworld natives survive. The Ringworlders weren't close enough to hear Louis's translator. He said,
You're not thinking of giving up now, are you? What's in these tapes could take us straight to the magic transmutation device.
Yes, Louis. And the wealth from the maps of several worlds may be in Khmi's hands right now. We may count on distance to protect us for 2 or 3 days, no more. We must go soon.
The natives looked around at Louis's approach. He said, Harkaby Parolin, help me carry the reading machine. 10 minutes later, the spools and the reading machine and the severed screen were with the hindmost on the flight deck. Harkaby Parolin and Kawaresk Sen Jajok awaited further orders. You'll have to stay here for a bit, Louis told them. I don't know just what's going to happen. I'll send you food and bedding. Trust me. He could feel the guilt in his face as he turned quickly and stepped into the corner. A moment later, he was back in his cell. Pressure suit, vest, and all. Louis stripped himself and dialed for a set of informal pajamas. Already he felt better. He was tired, but Harkaby Parolin and Kawaresk Sen Jajok had to be provided for. The kitchen would not give him blankets. He dialed for 4 voluminous hooded ponchos and sent them through the stepping disks. He reached back into his memory. What did Holler Loprilalar like to eat? She was an omnivore, but she preferred fresh foods. He chose provisions for them. Through the wall he watched their dubious expressions as they examined it.
He dialed for walnuts and a pedigreed burgundy for himself. Munching and sipping, he activated the sleeping field, tumbled into it, and stretched out in free fall to think. Liar Building would pay for his banditry. Had Harkaby Parlin left the superconductor cloth behind in the library to help pay for the damage? He didn't even know that. What was Voliver Gillen doing now? Frightened for her whole species, for her whole world, and with no way to do anything about it, courtesy of Louis Wu. The woman and boy in the cargo hold must be just as frightened, and if Louis Wu died in the next few hours, they would not survive him long. It was all part of the price. His own life was on the line, too. Step 1. Get the flashlight laser aboard Needle. Done. Step 2. Could the Ringworld be moved back into position? In the next few hours, he might prove that it was not possible. It would depend on the magnetic properties of Skrith. If the Ringworld could not be saved, then flee. If the Ringworld could be saved, then... Step 3. Make a decision. Was it possible for Khmi and Louis Wu to return alive to known space? If not, then... Step 4. Mutiny. He should have left that patch of superconductor cloth in Liar Building itself. He should have reminded the hindmost to disconnect the probe's stepping discs. The fact was that Louis Wu had been making some poor decisions lately. It bothered him. His next moves were going to be savagely important. But for the moment, he would steal a few hours' sleep to match his other thefts. Voices, dimly heard. Louis stirred and turned in free fall and looked about him. Beyond the aft wall, Harkaby Parlin and Kararesk Senjajok were in animated conversation with the ceiling. To Louis it was gibberish. He didn't have his translator. But the city builders were pointing into a rectangular hologram floating outside the hull, blocking part of the spaceport ledge. Through that window, Louis could see the sunlit courtyard of a greystone castle, rough-hewn stone in big masses, lots of right angles. The only windows were vertical arrow slits. Some kind of ivy was crawling up one of the walls. Luxuriant pale yellow ivy with scarlet veins. Louis pushed himself out of the field. The puppeteer was at his bench on the flight deck. Today his mane was a cloudy, phosphorescent glow. He turned one head at Louis's approach. "Louis, I trust you are rested?" "Yeah, and I needed it, too. Any progress?" "I was able to repair the reading machine. Needle's computer doesn't know enough of the city builder tongue to read tapes about physics. I hope to pick up a vocabulary by talking to the natives." "How much longer? I've got some questions about the Ringworld's general design." Could the Ringworld floor, the whole 600 million square miles of it, be used to manipulate the Ringworld's position electromagnetically? If he could know for sure. 10 to 20 hours, I think. We all need to rest occasionally. Too long, Louis thought, with the repair crew coming down their throats. Too bad. "Where's the picture coming from? The lander?" "Yes." "Can we get a message to Khmi?" "No." "Why not? He must be carrying his translator." "I made the mistake of turning the translator function off by way of coercion. He isn't carrying it." "What happened?" Louis asked. "What's he doing in a medieval castle?" The hindmost said, "It has been 20 hours since Khmi reached the map of Kazin. I have told you how he made his reconnaissance flight, how he allowed Kzinti aircraft to attack him, how he landed on the great ship and waited while they continued their attacks. The attacks lasted some 6 hours before Khmi himself broke off and flew elsewhere. I wish I understood what he hoped to gain, Louis." "I don't know either, really. Go on." "The aircraft followed him some way, then turned back. Khmi continued to search. He found a stretch of wilderness with a small, walled stone castle on the highest peak. He landed in the courtyard. He was attacked, of course, but the defenders had nothing but swords and bows and the like. When they were well assembled around the lander, he sprayed them with stun cannon. Then he— "Hold it." A Kazin sprinted out of one of the rounded arches and across the gray flagstones, moving toward the hologram window at a four-legged dead run. It had to be Khmi. He was wearing impact armor. An arrow protruded from his eye, a long wooden arrow with papery leaves for feathering. Another Kazenti ran behind him, waving swords and maces. Arrows fell from the slit windows and glanced from his impact armor. As Khmi reached the lander's airlock, a thread of light lashed from a window. The laser beam chewed flame from the flagstones, then focused on the lander. Khmi had disappeared. The beam held, then snuffed out as the slit window exploded in red and white flame. "Careless," the hindmost murmured. "Giving such a weapon to enemies?" His other mouth nibbled at the controls. He switched to an inside camera. Louis watched Khmi lock the airlock, then stagger toward the autodock, struggling to take off his impact armor, dropping it as he moved. The Kazin's leg was gashed beneath the armor. He heaved the lid of the autodock up and more or less fell inside. "Tanj, he hasn't turned the monitors on. Hindmost, we've got to help him." "How, Louis?" "If you tried to reach him via stepping discs, you would be heated to fusion temperatures. Between your velocity and the lander's— "Yeah!" The great ocean was 35 degrees around the curve of the Ringworld. The kinetic energy difference would be enough to blast a city. There was no way to help. Khmi lay bleeding. Suddenly he cried out. He half turned over. His thick fingers stabbed at the autodock's keyboard. He heaved himself on his back, reached up, and pulled the cover closed. "Good enough," Louis said. The arrow had entered the socket at a sharp outward angle. It might have missed destroying brain tissue, or it might not. He was careless, all right. "Okay, go on." Khmi used stun cannon to irradiate the entire castle. Then he spent 3 hours loading unconscious Kazinti onto repulsor platforms and taking them outside. He barred the gates. He went away into the castle. For 9 hours I saw nothing of him. Why are you grinning? He didn't take any females outside, did he? No. I think I see. He was Tanj lucky to get his armor on fast enough. He got that slash on his leg before he finished. It does seem that Khmi is no threat to me. He'd be in the dock 20 to 40 hours, Louis estimated. Now it was Louis Wu's decision alone. There's something we ought to discuss with him, but I guess there's no help for it. Hindmost, please record the following conversation. Send it to the lander on a looped tape. I want it in Khmi's ears when he wakes up. The puppeteer reached behind him. He seemed to chew at the control panel. Done. What is it we are to discuss? Khmi and I haven't been able to make ourselves believe that you'll take us back to known space, or even that you can. The puppeteer peered at him from 2 directions. His flat head spread wide, giving him maximum binocular effect, the better to study his dubious ally and possible enemy. He asked, Why should I not, Louis? First, we know too much. Second, you don't have any reason to go back to any world in known space. With or without the magic transmuter, the place you want to be is the Fleet of Worlds. Muscles in the puppeteer's hindquarters flexed restlessly. That was the leg a puppeteer fought with. Turn your back on the enemy, zero in with wide-spaced eyes, kick. He said, Would that be so bad? It might be better than staying here, Louis conceded. What did you have in mind? We can make your lives very comfortable. You know that we have the Kazinti longevity drug. We can supply booster spice, too. There is room in Needle for hominid and Kazinti females, and in fact, we have a city builder female aboard. You would travel in stasis, so crowding is not a problem. You and your entourage may settle on one of the 4 farming worlds of the fleet. You would virtually own it.
What if we got bored with the pastoral life?
Nonsense. You would have access to the libraries of the homeworld, access to knowledge humanity has wondered about since first we revealed ourselves. The fleet is moving through space at nearly light speed, eventually to reach the clouds of Magellan. With us, you will escape the galactic core explosion. Likely, we will need you to explore interesting territories ahead of our path.
You mean dangerous?
What else would I mean?
Louis was more tempted than he would have expected. How would Khmi take such an offer? Vengeance postponed? A chance to damage the puppeteer homeworld in some indefinite future? Or simple cowardice? He asked, "Is this offer contingent on our finding a magic transmuter?"
No. Your talents are needed regardless. However, any promise I make now would be more easily carried out under an experimentalist regime. Conservatives might not recognize your value, let alone Khmi's.
That was nicely phrased, Louis conceded. Speaking of Khmi,
the Kazin has defected, but I leave my offer open to him. He has found Khazinti females to save. Perhaps you can persuade him.
I wonder.
And after all, you may see your world again. In 1,000 years, known space may have forgotten the puppeteers. Mere decades will have passed for you, falling near light speed with the fleet of worlds.
I want time to think it over. I'll put it to Khmi when I get the chance. Louis glanced behind him. The city builders were watching him. It was a pity he couldn't consult them, because he was deciding their fate, too. But he had decided. "What I'd like to do next," he said, "is move on to the great ocean. We could come up through Fist of God Mountain and go slowly enough.
I have no intention of moving the needle at all. There may be threats other than the meteor defense, and surely it is enough."
"I'll bet I can change your mind. Do you remember finding a rig for hoisting the Bussard ramjets on the rim wall? Have a look at that rig now." For a moment the puppeteer remained frozen. Then he whirled and was out of sight behind the opaque wall of his quarters. And that ought to keep him busy long enough. At his leisure, Louis Wu moved to his pile of discarded clothing and equipment. He fished the flashlight laser out of his vest. Step 4 coming up. A pity his auto dock was in the lander, 100 million miles out of reach. He might need it soon. There was certainly flare shielding on the outer hull of Needle. Every ship had that, at least on the windows. Under the impact of too much light, flare shielding became a mirror, and maybe saved the pilot's eyesight. It stopped solar flares, and it stopped lasers. If the hindmost had set impervious walls between himself and his captive crew, surely he would have coated the entire flight deck with shielding. But what about the floor? Louis knelt. The hyperdrive motor ran the whole length of the ship. It was bronze-colored, with some copper and hull metal. Puppeteer machinery with all angles rounded. It looked half-melted already. Louis angled the flashlight laser into it and fired through the transparent floor. Light glared back from the bronze surface. Metal vapor spewed. Liquid metal ran. Louis let the beam chew deep, then played it around, burning or melting anything that looked interesting. A pity he'd never studied hyperdrive system engineering. The laser grew warm in his hand. He'd been at this for some minutes. He shifted the beam to one of the 6 mountings that held the motor suspended in its vacuum chamber. It didn't melt. It softened and settled. He attacked another. The motor's great mass sagged and twisted. The narrow beam flickered, strobe-like, then faded. Battery dead. Louis tossed the flashlight laser away from him, remembering that the puppeteer could make it explode in his hand. He strolled to the forward wall of his cage. The puppeteer wasn't inside. But presently,
Louis heard the sound of a steam calliope dying in agony. The puppeteer trotted around the opaque green section and stood facing him. Muscles quivered beneath his skin. "Come," said Louis Wu. "Let us reason together." Without haste, the puppeteer tucked both heads beneath his forelegs and let his legs fold under him. Chapter 24. Counter-Proposal. Louis Wu woke clear-headed and hungry. For a few minutes he rested, savoring free fall. Then he reached out and killed the field. His watch said he'd slept 7 hours. Needle's guests were sleeping beneath one of the tremendous clamps that had held the lander in place during flight. The white-haired woman slept restlessly, tangled in her ponchos, with one bare leg sticking out. The brown-haired boy slept like a baby. There was no way to wake them, and no point. The wall wouldn't carry sound, and the translator didn't work. And the stepping disc link would carry no more than a few pounds. Had the puppeteer really expected some kind of complex conspiracy? Louis smiled. His mutiny had been simplicity itself. He dialed a toasted cheese hand meal, and ate while he padded to the forward wall of his cell. In response, the hindmost was a smooth egg shape, covered in hide with a cloud of white hair tufting the big end. His legs and his heads were hidden beneath him. He hadn't moved in 7 hours. Louis had seen Nessus do that. It was a puppeteer's response to shock, to tuck himself into his navel and make the universe disappear. Well and good, but 9 hours seemed excessive. If the puppeteer had been driven into catatonia by Louis's shock treatment, that could be the end of everything. The puppeteer's ears were in his heads. Louis's words must carry through a thickness of meat and bone. He shouted, "Let me offer you several points to ponder." The puppeteer did not respond. Louis raised his voice in soliloquy. "This structure is sliding into its sun. There are things we can do about that, but we can't do any of them while you contemplate your navel. Nobody but you can control any of Needle's instruments, sensors, drives, etc., and that's just the way you planned it. So, every minute you spend imitating a footstool, you and I and Khmi come 1 minute closer to an opportunity no astrophysicist could resist." He finished his hand meal while he waited. Puppeteers were superb linguists in any number of alien languages. Would a puppeteer respond to a narrative hook? And in fact the hindmost exposed one head far enough to ask, "What opportunity?" "The chance to study sunspots from underneath." The head withdrew under the puppeteer's belly. Louis bellowed, "The repair team is coming." Head and neck reappeared and bellowed in response, "What have you done to us? What have you done to me, to yourself, to 2 natives who might have fled the fire? Did you have thought for anything besides mere vandalism?" "I did. You said it once. Some day we must decide who rules this expedition." "This is the day," said Louis Wu. "Let me tell you why you should be taking my orders. I never guessed that a wirehead would lust for mere power." "Make that point 1. I'm better at guessing than you are." "Proceed." "We're not leaving here. Even the fleet of worlds is out of reach at slower than light speeds. If the Ringworld goes, we all go. We've got to put it back in position somehow. Third point, the Ringworld Engineers have been dead for at least 250,000 years," Louis said carefully. Khmi would say a couple of million. The hominids couldn't have mutated and evolved while the Ringworld Engineers were alive. They wouldn't have allowed it. They were pack protectors. Louis had expected horror or terror or surprise. The puppeteer showed only resignation. "Xenophobes," he said. "Vicious and hardy and very intelligent." He must have suspected. "My ancestors," said Louis. They built the Ringworld, and they built whatever system is supposed to hold it in place. Which of us has a better chance of thinking like a pack protector? One of us has to try. These arguments would mean nothing if you had left us the chance to run. Louis, I trusted you. I wouldn't like to think you were that stupid. We didn't volunteer for this expedition. Kzinti and humans, we make poor slaves. Did you have a fourth argument? Louis grimaced. He is disappointed in me. He wants to force you to his will. If I can tell him you are taking my orders, he'll be impressed. And we need him. We do, yes. He may think more like a pack protector than you do. Well? Your orders? Louis told him. Harkaby Perlin had rolled over and was on her feet before she saw Louis stepping out of the corner. Then she gasped, crouched, and disappeared into the ponchos. A lumpy poncho slithered toward a discarded blue robe. Peculiar behavior. City builders with a nudity taboo? Should Louis have worn clothing? He did what he considered tactful. He turned his back on her and joined the boy. The boy was at the wall, looking out at the great dismembered starships. The poncho he wore was too big for him. Louis Wu? He asked. Were those our ships? Yeah. The boy smiled. Did your people build ships that big? Louis tried to remember. The slow boats were almost that size. We needed very big ships before we broke the lightspeed barrier. Is this one of your ships? Can it travel faster than light? It could once. Not anymore. I think the number 4 General Products hulls were even bigger than yours, but we didn't build those. They were puppeteer ships. That was the puppeteer we were talking to yesterday, wasn't it? He asked about you. We couldn't tell him much. Harkaby Perlin had come to join them. She had recovered her composure with her blue librarian's robe. She asked, Has our status changed, Louis Wu? We were told that you would not be allowed to visit us. It was an effort for her to look him in the face. I've taken command, Louis said. So easily? I paid a price. The boy's voice cut in. Louis Wu, we're moving. It's all right. Can you make it darker in here? Louis shouted the lights out. Immediately he felt more comfortable. The dark hid his nakedness. Harkaby Perlin's attitude was contagious. Hot needle of inquiry lifted 12 feet above the spaceport ledge. Quickly, almost furtively, with no display of pyrotechnics, the ship drifted to the edge of the world and off. Where are we going? The woman demanded. Under the world. We'll end up at the great ocean. There was no sensation of falling, but the spaceport ledge was falling silently upward. The hindmost let them drop several miles before he activated the thrusters. Needle decelerated and began edging beneath the Ringworld. The edge of blackness slid across to become the sky. Below was a sea of stars, brighter than anything a Ringworld native could have seen through depths of air and scattered archlight. But the sky was essence of black. The Ringworld's sheath of foamed skrith reflected no starlight. Louis still felt uncomfortable in his nudity. I'm going back to my room, he said. Why don't you join me? There's food and a change of clothing, and better beds if you want them. Harkaby Perlin flicked into existence last in line on the stepping disc, and flinched violently. Louis laughed aloud. She tried to glare at him, but her eyes shied away. Naked. Louis dialed for a falling jumper and covered himself. Better? Yes, better. Do you think I am foolish? No, I think you don't have climate control. You can't go naked most places, so it looks strange to you. I could be wrong. You could be right, she said, surprised. You slept on a hard deck last night. Try the waterbed. It's big enough for both of you and a couple more, and Khmi isn't using it right now. Kawaresk-Senjajok flung himself bodily onto the fur-covered waterbed. He bounced, and waves surged outward beneath the fur. "Louie Woo, I like it. It's like swimming, but dry." Stiff-backed with distrust, Harkby Perlin sat down on the uneasy surface. Dubiously, she asked, "Khmi?" 8 feet tall and covered with orange fur. He's on a mission in the great ocean. We're going to get him now. You may talk him into sharing with you." The boy laughed. The woman said, "Your friend must find another playmate. I do not indulge in Reshatra." Louis chortled. The underside of his mind thought, "Tanj. Khmi's stranger than you think. He's as likely to want Reshatra with a weenie plant. You'd be quite safe unless he wants the whole bed, which is possible. Be careful never to shake him awake. Or you can try the sleeping plates." "Do you use the sleeping plates?" "Yes." He guessed at the meaning of her expression. "The field can be set to keep 2 bodies apart." Tanj, did the boy's presence inhibit her? She said, "Louis Woo, we have inflicted ourselves on you in the middle of your mission. Did you come simply to steal knowledge?" The correct answer would have been yes. Louis's answer was at least true. "We're here to save the Ringworld." Thoughtfully, she said, "But how can I—" And then she was staring past Louis's shoulder. The hindmost waited beyond the forward wall, and he was glorious. Now his claws were tipped with silver, and he wore his mane in gold and silver strands. The short, pale hair over the rest of his body had been brushed to a glow. "Harkby Perlin, Kawaresk-Senjajok, be welcome," he sang. "Your aid is urgently needed. We have traveled a vast distance between the stars in hope of saving your peoples and your world from a fiery death." Louis swallowed laughter. Fortunately, his guests had eyes only for the Pearsons' puppeteer. "Where are you from?" the boy demanded of the puppeteer. "What is it like?" The puppeteer tried to tell them. He spoke of worlds falling through space at near light speed, 5 worlds arrayed in a pentagon, a Kempler rosette. Artificial suns circled 4 to grow food for the population of the 5th. The 5th world glowed only by the light of its streets and buildings. Continents blazed yellow-white, oceans dark. Isolated, brilliant stars surrounded by mist were factories floating on the sea, their waste heat boiling the water. Waste industrial heat alone kept the world from freezing. The boy forgot to breathe as he listened, but the librarian spoke softly to herself. "He must come from the stars. He is shaped like no living thing known anywhere." The puppeteer spoke of crowded streets, tremendous buildings, parks that were the last refuge of a world's native life. He spoke of stepping disc arrays whereby one could walk around the world in minutes. Harkby Perlin shook her head violently. Her voice rose. "Please, we do not have time. I'm sorry, Kawa. We want to hear more. We need to know more. But the world? The sun? Louis, I never should have doubted you. What can we do to help?" The hindmost said, "Read to me." Kawaresk-Senjajok lay on his back, watching the back of the world roll past him. Needle ran beneath a featureless black roof in which the hindmost had set 2 hologram windows. One wide rectangle showed a light-amplified view. The other examined the Ringworld's underside by infrared light. In infrared, the underside of day still glowed brighter than night-shadowed land, and rivers and seas were dark by day and light by night. "Like the back of a mask, see?" Louis kept his voice down to avoid interrupting Harkby Perlin. "That branching river chain. See how it stands out? The seas bulge too. And that line of dens, that's a whole mountain range." "Are your worlds like that?" "Oh, no. On one of my worlds, All that would be solid underneath, and the surface would be happening by accident. Here the world was sculpted. Look, the seas are all the same depth, and they're spaced out so there's enough water everywhere. Somebody carved the world like a bas-relief? Just like that. Louis Wu, that's scary. What were they like? They thought big, and they loved their children, and they looked like suits of armor. Louis decided not to say more about the protectors. The boy pointed. What's that? I don't know. It was a dimple in the Ringworld's underside, with fog in it. I think it's a meteor puncture. There'll be an ice storm above it. The reading screen was on the flight deck, facing Harkaby Parolin through the wall. The hindmost had repaired the damage and added a braided cable that led into the control panel. As Harkaby Parolin read aloud, the ship's computer was reading the tape and correlating it to her voice, and to its own stored knowledge of Holler Laprilalar's tongue. That tongue would have changed over the centuries, but not too much, not in a literate society. Hopefully the computer could take over soon. As for the hindmost, he had disappeared into the hidden section. The alien had suffered repeated shocks. Louis didn't begrudge him time off for hysterics. Needle continued to accelerate. Presently, the inverse landscape was speeding past almost too fast for detail, and Harkaby Parolin's voice was becoming throaty. Time for a lunch break, Louis decided. A problem emerged. Louis dialed filet mignon and baked potatoes, with brie and French bread to follow. The boy stared in horror. So did the woman, but at Louis Wu. I'm sorry. I forgot. I keep thinking of you as omnivores. Omnivores, yes. We eat plants and flesh both, the librarian said. But not decayed food. Don't get so upset. There's no bacteria involved. Properly aged steak, milk attacked by mold. Louis dumped their plates into the toilet and dialed again. Fruit crudité with a separate sour cream dip, which he dumped, and seafood, including sashimi. His guests had never seen saltwater fish before. They liked it, but it made them thirsty. And watching Louis eat made them unhappy. What was he supposed to do, starve? They might starve. Where would he get fresh red meat for them? Why, from Khmi's side of the auto kitchen, of course. Broil it with the laser on wide beam high intensity. He'd have to get the hindmost to recharge the laser. That might not be easy considering the last use to which he'd put it. Another problem? They might be consuming too much salt. Louis didn't know what to do about that. Maybe the hindmost could reset the auto kitchen controls. After lunch, Harkaby Parolin went back to her reading. By now the Ringworld was streaming past too fast for detail. Kawaresk Senjajok flicked restlessly from cell to cargo hold and back again. Louis, too, was restive. He should be studying, reviewing the records of the first voyage, or of Khmi's adventures to date on the map of Kazin. But the hindmost wasn't available. Gradually he became aware of another source of discomfort. He lusted after the librarian. He loved her voice. She'd been talking for hours, yet the lilt was still there. She told him that she sometimes read to blind children, children without sight. Louis got queasy just thinking about it. He liked her dignity and her courage. He liked the way the robe outlined her shape. And he'd glimpsed her nakedness. It had been years since Louis Wu had loved a strictly human woman. Harkaby Parolin came too close, and she wasn't having any. When the puppeteer finally rejoined them, Louis was glad of the distraction. They talked quietly in Interworld below the sound of Harkaby Parolin reading to the computer. Where did they come from, these amateur repairmen? Louis wondered. Who on the Ringworld would know enough to remount the attitude jets? Yet they don't seem to know that it's not enough. Let them alone, the hindmost said. Maybe they know it's not enough? Maybe the poor bleeders just can't think of anything else to do. And there's the question of where they got their equipment. It could have come from the repair center. We face enough complications now. Let them alone. For once, I think you're right. But I can't help wondering. Tela Brown got her schooling in human space. Big space-built structures are nothing new to her. She'd know what it meant when the sun started sliding around. Could Tela Brown have organized so large an effort? Maybe not. But Seeker would be with her. Was Seeker in your tapes? He was a Ringworld native, and maybe immortal. Tela found him. A little crazy, but he could have done the organizing. He was a king more than once, he said. Tela Brown was a failed experiment. We tried to breed a lucky human being, feeling that puppeteer associates would share the luck. Tela may or may not have been lucky, but her luck was surely not contagious. We do not want to meet Tela Brown. Louis shivered. No. Then we must avoid the attention of the repair crew. Add a postscript to the tape you're sending to Khmi, Louis said. Louis Wu rejects your offer of sanctuary on the Fleet of Worlds. Louis Wu has taken command of Hot Needle of Inquiry and has destroyed the hyperdrive motor. That should shake him up. It did that for me. Louis, my sensors will not penetrate Skrith. Your message will have to wait. How long until we reach him? About 40 hours. I have accelerated to 1,000 miles per second. At this velocity, it takes more than 5 gravities of acceleration to hold us in our path. We can take 30 gravities. You're being overcautious. I'm aware of your opinion. You don't take orders with a Tanj, Louis said. Either. Chapter 25. The Seeds of Empire. Beyond the curved ceiling, the Ringworld floor streamed past. It wasn't much of a view, not from 30,000 miles away, passing at 1,000 miles per second and cloaked in foam padding. Presently the boy fell asleep in the orange furs. Louis continued to watch. The alternative was to float here, wondering if he'd doomed them all. And finally the hindmost told the city builder woman, Enough. Louis tumbled off the shifting surface. Harkaby Parolin massaged her throat. They watched as the hindmost ran 4 stolen tapes through the reading machine. It took only a few minutes. This now becomes the computer's problem, the puppeteer said. I've programmed in the questions. If the answers are in the tapes, we'll have them in a few hours maximum. Louis, what if we don't like the answers? Let's hear the questions. Is there a history of repair activity on the Ringworld? If so, did repair machinery approach from any one source? Is repair more frequent in any given locale? Is any section of the Ringworld in better repair than the rest? Locate all references to pack-like beings. Does the style of armor vary with distance from a central point? What are the magnetic properties of the Ringworld floor and of Skrith in general? Good. Did I miss anything? Yeah. We want the most probable source of the immortality drug. It'll be the Great Ocean, but let's ask anyway. I will. Why the Great Ocean? Oh, partly because it's so visible, and partly because we've found one surviving sample of the immortality drug, and one only. Halurlaprilalar had it. We found her in the vicinity of the Great Ocean. And partly because we crashed there, Louis thought. The luck of Tela Brown distorts probability. Tela's luck could have brought us straight to the repair center that first time. Harkaby Parolin, can you think of anything we missed? Her voice was scratchy. I don't understand what you're doing. How to explain? Our machine remembers everything on your tapes. We tell it to search its memory for answers to given questions. Ask it how to save the Ringworld. We have to be more specific. The machine can remember and correlate and do sums, but it can't think for itself. It's not big enough. She shook her head. What if the answers are wrong? The hindmost persisted. We cannot flee. We try something else. I have thought about this. We must go into polar orbit around the sun to minimize the risk that a fragment of the disintegrating Ringworld will strike us. I will put Needle in stasis to wait for rescue. Rescue will not come, but the risk is better than what we face now. It could come to that, Louis thought. Fine. We've got a couple of years to try to find better odds. Less than that if... Shut up. The exhausted librarian dropped onto the waterbed. Imitation cousin fur surged and rippled under her. She held herself rigid for a moment, then cautiously let herself fall back. The fur continued to ripple. Presently the stiffness left her, and she let herself roll with the tide. Kawaresk-san Jajak murmured sleepy protest and turned over. The librarian looked most appealing. Louis resisted an urge to join her on the bed. How are you feeling? Tired, miserable. Will I ever see my home again? If the end comes, when it comes, I'd like to wait for it on the library roof. But the flowers will be dead by then, won't they? Scorched and frozen. Yeah. Louis was touched. Certainly he'd never see his own home again. I'll try to get you back. Right now you need sleep. And a back massage. No. Strange. Wasn't Harkaby Perlin one of the city builders, Halderlaprilalar's people, who had ruled the Ringworld largely through sex appeal? Sometimes it was difficult to remember that the individuals within an alien species could differ as thoroughly as humans did. He said, the library staff seemed more priests than professionals. Do you practice continence? While we work in the library, we are continent. But I was continent by choice. She rose on an elbow to look at him. We learn that all other species lust to do Wishathra with the city builders. Is that the case with you? He admitted it. I hope you can control it. He sighed. Oh, darned yes. I am 1,000 Phalans old. I've learned how to distract myself. How? Ordinarily, I'd go looking for another woman. The librarian didn't laugh. What if another woman is not available? Oh, exercise to exhaustion. Get drunk on fuel. Go on sabbatical off into interstellar space in a one-man ship. Find some other pleasure to indulge myself. Get involved in work. You should not be drunk, she said, and she was right. What pleasure might you try? The drought. A touch of current, and he wouldn't care if Harkaby Perlin turned to green slime before his eyes. Why should he care now? He didn't admire her. Well, maybe he did, a little. But she'd done her part. He could save the Ringworld or lose it without more help from her. You'll have your massage anyway, he said. He stepped wide around her to touch a control on the waterbed. Harkaby Perlin looked startled, then smiled and relaxed completely as the sonic vibrations in the water enfolded her. In a few minutes she was asleep. He set the unit to switch off in 20 minutes. Then he brooded. If he hadn't spent a year with Halderlaprilalar, he'd find Harkaby Perlin unsightly, with her bald head and knife-edged lips and small flat nose. But he had. He had hair where no city builder had hair. Was that it? Or the smell of his food on his breath? Or a social signal he didn't know? A man who had hijacked a starship, a man who had bet his life on the chance to rescue trillions of other lives, a man who had beaten the ultimate in drug habits, should not be bothered by so minor a distraction as an itch for a lovely roommate. A touch of the wire would give him the dispassionate clarity to see that. Yeah. Louis went to the forward wall. Hindmost. The puppeteer trotted into view. Run the records of the pack for me. Interviews and medical reports on Jack Brennan, studies of the alien's corpse, everything you've got. He'd try work. Louis Wu hovered in midair, in lotus position, with his loose clothing drifting around him. On a screen that floated motionless outside Needle's hull, a man long dead was lecturing on the origin of humanity. Protectors have precious little free will, he was saying. We're too intelligent not to see the right answers. Besides that, there are instincts. If a pack protector has no living children, he generally dies. He stops eating. Some protectors can generalize. They can find a way to do something for their whole species, and it keeps them alive. I think that was easier for me than it was for Spock. What did you find? What's the cause that keeps you eating? Warning you about pack protectors. Louis nodded, remembering the autopsy data on the alien. Spock's brain was bigger than a man's, but the swelling did not include the frontal lobes. Jack Brennan's head looked dented in the middle because of his human frontal development and the upward swelling of the back of the skull. Brennan's skin was deeply wrinkled, leathery armor. His joints were abnormally swollen. His lips and gums had fused into a hard beak. None of this seemed to bother the drastically altered belt miner. All the symptoms of old age are holdovers from the change from breeder to protector, he was telling a long-dead arm inquisitor. Skin thickens and wrinkles. It's supposed to get like this, hard enough to turn a knife. You lose your teeth to leave room for the gums to harden. Your heart can weaken because you're supposed to grow a second heart, two-chambered, in the groin. Brennan's voice was a rasp. Your joints are supposed to expand, to offer a larger moment arm for the muscles. Increased strength. But none of this works quite right without Tree of Life, and there hasn't been Tree of Life on Earth for 3 million... Louis jumped when fingers tugged at his jumper. Louis Wu? I'm hungry. Okay. He was tired of studying anyway. It wasn't telling him much that was useful. Harkaby Parlin was still asleep. The smell of meat broiling and flashlight laser beam woke her. Louis dialed fruits and cooked vegetables for them and showed them where to dump anything they didn't like. He took his own dinner into the cargo hold. It bothered him to have dependents, granted that both were Louis Wu's victims. But he couldn't even teach them to get their own meals. The settings were marked in Interworld and the hero's tongue. Was there any way to put them to work? Tomorrow. He'd think of something. The computer was beginning to deliver results. The hindmost was busy. When Louis got the puppeteer's attention for a moment, he asked for the records of Khmi's invasion of the castle. The castle occupied the peak of a rocky hill. Herds of pig-like beasts, yellow with an orange stripe, grazed the yellow grass veldt below. The lander circled about the castle, then settled into the courtyard in a cloud of arrows. Nothing happened for several minutes. Then orange blurred from several arched doorways at once, too fast to see. They stopped, flattened like rugs and clutching weapons against the base of the lander. They were Kzinti, but they seemed distorted. There had been divergence over 250,000 years. Harkaby Parlin spoke at Louis's shoulder. Are these your companions, kind? Close enough. They seem a little shorter and a little darker, and The lower jaw seems more massive.
He abandoned you. Why don't you leave him?
Louis laughed. Why? To get you a bed? We were in battle conditions when I let a vampire seduce me. He was disgusted. As far as Khmi knows, I abandoned him.
No man or woman can resist a vampire.
Khmi's not a man. He couldn't possibly want Rishathra with a vampire, or with any hominid. Now more of the great orange cats sprinted to posts beneath the lander. 2 carried a rust-stained metal cylinder. The dozen cats crept to the far side of the lander. The cylinder disappeared in a blast of yellow-white flame. The lander slid a yard or 2. The Khazinti waited, then crept back to study the results.
Harkaby Parolin shuddered. They seem more likely to desire me for a meal.
Louis was growing irritated. They might. But I remember a time when Khmi was starving and he never touched me. What's your problem anyway? Don't you get carnivores in the city?
We do.
And the library?
He thought she wouldn't answer. Furry faces showed at many of the slit windows. The explosion had done no visible damage. Then, I was in Panth Building for a time. She did not meet his eyes. For a moment he couldn't remember. Then, Panth Building. Built like an onion floating tip down. Repairs to the water condenser. The ruler wanted to pay the fee in sex. Sent a vampire in the halls.
You had Rishathra with carnivores?
With herders and grass people, and hanging people and night people. One remembers.
Louis withdrew a little.
With night people?
Ghouls?
The night people are very important to us. They bear information for us and for the machine people. They hold together what is left of civilization, and we do well not to offend them.
Uh-huh.
But it was the... Louis Wu, the night hunters have a very keen sense of smell. The scent of vampire sends them running. I was told that I must have Rishathra with a night hunter, without vampire scent. I asked for transfer to the library.
Louis remembered Markhor's sill. They don't seem repugnant.
But for Rishathra? We who have no parents, we must pay society's debt before we can mate and make a household. I lost my accumulated fund when I transferred. The transfer did not come soon enough. She looked up into his eyes. It was not joyful. But other times were as bad. When the vampire scent wears off, the memory does not. One remembers the smells. Blood on the night hunter's breath. Corruption on the night people's.
You're well out of that, Louis said. Some of the Khazinti tried to stand up. Then they all fell asleep. 10 minutes later, the hatch descended. Khmi came down to take command. It was late when the hindmost reappeared. He looked rumpled and tired.
It seems your guess was correct, he said. Not only will Skrith hold a magnetic field, but the Ringworld structure is webbed with superconductor cables.
That's good, said Louis. A great weight lifted from him. That's good. But how would city builders know that? I can't see them digging into the Skrith to find out.
No. They made magnets for compasses. They traced a gridwork of superconductor lines running in hexagonal patterns through the Ringworld Foundation, 50,000 miles across. It helped them make their maps. Centuries passed before the city builders knew enough physics to guess what they were tracing, but their guess led them to develop their own superconductor. The bacteria you seeded, it will not have touched superconductor buried in Skrith. I'm aware that the Ringworld floor is vulnerable to meteorites. We must hope that none ever breached the superconductor grid.
It's good odds. The puppeteer pondered. Louis, are we still searching for the secret of massive transmutation? No. It would solve our problem very nicely, said the hindmost. The device must have operated on a tremendous scale. Converting matter to energy must be far easier than converting matter to other matter. Suppose we simply fired call it a transmutation cannon at the underside of the Ringworld at its farthest distance from the sun. Reaction would put the structure back in place very nicely. Of course, there would be problems. The shock wave would kill many natives, but many would live too. The burned-off meteor shielding could be replaced at some later date. Why are you laughing? You're brilliant. The trouble is, we don't have any reason to think there was ever a transmutation cannon. I don't understand. Holler Prillalar was just making up stories. She told us so later. And after all, how would she know anything about the way the Ringworld was built? Her ancestors weren't much more than monkeys when that happened. Louis saw the heads dip and snapped. Do not curl up on me. We don't have the time. Aye, aye. What else have you got? Little. Pattern analysis is still incomplete. The fantasies involving the great ocean mean nothing to me. You try them. Tomorrow. Sounds too low to interpret held him awake. Louis turned over in darkness and freefall. There was light enough to see. Kawaresk-Senjajak and Harkaby Perilyn lay in each other's arms, murmuring in each other's ears. Louis's translator wasn't picking it up. It sounded like love. The sudden stab of envy made him smile at himself. He'd thought the boy was too young. He'd thought the woman had sworn off. But this wasn't Rishathra. They were the same species. Louis turned his back and closed his eyes. His ears expected a rhythmic wave action, but it never came, and presently he was asleep. He dreamed that he was on sabbatical. Falling between the stars. When the world became too rich, too varied, too demanding, then there came a time to leave all worlds behind. Louis had done this before. Alone in a small spacecraft, he had gone into the unexplored gaps beyond known space to see what there was to see, and to learn if he still loved himself. Now Louis floated between sleeping plates and dreamed happy dreams of falling between the stars. No dependence, no promises to keep. Then a woman howled in panic, right in his ear. A heel kicked him hard just below the floating ribs, and Louis doubled up with a breathy cry. Flailing arms battered him, then closed round his neck in a death-grip hug. The wailing continued. Louis pried at the arms to free his throat. He called, "Sleep field off!" Gravity returned. Louis and his attacker settled onto the lower plate. Harkaby Perilyn stopped screaming. She let her arms be pried away. The boy, Kawaresk-Senjajok, knelt beside her, confused and frightened. He spoke urgent questions in the city-builder language. The woman snarled. The boy spoke again. Harkaby Perilyn answered him at length. The boy nodded reluctantly. Whatever he'd heard, he didn't like it. He stepped into the corner with a parting look that Louis couldn't interpret at all, and vanished into the cargo hold. Louis reached out for his translator. "Okay, what's it all about?" "I was falling," she sobbed. "It's nothing to be afraid of," Louis told her. "This is how some of us like to sleep." She looked up into his face. "Falling?" "Yeah." Her expression was easy to interpret. Mad. Quite mad. And a shrug. Visibly she braced herself. She said, "I have made myself know that my usefulness is over, now that your machines can read faster than I can. I can do one thing only to make our mission easier, and that is to ease the pain of your thwarted lust." "That's a relief," Louis said. He meant it as sarcasm. Would she hear it that way? Louis was tonged if he'd accept that kind of charity. If you bathe and clean your mouth very thoroughly, hold it. Your sacrifice of your comfort to higher goals is praiseworthy, but it would be bad manners for me to accept. She was bewildered. Louis Wu? Do you not want Rishathra with me? Thank you, no. Sleepfield on. Louis floated away from her. From previous experience, he sensed a shouting match coming, and that couldn't be helped. But if she tried physical force, she'd find herself falling. She surprised him. She said, Louis Wu, it would be terrible for me to have children now. He looked down at her face, not enraged but very serious. She said, If I mate now with Kawaresk Sanjajok, I may bring forth a baby to die in the fire of the sun. Then don't. He's too young anyway. No, he's not. Oh. Well, don't you have... No, you wouldn't be carrying contraceptives. Well, can't you estimate your fertile period and avoid it? I don't understand. No, wait. I do understand. Louis Wu, our species ruled most of the world because of our command of the nuances and variations of Rishathra. Do you know how we learned so much about Rishathra? Just lucky, I guess. Louis Wu, some species are more fertile than others. Oh. Before history began, we learned that Rishathra is the way not to have children. If we mate, 4 phalens later there is a child. Louis Wu, can the world be saved? Do you know that the world can be saved? Oh, to be on sabbatical. Alone in a single ship, light years from all responsibility to anyone but Louis Wu. Oh, to be under the wire. I can't guarantee anything at all. Then do Rishathra with me, to let me stop thinking of Kawaresk Sanjajok. It was not the most flattering proposal of Louis Wu's young life. He asked, How do we ease his mind? There is no way. Poor boy, he must suffer. Then you can both suffer, Louis thought. But he couldn't make himself say it. The woman was serious, and she was hurting, and she was right. This was not a time to bring a baby city builder into the world, and he wanted her. He climbed out of free fall and took her to the waterbed. He was glad that Kawaresk Sanjajok had retired to the cargo hold. What would the boy have to say tomorrow morning? Chapter 26. Beneath the Waters. Louis woke under gravity with a smile on his face, a pleasant ache in every muscle, and a grittiness in his eyes. He had slept very little last night. Harkeby Perlin hadn't exaggerated her urgency. He had never known, despite his time with Holler Laprilalar, that city builders went into heat. He shifted, and the big bed surged beneath him. A body rolled against him, Kawaresk Sanjajok, on his belly, spread out like a starfish, and snoring gently. Harkeby Perlin, curled in orange fur at the foot of the bed, stirred and sat up. She said, perhaps in apology at leaving him, I kept waking up and not knowing where I was, with the bed heaving under me. Culture shock, he thought. He remembered that Holler Laprilalar had liked the sleeping field, but not for sleeping. There's plenty of floor. How do you feel? Much better for the moment. Thank you. Thank you. Are you hungry? Not yet. He exercised. His muscles were still hard, but he was out of practice. The city builders watched him with puzzled expressions. Afterward, he dialed breakfast. Melon, soufflé Grand Marnier, muffins, coffee. His guests refused the coffee, predictably, and also the muffins. When the hindmost appeared, he looked rumpled and tired. The patterns we sought are not evident in the records of the floating city, he said. All species build their armor in the shape of a pack protector. Armor is not the same everywhere, not quite, but the styling does not vary in any pattern. It may be we can blame the spread of city-builder culture for that. Their empire mixed ideas and inventions until we may never trace their origins. What about the immortality drug? You were right. The great ocean is seen as a source of horrors and delights, including immortality. The gift is not always a drug. Sometimes it comes without warning, bestowed by whimsical gods. Louis, the legends make no sense to me, a non-human. Set the tape up for us. I'll get our guests to watch it, too. Maybe they can explain what I can't. Aye, aye. What about repairs? There has been no repair activity on the Ringworld in recorded history. You're kidding! How large a region is covered by the city records? How long a time? Small and short. Aside from that, I've studied the old interviews with Jack Brennan. I gather that protectors have long lives and very long attention spans. They prefer not to use servo mechanisms if they can do a job themselves. There was no autopilot aboard Fistpock's spacecraft, for instance. That's not consistent. The spill pipe system is certainly automatic. A very simple brute force approach. We don't know why the protectors died or left the Ringworld. Is it possible that they knew their fate? That they had time to automate the spill pipe system? Louis, we don't need to know any of this. Oh, yeah? The meteor defense is probably automatic, too. Wouldn't you like to know more about the meteor defense? I would. And the attitude jets were automatic? Maybe there were manual overrides for all of that. But 1,000 hominid species have evolved since the pack disappeared, and the automatics are still going. Either the protectors always intended to leave, which I can't believe, or they took many years to die, the hindmost said. I have my own ideas on that. And he would say no more. Louis found fine entertainment that morning. The tales of the great ocean were good stuff, with heroes and royalty and feats of detection and magic and fearsome monsters, and a flavor different from the fairy tales of any human culture. Love was not eternal. The city-builder heroes or heroines' companions were always of the opposite sex. Their loyalty was held by imaginatively described Rishothra, and their conveniently strange powers were taken for granted. Magicians were not automatically evil. They were random dangers to be avoided, not fought. Louis found the common denominators he was looking for. Always there was the vastness of the sea and the terror of the storms and the sea monsters. Some of those would be sharks, sperm whales, killer whales, gummidgee destroyers, wonderland shadowfish, or trapweed jungles. Some were intelligent. There were sea serpents miles long, with steaming nostrils implying lungs, and large mouths lined with sharp teeth. There was a land that burned any ship that approached, invariably leaving one survivor. Fantasy or sunflowers? Certain islands were sea beasts of sedentary inclination, such that a whole ecology could establish itself on a beast's back until a shipload of sailors disturbed the creature. Then it would dive. Louis might have believed that one if he hadn't seen the same legend in Earth's literature. He did believe the ferocious storms. Over that long a reach, storms could build terribly, even without the Coriolis effect that gives rise to hurricanes on any normal world. On the map of Kazin, he'd seen a ship as big as a city. It might take a ship that size to weather great ocean storms. He did not disbelieve the notion of magicians, not completely. They, in 3 legends, seemed to be of the city-builder race, but unlike the magicians of earthly legend, they were mighty fighters, and all 3 wore armor. Kawa Resksenjajok. Do magicians always wear armor? The boy looked at him strangely. You mean in stories, don't you? No. Except I guess they always do around the great ocean. Why? Do magicians fight? Are they great fighters? They don't have to be. The questioning was making the boy uneasy. Harkaby Perlin broke in. Louis Wu, I may know more of children's tales than Kawa does. What are you trying to learn? I'm looking for the home of the Ringworld Engineers. These armored magicians could be them, except they're too late in history. Then it isn't them. But what sparked the legends? Statues? Mummies pulled out of a desert? Racial memories? She thought it over. Magicians usually belong to the species that is telling the story. Descriptions vary: height, weight, what they eat. Yet, they have traits in common. They are terrible fighters. They do not take a moral stand. They are not to be defeated, but avoided. Like a submarine beneath polar ice, Hot Needle of Inquiry cruised beneath the great ocean. The hindmost had slowed the ship. They had a good view of the long, intricately curved ribbon of continental shelf falling behind them. Beyond, the floor of the great ocean was as active as the land. Mountains high enough to rise above the water, undersea canyons showing as ridges 5 and 6 miles high. What was above them now, a pebbled roof, dark, even under light amplification, that seemed obtrusively close even though it was 3,000 miles above, should be the map of Kazin. The computer said it was. Kazin must have been tectonically active when the map was carved. The seabeds bulged strongly. The mountain ranges were deep and sharp of outline. Louis could identify nothing. Foam-shrouded contours weren't enough. He needed to see sunlight patterns and yellow and orange jungle. Keep the cameras rolling. Are you getting a signal from the lander? From his post at the controls, the hindmost turned one head back. No, Louis, the skrith blocks it. Do you see the nearly circular bay, there where the big river ends? The great ship is moored across its mouth, nearly across the map, the Y shape where 2 rivers join. That is the castle where the lander now rests. Okay, drop a few thousand miles. Give me an overview, or underview. Needle sank beneath its carved roof. The hindmost said, You made this same tour in the Lying Bastard. Do you expect to find changes now? No. Getting impatient? Of course not, Louis. I know more than I did then. Maybe I'll pick up details we missed, like, what's that sticking out near the South Pole? The hindmost gave them an expanded view. A long, narrow, utterly black triangle with a textured surface, it dropped straight down from the center of the map of Kazin. A radiator fin, the puppeteer said. The Antarctic must be kept refrigerated, of course. The Ringworlders were utterly bewildered. I don't understand, Harkaby Parolin said. I thought I knew some science, but what is it? Too complicated. Hindmost, Louis Wu, I am not a fool or a child. She couldn't be much over 40, Louis thought. All right. The whole point is to imitate a planet. A spinning ball, right? Sunlight falls almost level at the poles of a spinning ball, so it's cold. So this imitation world has to be cooled at the poles. Hindmost, give us more magnification. The fin's textured surface became myriad adjustable horizontal flaps, silver above, black below. Summer and winter, he thought, and he heard himself say, I can't believe it. Louis Wu? He spread his hands helplessly. Every so often I lose it. I think I've accepted it all, and then all of a sudden it's too big. Too tanj big. Tears were brimming in Harkaby Parolin's eyes. I believe it now. My world is an imitation of a real world. Louis put his arms around her. It's real. Feel this? You're as real as I am. Stamp your foot. The world is as real as this ship. Just bigger. Way, way bigger. The hindmost said, Louis. A bit of telescope work had found him more fins, smaller ones around the map's perimeter. Naturally, the Arctic regions must be cool, too. Yeah, I'll be all right in a minute. Take us toward Fist of God, but take your time. The computer can find it. Yes. Might we find it plugged? You said that the ice storm had been plugged or repaired. Plugging Fist of God wouldn't be easy. The hole's bigger than Australia, and clear above the atmosphere. He rubbed his closed eyes hard. I can't let this happen to me, he thought. What happens is real. What's real, I can manipulate with my brain. Tanj, I should never have used the wire. It screwed up my sense of reality, but... Cooling fins under the poles? They were out from under the map of Kazin. Deep radar showed nothing of pipes beneath the contoured sea bottoms, which must mean that the meteor shielding was foamed skrith. The pipes had to be there, or else flup would fill the ocean beds. Those ridges on the Ringworld's underside, those long undersea canyons, a dredge in each of the deepest canyons, an outlet at one end, you could keep the whole ocean bed clear. Veer a little, hindmost. Take us under the map of Mars. Then under the map of Earth. It won't take us too far out of our way. Nearly 2 hours. Risk it. 2 hours. Louis dozed in the sleeping field. He knew that an adventurer snatches sleep when he can. He woke well ahead of time, with sea bottoms still gliding past above Needle's roof. He watched it slow and stop. The hindmost said, "Mars is missing." Louis shook his head violently. "Wake up." "What?" "Mars is a cold, dry, nearly airless world, isn't it? The entire map should be cooled, and desiccated, too, somehow, and raised nearly above the atmosphere." "Yeah, all of that." "Then look up." "We should be beneath the map of Mars. Do you see a fin far larger than that beneath the map of Kazin? Do you see a nearly circular cavity bulging 20 miles inward?" There was nothing above their heads but the inverted contours of a sea bottom. "Louis, this is disturbing. If our computer memory is failing us—" The hindmost's legs folded, his head dipped downward, inward. "The computer memory is fine," Louis said. "Relax. The computer's fine. See if the ocean temperature is higher above us." The hindmost hesitated, half into fetal position. Then, Aye. The puppeteer busied himself at the controls. Harkaby Parolin asked, "Do I understand you? One of your worlds is missing?" "One of the smaller ones. Sheer carelessness, my dear." "These aren't balls," she said thoughtfully. "No. Peeled like a round fruit, the peel spread flat." The hindmost called. "The temperatures in this vicinity vary. Ignoring the regions around fins, I find temperatures from 40 to 80 degrees Fahrenheit. The water should be warmer around the map of Mars." "The map of Mars is not in evidence, and the water is not warmer." What? But that's weird." "If I understand you, yes, there is a problem." The puppeteer's necks arched out and curved around until he was looking into his own eyes. Louis had seen Nessus do that, and wondered if it was puppeteer laughter. It could be concentration. It was making Harkaby Parolin queasy, but she couldn't seem to look away. Louis paced. Mars had to be refrigerated. Then where? The puppeteer whistled an odd harmonic. "The grid?" Louis stopped in mid-stride. "The grid. Right. And that would mean—" "What? That easy?" "We make progress of sorts. Our next move?" They'd learned a good deal looking at undersides of worlds. So, "Take us to the map of Earth. Basement level, please." Aye, said the hindmost. Needle continued to spinward. So much ocean, Louis thought. So little land. Why had the Ringworld Engineers wanted so much salt sea in 2 single bodies? 2 for balance, of course, but why so large? Reservoirs? Partly. Preserves for the sea life of an abandoned pack world? A conservationist would call that praiseworthy, but these were pack protectors. Whatever they did was done for the safety of themselves and their blood descendants. The maps, Louis thought, were a superb piece of misdirection. Despite the contoured ocean floor, Earth was easy to recognize. Louis pointed out the flat curves of the continental shelves as they passed beneath Africa, Australia, the Americas, Greenland, fins under Antarctica, and the Arctic Ocean. The Ringworlders watched and nodded politely. Why would they care? It wasn't their home. Yeah, he'd do his best to get Harkaby Perelin and Kawaresk Senjajak home, if there was nothing else he could do for them. Louis Wu was as close to Earth now as he would ever be. More sea bottom passed above them. Then shoreline, a flat curve of continental shelf bordering a maze of gulfs and bays and river deltas and peninsulas and island clusters and raggedy detail too fine for the human eye. Needle ran on to port of Spinward. They passed beneath hollow mountain ranges and flat seas. A finely ruled line ran straight to Spinward, and at its near end, a glint of light. Fist of God. Something huge had struck the Ringworld long ago. The fireball had pushed the Ringworld floor upward into the shape of a tilted cone, then ripped through. Pointing almost away from the great funnel shape was the track of a much later meteorite. A crippled General Products spacecraft, with its passengers frozen in stasis, had touched down at a horizontal 770 miles per second. Thoughts they'd actually bent the script. Hot needle of inquiry rose into a spotlight beam, raw sunlight flooding vertically through the crater in Fist of God Mountain. Shards of skrith, stretched thin when that old fireball broke through, stood like minor peaks around a volcano cone. The ship lifted above them. Desert sloped down and away. The impact that made Fist of God had cremated all life over a region comfortably larger than the Earth. Far, far away, 100,000 miles away, the blue of distance became the blue of sea, and only Needle's 1,000-mile height let them see that far. "Get us moving," Louis said. "Then give us a view from the lander's cameras. Let's see how Khmi's doing." "Aye, aye." Chapter 27. The Great Ocean. 6 rectangular windows floated beyond the hull. 6 cameras showed the lander's flight deck, lower deck, and 4 outside views. The flight deck was empty. Louis scanned for emergency lights and found none. The autodock was still a great coffin, closed. Something was wrong with the outside cameras. The view wavered and shifted and streamed with glowing colors. Louis was able to make out the courtyard, the arrow slits, several Khazinti standing guard in leather armor. Other Khazinti sprinted to and fro on all fours, blurred streaks. Flames. The defenders had built a bonfire around the lander. "Hindmost, can you lift the lander from here? You said you had remote controls." "I could take off," the hindmost said, "but it would be dangerous. We are 12 minutes of arc to Spinward, and a bit to port of the map of Kazin, 1/3 of a million miles. Would you expect me to fly the lander with a light speed delay of 3.5 seconds? The life support system is holding well." 4 Khazinti streaked across the courtyard to throw open massive gates. A wheeled vehicle pulled in and stopped. It was larger than the machine people vehicle that had brought Louis to the floating city. Projectile weapons were mounted on its 4 fenders. Khazinti emerged and stood studying the lander. Had the castle's lord called on a neighbor for help? Or had a neighbor come to claim rights to an impregnable flying fort? The vehicle's guns swiveled to face the cameras and spat. Flame bloomed. The cameras shuddered. The great orange cats ducked, then rose to study the results. No emergency lights showed on the flight deck. "These savages haven't the means to harm the lander," the hindmost said. Explosive projectiles sprayed the lander again. "I'll just take your word for it," Louis said. "Continue monitoring. Are we close enough that I can get to the lander by stepping discs?" The puppeteer looked himself in the eyes. He held the pose for several seconds. Then he spoke. "We are 200,000 miles to spinward of the map of Kazin, and 120,000 miles to port. The portward distance is irrelevant. The spinward distance would be lethal. It gives Needle and the lander a relative velocity of 0.8 of a mile per second. Too much? Our technology is not miraculous, Louis. Stepping discs can absorb kinetic energies of up to 200 feet per second. No more." The explosions had scattered the bonfire. Armored Khazinti guards were building it up again. Louis bit down on a bad word. "All right. The fastest way to get me there is to run us straight to anti-spinward until I can use the stepping discs. Then we can take our time running to starboard." "Aye, aye. What speed?" Louis opened his mouth and left it open while he thought. "Now that is one fascinating question," he said. "What does the Ringworld Meteor Defense consider a meteor, or an invading spacecraft?" The puppeteer reached behind him, chewed at the controls. "I've cut our acceleration. We should discuss this. Louis, I don't understand how the city builders knew it was safe to build a rim transport system. They were right, but how did they know?" Louis shook his head. He could see why the Ringworld protectors might program the meteor defense not to fire on the rim walls. A safe corridor for their own ships, or maybe they found that the computer was firing on the attitude jets whenever the attitude jets fired a high-velocity plume of gas. I'd say the city builders started with small ships and built up. They tried it, and it worked. Stupid. Dangerous. We already know they did things like that. You have my opinion. At your orders, Louis. What speed? The high desert sloped gradually down. A baked and lifeless land, an ecology shattered and heated to incandescence thousands of phalons ago. What had struck that blow from underneath the Ringworld? A comet wouldn't normally be that big. There were no asteroids, no planets. They had been cleaned out of the system during the building of the Ringworld. Needle's velocity was already respectable. The land ahead was beginning to turn green. There were silver threads of river. On the first expedition, we flew at Mach 2, using fly cycles, Louis said. That'd take us 8 days before I can use the stepping discs. 2 times long. I'm assuming the meteor defense fires on things that move fast relative to the surface. How fast is fast? The easy way to find out is to accelerate until something happens. I do not believe I heard a Pearson's puppeteer say that. Have faith in puppeteer engineering, Louis. The stasis field will function. No weapon can harm us in stasis. At worst, we will return to normal status after we strike the surface and proceed henceforth at a lower speed. There are hierarchies of risk, Louis. The most dangerous thing we can do during the next 2 years is hide. If it was me saying, but a Pearson's? Give me a minute. Louis closed his eyes and tried to think. Then, see how this sounds. First, we loft the ruined probe, the one we left in the library. I moved it. Where? To the nearest high mountain with an exposed skrith crest, the safest place I could think of. The probe is still valuable, though it can no longer manufacture fuel. That's a good place. Don't try to fly it. Just turn on every sensor on the probe and every sensor aboard Needle and the lander. Turn most of them in the direction of the shadow squares. Now, where else would you put a meteor defense? Bear in mind that it can't seem to fire at anything under the Ringworld floor. I have no ideas. Okay. We aim cameras all over the arch. Cameras on the shadow squares, cameras on the sun, cameras on the map of Kazin and the map of Mars. Definitely. We stay at an altitude of 1,000 miles. Shall we dismount the probe in the cargo hold? Set it to following us? Our only source of fuel? No. Then start accelerating until something happens. How does it sound? Aye, aye, said the hindmost, and he turned to the controls. And Louis, who would have welcomed more discussion, more time to nerve himself up, kept his silence. The cameras caught it, but none of Needle's passengers did. Even if they'd been looking up, they wouldn't have caught it. They would have seen glare-white stars, and the checkered blue arch glowing against black space, and a black circle at the peak of the arch where Needle's flare shielding blocked out the naked sun. But they weren't even looking up. Below the ruin of the hyperdrive motor, the land was green with life. Jungle and swamp and wild land prevailed, with an occasional ragged, crazy quilt of cultivated farmland. Of the Ringworld hominids they'd seen so far, not many would make farmers. There were coves of boats on flat seas. Once they crossed a spiderweb of roads half an hour wide, 7,000 miles wide. The telescope showed steeds carrying riders or pulling small carts. No powered vehicles. A city-builder culture must have fallen here and stayed down. I feel like a goddess, Harkaby Parolin said. Nobody else could have such a view. I knew a goddess, Louis said. At least she thought she was. She was a city-builder, too. She was part of a spacecraft crew. She probably saw what you're seeing now. Ah. Don't let it go to your head. Fist of God Mountain shrank slowly. The Earth's moon could have nestled in that vast shell. One had to see the mountain over such a distance, standing behind a landscape vaster than the habitable surfaces of all the worlds of known space, to appreciate its size. Louis wasn't feeling godlike. He felt tiny, vulnerable. The autodock lid aboard the lander hadn't moved. Louis asked, Hindmost, could Khmi have had other wounds? The puppeteer was out of sight somewhere, but his voice came clear. Of course. He could be dying in there. No. Louis, I'm busy. Don't bother me. The telescope view had become a blur. The bright land 1,000 miles below was visibly moving now. Needle's velocity had passed 5 miles per second. Orbital speed for Earth. Cloud decks shone bright enough to hurt the eyes. Far aft, a checkerboard pattern of cultivation was thinning out. Directly below, the land dipped, then leveled off into hundreds of miles of flat grassland. The flatlands extended to right and left as far as the eye could see. Rivers that fed into the flats became swamps, suddenly green. You could trace a ragged line of contoured bays, inlets, islands, peninsulas, the mark of Ringworld shoreline designed for the convenience of boats and shipping. But that was the spinward border. Then several hundred miles of flat, salt-poisoned land. Then the blue line of ocean. Louis felt the hair stir on his neck at this fresh memento of the fist of God impact. Even this far away, the shoreline of the great ocean had been lifted. The sea had receded 700 or 800 miles. Louis rubbed dazzled eyes. It was too bright down there. Violet highlights. Then blackness. Louis closed his eyes tight. When he opened them, it was as if he had left them closed. Black as the inside of a stomach. Harkaby Parolin screamed. Kawaresk Senjajak thrashed. His arm struck Louis's shoulder, and the boy gripped Louis's arm with both hands and hung on. The woman's scream cut off abruptly. Then she said, in a voice with teeth in it, Louis Wu, where are we? Louis said, I take a wild guess and say we're at the bottom of the ocean. You are correct, said the hindmost's contralto. I have a good view by deep radar. Shall I turn on a spotlight? Sure. The water was murky. Needle wasn't as deep as it might have been. There were fish nosing about. There was even a seaweed forest anchored nearby. The boy released Louis and pressed his nose to the wall. Harkaby Parolin stared too, but she was shivering. She asked, "Louis Wu, can you tell me what happened? Can you make it make sense?" "We'll find out," said Louis. "Hindmost, take us up. Back to 1,000 miles altitude." "Aye, aye." "How long were we in stasis?" "I cannot tell." Needle's chronometer stopped, of course. "I will signal the probe to send data, but the light speed delay is 16 minutes. "How fast were we moving?" 5.81 miles per second. "Then take us up to 5 even and hold us there while we see what we've got." The signals from the lander resumed as Needle approached the surface. Fire still surrounded the lander. The autodock was still closed. Khmi should have emerged by now, Louis thought. Blue light grew around them. Needle broke free of the ocean and surged upward into sunlight. The deck barely quivered as the ocean dropped away at 20 gravities of acceleration. The view aft was instructive. 40 or 50 miles behind them, huge combers rolled across the flat beach that had been an undersea continental shelf. A grooved line ran straight back from the shore. Needle had not struck water. The fireball had struck land and kept going. Farther back, the beach became grassland. Farther yet, forest. It was all burning. Thousands of square miles of firestorm, flames streaming inward from all sides, pouring straight upward in the center like the steam rushing in over a sunflower patch far, far away. Needle's impact could not have caused all of that. "Now we know," the hindmost said. "The meteor defense is programmed to fire on inhabited territory." "Louis, I am awed. The power expended compares to nothing less than the project that set the fleet of worlds in motion. Yet the automatics must do this repeatedly." "We know the Pack thought big. How was it done?" "Don't bother me for a while. I'll let you know." The hindmost disappeared. It was annoying. The puppeteer had all the instruments. He could lie his heads off, and how would Louis know? At this point, the puppeteer couldn't even change the arrangement. Harkaby Parolin was tugging at his arm. He snapped. "What?" "Louis, I don't ask this lightly. My sanity flinches. Forces batter me, and I can't even describe them. Please, what has happened to us?" Louis sighed. "I'd have to tell you about stasis fields and the Ringworld meteor defense. Also about Pearson's puppeteers and General Products hulls and Pack." "I am ready." And he talked. And she nodded and asked questions. And he talked. He couldn't be certain how much she understood, and of course he himself knew a lot less than he wanted to. Mostly he was telling her that Louis Wu knew what he was talking about, and when she was sure of that, she became calmer, which was what he was after. Presently she took him to the waterbed, ignoring the presence of Kawaresk Senjajok, who grinned at them over his shoulder once, then went back to watching the great ocean move past. In Rishatra there was reassurance. Spurious, perhaps. Who cared? There sure was a lot of water down there. From 1,000 miles up, one could see a long way before the blanket of air blocked the view. And for most of that distance, there wasn't a single island. The contours of sea bottom showed, and some of that was shallow enough. But the only islands were far behind, and those had probably been underwater peaks before Fist of God distorted the land. There were storms. One looked in vain for the spiral patterns that meant hurricane and typhoon, but there were cloud patterns that looked like rivers in the air. As you watched them, they moved. Even from this height, they moved. The Kzinti who dared that vastness had not been cowards, and those who returned had not been fools. That pattern of islands on the starboard horizon, you had to squint to be sure it was really there, must be the map of Earth. And it was lost in all that blue. A cool, precise contralto voice eased into his thoughts. Louis, I have reduced our maximum velocity to 4 miles per second. Okay. 4, 5, who cared? Louis, where did you say the meteor defense was located? Something in the puppeteer's tone. I didn't say. I don't know. The shadow squares, you said. You're on record. It must be the shadow squares if the meteor defense can't guard the Ringworld's underside. No overtones, no emotion showing in that voice. Do I gather I was wrong? Now pay attention, Louis. As we passed 4.4 miles per second, the sun flared. I have it on visual record. We didn't see it because of the flare shielding. The sun extruded a jet of plasma some millions of miles long. It is difficult to observe because it came straight at us. It did not arch over in the sun's magnetic field, as flares commonly do. That was no solar flare that hit us. The flare stretched out several million miles over a period of 20 minutes. Then it lased in violet. Oh my God. A gas laser on a very large scale. The Earth still glows where the beam fell. I estimate that it covered a region 10 kilometers across. Not an especially tight beam, but it would not normally need to be. With even moderate efficiency, a flare that large would power a gas laser beam at 3 times 10 to the 27th power ergs per second, for on the order of an hour. Silence. Louis, give me a minute. Hindmost, that is one impressive weapon. It hit him, then. The secret of the Ringworld Engineers. That's why they felt safe. That's why they could build a Ringworld. They could hold off any kind of invasion. They had a laser weapon bigger than worlds, bigger than the Earth-Moon system, bigger than... Hindmost? I think I'm going to faint. Louis, we don't have time for that. What caused it? Something caused the sun to jet plasma. Magnetic, it has to be magnetic. Could it be one function of the shadow squares? I wouldn't think so. Cameras record that the shadow square ring moved aside to allow the beam to pass, and constricted elsewhere, presumably to protect the land from increased insolation. We cannot assume that this same shadow square ring was manipulating the photosphere magnetically. An intelligent engineer would design 2 separate systems. You're right, absolutely right. Check it anyway, will you? We've recorded all possible magnetic effects from 3 different angles. Find out what made the sun flare. Allah, Kadapt, Brahma, Finnegal, let it be the shadow squares. Hindmost? Whatever you find, don't curl up on me. There was a peculiar pause. Then, under the circumstances, that would doom us all. I would not do that unless there was no hope left. What are you thinking? There is never no hope left. Remember. The map of Mars was in view at last. It was farther away than the map of Earth, 100,000 miles straight to starboard, but unlike the map of Earth, it was one compact mass. From this angle it showed as a black line, 20 miles above the sea, as the hindmost had predicted. A red light blinked on the lander's instrument board. Temperature 110 Fahrenheit, just right for a spa. No lights blinked on the big coffin that held Khmi. The autodock had its own temperature controls. The Kzinti defenders seemed to have run out of explosives. Their supply of firewood seemed infinite. 20,000 miles to go at 4 miles per second. Louis eased himself out of the sleeping field. The hindmost, he thought, looked awful. Mane rumpled, the garnets rubbed off along one side. He staggered as if his knees were made of wood. "We'll think of something else," Louis told him. He was wishing he could reach through the wall, stroke the puppeteer's mane, give reassurance of some kind. Maybe there's some kind of library in that castle. Maybe Khmi already knows something we don't. Tanj, maybe the repair crew already knows the answer. We know the same answer. A chance to study sunspots from underneath. The puppeteer's voice was wintry cool, the voice of a computer. You guessed, didn't you? Hexagonal patterns of superconductor embedded in the Ringworld floor. The skrith can be magnetized to manipulate plasma jets in the solar photosphere. Yeah. It may have been just such an event that pushed the Ringworld off-center. A plasma jet formed to fire on a meteoroid, a stray comet, even a fleet from Earth or Kazin. The plasma impacted the Ringworld. There were no attitude jets to push it back into place. Without the plasma jet, the meteor itself might have been sufficient. The repair crew came later. Too late. Let's hope not. The grid is not a backup for the attitude jets. No. Are you all right? No. What are you going to do? I will follow orders. Good. If I were still hindmost to this expedition, I would give up now. I believe you. Have you guessed the worst of it? I compute that the sun can probably be moved. The sun can be made to jet plasma, and the plasma can be made to act as a gas laser, forming a photon drive for the sun itself. The Ringworld would be pulled along by the sun's gravity, but even the maximum thrust would be minuscule, too little to help us. At anything over 2 times 10 to the minus 4th power gravities of acceleration, the Ringworld would be left behind. In any case, radiation from the plasma jet would ruin the ecology. Louis, are you laughing? Louis was. I never thought of moving the sun. I never would have. You actually went ahead and worked out the math? Wintry cool and mechanical, that voice. I did. It can't help us. What is left? Follow orders. Hold us at 4 miles per second anti-spinward. Let me know when I can flick across to the lander. Aye, aye. The puppeteer turned away. Hindmost? A head turned back. Sometimes there's no point in giving up. Chapter 28. The Map of Kazin. All the lights glowed green. Whatever the medical situation, the autodoc was handling it somehow. Khmi was alive in there. Alive, if not healthy. But the flight deck thermometer indicated a temperature of 160 degrees Fahrenheit. The hindmost said, Louis, are you ready to cross? The map of Mars was a black dash below the line of hologram windows straight to starboard. The map of Kazin was a good deal harder to see. Ahead of Mars by several degrees of arc, and 50,000 miles farther away, Louis made out blue-gray dashed lines against a blue-gray sea. He said, We're not exactly opposite yet. No, the Ringworld spin will still impose a velocity difference between Needle and the lander. But the vector is vertical. We can compensate for long enough. It took Louis a moment to translate those words into a diagram. Then, you're going to dive at the ocean from 1,000 miles altitude. Yes. No risk is insane now, given the position your insanity has put us in. Louis burst out laughing, a puppeteer teaching courage to Louis Wu, and sobered as suddenly. How else could an ex-hindmost regain any of his authority? He said, Good enough. Start your dive. He dialed and donned a pair of wooden clogs. He stripped off his falling jumper and rolled it around the impact suit and utility vest, but kept the flashlight laser in his hand. The empty seascape had begun to expand. Ready. Go! Louis crossed 120,000 miles in one giant step. Kazin, 20 years ago. Louis Wu sprawled on a worn stone fouch and thought well of himself. These oddly shaped stone couches called fouches were as ubiquitous as park benches throughout the hunting parks of Kazin. They were almost kidney-shaped, built for a male Kazin to lie half-curled up. The Kazinti hunting parks were half-wild and stocked with both predators and meat animals. Orange and yellow jungle, with the fouches as the only touch of civilization. With a population in the hundreds of millions, the planet was crowded by Kazinti standards. The parks were crowded too. Louis had been touring the jungle since morning. He was tired. Legs dangling, he watched the populace pass before him. Within the jungle, the orange Kazinti were almost invisible. One moment, nothing. The next, a quarter-ton of sentient carnivore, hot on the trail of something fast and frightened. The male Kazin would jerk to a stop and stare at Louis's closed-lip smile, because a Kazin shows his teeth in challenge, and at the sign of the patriarch's protection on his shoulder. Louis had made sure it showed prominently. The Kazin would decide it was none of his business and leave. Strange how that much predator could show only as a sense of presence in the frilly yellow foliage. Watching eyes and playful murder somewhere. Then a huge adult male and a furry, cuddly adolescent half his height were watching the intruder. Louis had a tyro's grasp of the hero's tongue. He understood when the Kazin kitten looked up at its parent and asked, "Is it good to eat?" The adult's eyes met Louis's eyes. Louis let his smile widen to show the teeth. The adult said, "No." In the confidence of 4 man-Kazin wars plus some incidents, all centuries in the past but all won by men, Louis grinned and nodded. "You tell him, Daddy. It's safer to eat white arsenic than human meat." Ringworld, 20 years later. The walls bathed him in heat. He started to sweat. It didn't bother him. He'd used saunas. 160 degrees isn't hot for a sauna. The hindmost's recorded voice snarled and spat in the hero's tongue, offering sanctuary on the fleet of worlds. "Cut that broadcast," Louis commanded, and it was done. Upward streaming flames screened the windows. The cannon-carrying vehicle had been moved away. A pair of distorted Kazinti sprinted across the courtyard, placed a canister under the lander, sprinted back to a doorway. These were not quite Kazinti, not as civilized as Khmi. If they got their paws on Louis Wu, but he should be safe enough here. Louis squinted down through the flames. There were 6 of the canisters in place around the lander's base. Bombs, no doubt. They'd be set off any second now, before the flame could explode them individually. Louis grinned, his hands poised above the control board while he fought temptation. Then he tapped in instructions fast. The buttons were uncomfortably hot. He braced his legs and gripped the chair back, with his falling jumper to pad his hands. The lander rose from the flames. A ring of fireballs billowed below, and then the castle was a dwindling toy. Louis was still grinning. He felt virtuous. He'd resisted temptation. If he'd taken off on the fusion drive instead of the repulsors, the Kazinti would have been amazed at the power of their explosives. Hail clattered on the hull and windows. Louis looked up, startled as a dozen winged toys curved down toward him. Then the aircraft were dropping away. Louis pursed his lips. He reset the autopilot to halt his rise at 5 miles. Maybe he'd want to lose those planes. Maybe not. He got up and turned for the stairs. Louis snorted when he read the dials. He called the hindmost. Khmi is fully healed and peacefully asleep in the dock. The dock won't wake him up and let him out because conditions outside are not habitable. Not habitable. It's too hot. The autodock isn't set to let the patient step out into a fire. Things ought to cool off now that we're out of the flames. Louis ran his hand across his forehead. Water streamed to his elbow. If Khmi gets out, will you tell him the situation? I need a cold shower. He was in the shower when the floor dropped under him. Louis snatched for a towel and was wrapping it around his waist as he ran up the stairs. He heard hail rapping on the hull. Slowly and carefully, as if he still hurt, Khmi turned from his place at the controls. He squinted oddly. Hair had been shaved away around the eye. Mock skin covered a shaved strip running up his thigh to the groin. He said,
"Hello, Louis. I see you survived."
"Yeah? What are you doing?"
"I left pregnant females in the fortress."
"Are they about to be killed this instant? Or can we hover for a few minutes?"
"Have we something to discuss? I trust you know better than to interfere."
"The way things stand now, your females will be dead in 2 years."
"They may ride home in stasis aboard Hot Needle of Inquiry. I still hope to persuade the hindmost—"
"Persuade me. I have taken command of Needle." Khmi's hands moved. The floor surged savagely. Louis grabbed at a chair back and wrote it out. A glance at the board told him that Needle's descent had stopped. The rain of projectiles had stopped too, though a dozen aircraft still circled beyond the windows. The fortress was half a mile below. Khmi asked,
"How did you arrange that?"
"I made slag out of the hyperdrive motor." The Kazin moved incredibly fast. Before Louis could do more than flinch, he was wrapped in orange fur. The Kazin was pulling Louis against his chest with one arm, while the other held 4 claws against Louis's eyebrows. "Shrewd," said Louis. "Very shrewd. Where do your plans carry you from here?" The Kazin didn't move. Blood trickled past Louis's eyes. He felt that his back was breaking. Louis said, "It seems I've had to rescue you again." The Kazin released him and stepped back carefully, as if afraid to move on impulse.
He asked, "Have you doomed us all? Or do you have some notion of moving the entire Ringworld back into position?"
"The latter."
"How?"
"A couple of hours ago I could have told you. Now we'll have to find another answer."
"Why did you do it?"
"I wanted to save the Ringworld. There was just one way to get the hindmost's cooperation. His life's at stake now. How do I go about getting your cooperation?"
"You fool. I fully intend to learn how to move the Ringworld, if only to save my children. Your problem is to persuade me that I need you."
"The pack who built the Ringworld were my ancestors. We're trying to think like them, aren't we? What did they build in that would do the job? Aside from that, I've got 2 city builder librarians with a good knowledge of Ringworld history. They wouldn't cooperate with you. They already see you as monstrous, and you haven't even killed me yet." Khmi thought it over.
"If they fear me, they will obey. Their world is at stake. Their ancestors were pack too."
The lander's temperature had become uncomfortably cool for a naked man, but Louis was sweating again. "I've already located the repair center."
"Where?"
Louis considered withholding that information briefly. "The map of Mars?" Khmi sat down.
"Now that is most impressive. These displaced Khazinti learned a good deal about the map of Mars during their age of exploration, but they never learned that."
"I'll bet some ships disappeared around the map of Mars."
"The aircraft pilot told me that many ships disappeared, and nothing of value was ever taken from the map of Mars. The explorers brought home wealth from a map further to Spinward, but they never brought as much wealth as they put into making the ships. Do you need the autodoc?
Louis wiped blood from his face with his falling jumper. Not just yet. That map to Spinward sounds like Earth, so it wasn't defended after all.
It seems not. But there is a map to port, and ships that went there never returned. Could the repair center be there?
No, that's the map of Down. They met Grogs. Louis swabbed at his face again. The claws hadn't cut deep, he thought, but a facial cut bleeds a long time. Let's do something about your pregnant females. How many?
I don't know. 6 were in their mating period.
Well, we don't have room for them. They'll have to stay in the castle. Unless you think the local lord will kill them.
No, but he may very well kill my male children. Another danger. Well, I can deal with that.
Khmi turned to the controls.
The most powerful civilization is built around one of the old exploration ships, the Behemoth. If they track me here, there might be war against the fortress.
The aircraft burned like torches as they fell. Khmi tested the sky with radar, deep radar, and infrared. Empty.
Louis, were there more? Did any land?
I don't think so. If they did, they ran out of fuel, and there aren't any runways. Roads? Scan the roads. You can't let them radio the big ship. Radio would be line of sight, and the Ringworld atmosphere probably had a heaviside layer. There was one road, and Tange few straight patches on it. There were flat fields. It was some minutes before Khmi was satisfied. The aircraft were dead, all of them. Next step, said Louis. You can't just wipe out everyone in the fortress. I gather Khazinti females can't take care of themselves.
No. Louis, it's odd. The females of the castle are much more intelligent than those of the patriarchy.
As intelligent as you?
No, but they even have a small vocabulary.
Is it possible that your own people have been breeding your females for docility? Refusing to mate with the intelligent ones for hundreds of thousands of years? After all, you cull the slave species. Khmi shifted restlessly.
It may be. The males here are different, too. I tried to deal with the rulers of the exploration ship. I showed my power, then waited for them to attempt to negotiate. They attempted no such thing. They behaved as if there was nothing to do but fight until they or I were destroyed. I had to mock Jarl, to insult his pride in his ancestry before he would tell me anything.
But puppeteers never bred these Khazinti for docility, Louis thought. Well, if you can't take the females out of the fortress, and you can't kill off the males, then you'll Tange well have to deal with them. God Gambit?
Perhaps. Let us do it this way.
Well above arrow range, just above the range of the cannon on the intruder's vehicle, the lander hovered. Its shadow covered the ashes of the fire in the courtyard. Louis listened to the voices from Khmi's translator, and waited for Khmi's signal. Khmi inviting archers to fire at him. Khmi threatening, promising, threatening. Staccato thunder from a laser beam cutting rock, followed by a crash. Hissing, snarling, spitting. No mention of Khmi's really dangerous master. 4 hours he was down there. Then Khmi stepped from one of the narrow windows and floated upward. Louis waited till he was aboard, then lifted. Presently Khmi appeared behind him, minus flying belt and impact armor. Louis said, "You never signaled for the God Gambit."
Are you offended?
No, of course not.
It would have gone badly. And I could not have done it. This is my own species. I could not threaten them with a man. Okay. Cathakt will raise my children as heroes. He will teach them arms and arm them well, and when they are old enough, he will turn them loose to conquer their own lands. They will be no threat to his own domains, you see, and they will stand a good chance to survive if I do not return. I left Cathakt my flashlight laser. Good enough? I hope so.
Are we through with the map of Kazin?
Khmi pondered. I captured an aircraft pilot. They are all nobility with names and comprehensive educations. Chajarl told me much about the age of exploration after I mocked the accomplishments of his ancestors. We may assume that there is an extensive historical library within the behemoth. Shall we capture it?
Tell me what Chajarl told you. How far did they get on Mars?
They found a wall of falling water. Later generations invented pressure suits and high-altitude aircraft. They explored the edges of the map, and one team reached the center, where there was ice.
I think we'll just skip the Behemoth's library, then. They never got inside. Hindmost, are you there? A microphone said. Yes, Louis. We're heading for the map of Mars. You do the same, but stay to port of us in case we have to flick across. Aye, aye. Have you anything to report? Khmi picked up some information. Kazinti explored the surface of the map of Mars, and they didn't find anything un-Mars-like. So we still don't know where to look for an opening. Perhaps from beneath. Yeah, could be. That'd be annoying. How are our guests holding out? You should rejoin them soon. Soon as I can, then. You see if there's data on Mars in Needle's computer. And on Martians. Louis out. He turned. Khmi, do you want to fly this thing? Don't exceed 4 miles per second. The lander surged up and forward in obedience to the Kazin's touch. A gray wall of cloud broke to let them through. Then there was only blue sky, darkening as they rose. The map of Kazin streamed below them, then behind them.
Khmi said, The puppeteer seems docile enough.
Yeah.
You seem very sure of the map of Mars.
Yeah? Louis grinned. It's a very nice piece of misdirection, but it couldn't be perfect. Could it? They had too much to hide by volume. We went under the great ocean on the way here. Guess what we found when we went under the map of Mars?
Don't play games.
Nothing. Nothing but sea bottom. Not even radiator fins. Most of the other maps have radiator fins to cool the poles. Passive cooling systems. There has to be a system to cool the map of Mars. Where's the heat going? I thought it might be going into the seawater, but it wasn't. We think the heat is pumped directly into the superconductor grid in the Ringworld floor.
Superconductor grid?
Big mesh, but it controls magnetic effects in the Ringworld Foundation. It's used to control effects in the sun. If the map of Mars plugs into the grid, it has to be the Ringworld Control Center. Khmi thought it over. He said,
They could not pump heat into the seawater. The warm, wet air would rise. Cloud patterns would stream inward and outward from great distances. From space, the map of Mars would appear as a great target. Can you imagine pack protectors making such a mistake?
No. Though Louis would have.
I remember too little about Mars. The planet was never very important to your people, was it? It was no more than a source of legends. I do know that the map is 20 miles high to mimic the very rarefied air of the planet.
20 miles high and 56 million square miles in area. That's 1,120,000,000 cubic miles of hiding place.
Said Khmi. You must be right. The map of Mars is the repair center, and the pack did their best to hide it. Chajarl told me of the monsters and the storms and the distances of the great ocean. They would have made good passive guardians. A fleet of invaders might never have guessed the secret.
Louis rubbed absently at 4 itching spots across his eyebrows. 1.12 times 10 to the 9th cubic miles. I have to admit it, that number leaves me numb. What were they keeping in there? Patches big enough to plug Fist of God Mountain? Machinery big enough to carry those patches and plant them and weld them tight? That winching equipment we saw on the rim wall for the attitude jets? Spare attitude jets? Tanj, I'd love to find spare attitude jets, but they'd still have room to spare.
War fleets.
Yeah. We already know about their big weapon, but war fleets, of course, and ships to carry refugees, too. Maybe the whole map is one big refugee ship. It must have been big enough to evacuate the Ringworld before the population started filling every niche in the ecology.
A spacecraft? Perhaps a spacecraft big enough to tow the Ringworld back into place? I have trouble thinking on this scale, Louis.
Me too. I don't think it'd be big enough.
Then what did you have in mind when you destroyed our hyperdrive motor?
Suddenly the Kazin was snarling. Louis chose not to flinch. I thought the Ringworld might be set up to act on the sun magnetically. I was almost right. The trouble, the hindmost's voice blared from a speaker. Louis, Khmi, set the lander on autopilot and flick across to me now. Chapter 29. The Map of Mars. Khmi reached the disk ahead of Louis in one monstrous bound. The Kazin could take orders too, Louis thought. He forbore to remark on the fact. The city builders were looking out through the hull, not at the passing seascape, which was nothing but blue sea and cloud-striped blue sky merging at the infinity horizon, but at a movie screen-sized hologram. As Khmi appeared on the receiver disk, they turned and flinched, and then tried to hide it. Louis said, Khmi, meet Harkaby Perelin and Kawaresk Sanjajok, librarians from the floating city. They've been of great help in gaining us information.
The Kazin said, Good. Hindmost, what is the problem?
Louis tugged at the Kazin's fur and pointed. Yes, said the puppeteer. The sun. The sun showed, dimmed and magnified in the hologram rectangle. A brilliant patch near the center was shifting, twisting, changing shape as they watched. Khmi said,
Wasn't the sun doing that shortly before we boarded the spaceport ledge?
Right. You're looking at the Ringworld meteor defense. Hindmost, what do we do now? We can slow down, but I don't see any way to save the lander. My first thought was to save your valuable selves, the puppeteer said. The sea threw back a highlight from directly below the fleeing needle. Now it seemed to be growing brighter with a violet tinge. Suddenly, momentarily, it was unbearably bright. Then it was a black spot on the hull beneath their feet. And a thread of jet black, outlined in violet white, stood upon the spinward horizon, a vertical pillar, reaching from ground to sky. Above the atmosphere it was invisible. The Kazin spoke words in the hero's tongue. All very well, said the hindmost in Interworld. But what is it firing on? I assumed we were the target. Louis asked, Isn't the map of Earth in that direction? Yes, also a good deal of water and considerable Ringworld landscape. Where the beam touched down, the horizon glowed white. Khmi whispered in the hero's tongue, but Louis caught the sense.
With such a weapon I could boil the earth to vapor.
Shut up.
It was a natural thought, Louis.
Yeah. The beam cut off abruptly. Then it touched down again, a few degrees to port. Tanj, damn it! All right, hindmost, take us up. Take us high enough to use the telescope. There was a glowing yellow-white point on the map of Earth. It had the look of a major asteroid strike. There was a similar glow farther away at the far shore of the great ocean. The solar flare had dimmed and was losing coherence. Khmi asked,
"Were there aircraft or spacecraft in those directions? Fast-moving objects?"
"The instruments may have recorded something," the hindmost said.
"Find out and take us down to 1 mile altitude. I think we want to approach the map of Mars from below the surface."
"Louis, do it."
Khmi asked, "Have you knowledge of how that laser beam was produced?"
"Louis can tell you," the puppeteer said. "I will be busy." Needle and the lander converged on the map of Mars from 2 directions. The hindmost held the 2 vehicles parallel so that it was possible to cross between them. Louis and Khmi flicked across to the lander for lunch. Khmi was hungry. He consumed several pounds of red meat, a salmon, a gallon of water. Louis's own appetite suffered. He was pleased that his guests weren't watching.
"I don't understand why you picked up these passengers," Khmi said, "unless it was to mate with the woman. But why the boy?"
"They're city builders," Louis said. "Their species ruled most of the Ringworld, and I plucked these 2 out of a library. Get to know them, Khmi. Ask them questions."
"They fear me."
"You're a soft-spoken diplomat, remember? I'm going to invite the boy to see the lander. Tell him stories. Tell him about Kazin and hunting parks and the House of the Patriarch's past. Tell him how Kazinti mate." Louis flicked across to Needle, spoke to Kawaresk-san Jajok, and was back in the lander with him before Harkaby Perlin quite realized what was happening. Khmi showed him how to fly. The lander swooped and did somersaults and darted skyward at his command. The boy was entranced. Khmi showed him the magic of binocular goggles and superconductor cloth and impact armor. The boy asked about Kazinti mating practices. Khmi had mated with a female who could talk. It had opened new vistas for him. He told Kawaresk-san Jajok what he wanted to know, which Louis thought was pretty dull stuff, and then got the boy talking about mating and Rishathra. Kawaresk-san Jajok had no practice but a lot of theory. "We make records if a species will let us. We have archives of tapes. Some species have things they can do instead of Rishathra, or they may like to watch or to talk about it. Some mate in only one position, others only in season, and this carries over. All of this influences trade relationships. There are aids of various kinds. Did Louis Wu tell you about vampire perfume?" They hardly noticed when Louis left to return to Needle alone. Harkaby Perlin was upset. "Louis Wu, he might hurt Kawa." "They're doing fine," Louis told her. "Khmi's my crewmate, and he likes children of all species. He's perfectly safe. If you want to be his friend too, scratch him behind the ears." "How did you hurt your forehead?" "I was careless." "Look, I know how to calm you down." They made love, well, Rishathra, on the waterbed, with the massage unit going. The woman might have hated panth building, but she had learned a good deal. 2 hours later, when Louis was sure he would never move again, Harkaby Perlin stroked his cheek and said, "My time of mating should end tomorrow. Then you may recover." "I have mixed feelings about that," he chuckled. "Louis Wu, I would feel better if you would rejoin Khmi and Kawa." "Okay. Behold, as I stagger to my feet. See me at the stepping disc? There I go. Poof. Gone. Louis Wu? Oh, all right." The map of Mars was a dark line, growing, becoming a wall across their path. As Khmi slowed, microphones on the lander's hull picked up a steady whispering, louder than the wind of their passage. They came to a wall of falling water. From a mile distant it appeared perfectly straight and infinitely long. The top of the waterfall was 20 miles above their heads. The base was hidden in fog. Water thundered in their ears until Khmi had to turn off the microphones, and then they could hear it through the hull. "It's like the water condensers in the city," the boy said. "This must be where my people learned how to make water condensers. Khmi, did I tell you about water condensers?"
"Yes. If the city builders came this far, one wonders if they found the way inside. Do your tales tell anything of a hollow land?"
"No," Louis said. "Their magicians are all built like pack protectors." The boy asked, "Louis Wu, this great waterfall, why is there so much of it?" "It must run all the way round the top of the map. It takes out the water vapor." "The top of the map has to be kept dry," Louis said. "Hindmost, are you listening?" "Yes. Your orders?" "We'll circle with the lander using deep radar and the other instruments. Maybe we'll find a door under the waterfall. We'll use Needle to explore the top. How's our fuel supply?" "Adequate, given that we won't be going home." "Good. We'll dismount the probe and set it following Needle at 10 miles and ground-hugging altitude, I think. Keep the stepping disc links and the microphones open." "Khmi, do you want to fly the lander?" The Kazin said.
"Aye, aye."
"Okay. Come on, Kawa." "I'd like to stay here," the boy said. "Harkeby Parolin would kill me. Come on." Needle rose 20 miles, and red Mars stretched before them. Kawaresk Senjajok said, "It looks awful." Louis ignored that. "At least we know we're looking for something big. Picture a blowout patch big enough to plug Fist of God Mountain. We want a hatch big enough for that patch plus the vehicle to lift it. Where would you put it on the map of Mars?" "Hindmost?" "Under the waterfall," the hindmost said. "Who would see? The ocean is empty. The falling water would hide all." "Yeah, makes sense. But Khmi's searching that. Where else?" "I must hide the lines of a gigantic hatch in a Martian landscape, perhaps in a regular shape with hinges in a long, straight canyon. Perhaps I would put it beneath the ice, melting and refreezing the North Pole to conceal my comings and goings." "Is there a canyon like that?" "Yes, I did my homework. Louis, the poles are the best gamble. Martians never went near the poles. Water killed them." The map was a polar projection. The South Pole was spread out around the rim. "Okay, take us to the North Pole. If we don't find anything, we'll spiral out from there. Stay high and keep all instruments going. We don't care too much if something fires on Needle. Khmi, are you listening?"
"I hear."
"Tell us everything. Chances are you'll find what we're after. Don't try to do anything about it." Would he obey? "We don't invade in the lander. We're burglars. We'd rather be shot at in a General Products hull." Deep radar stopped at the Skrith floor. Above the Skrith, the mountains and valleys showed translucent. There were seas of Mars dust fine enough to flow like oil. Under the dust were cities of a sort, stone buildings denser than the dust, with curved walls and rounded corners, and a good many openings. The city builders stared, and so did Louis Wu. Martians had been extinct in human space for hundreds of years. The air was clear as vacuum. Off to starboard, well beyond the horizon, was a mountain taller than any on Earth. Mons Olympus, of course, and a splinter of white floated above the crater. Needle fell and pulled out of the fall just above the crescent dunes. The structure was still visible, floating 50 to 60 yards above the peak, and Needle must have been quite visible to its occupants. "Khmi?"
"Listening."
Louis fought a tendency to whisper. "We found a floating skyscraper, maybe 30 stories tall, with bay windows and a landing ledge for cars. Built like a double cone. It looks very much like the building we took over on our first trip, the good ship Improbable."
Identical?
Not quite, but close, and it's floating above the highest mountain on Mars, just like a god-tanged signpost.
Does sound like a signal meant for us. Shall I flick through?
Not yet. Have you found anything?
I believe I've traced the lines of a tremendous hatch inside the waterfall. It would pass a war fleet or a patch to cover the crater in Fist of God. There may be signals to open it. I haven't tried.
Don't. Stand by. Hindmost? I have radiation and deep radar scans. The building is radiating little energy. Magnetic levitation does not require large amounts of power. What's inside? Here. The hindmost gave them a view. By deep radar, the structure showed translucent gray. It appeared to be a floating building modified for travel, with fuel tanks and an air-breathing motor built into the 15th floor. The puppeteer said, "Solid construction, walls of concrete or something equally dense. No vehicles in the carport. Those are telescopes or other sensor devices in the tower and the basement. I cannot tell if the structure is occupied." That's the problem, all right. I want to outline a strategy. You tell me how it sounds. 1. We go as fast as possible to just above the peak, making perfect targets of ourselves. We're targets now, not from weapons inside Mons Olympus. What the futz? We're wearing a General Products hull. If nothing fires on us, we go to step 2. We deep radar the crater. If we find anything but a solid skrith floor, we go to step 3. Vaporize that building. Can we do that? Fast? Yes. We don't have power storage to do it twice. What is step 4? Anything to get us inside quick. Khmi stands by to rescue us any way he can. Now tell me whether you're going to freeze up halfway through this procedure. I wouldn't dare. Wait a bit. It came to Louis that their native guests were scared spitless. To Harkaby Parolin he said, "If there is a place in the world where the world can be saved, that place is below us. We think we've found the door. Someone else has found it too. We don't know anything about him or them. Understand?" The woman said, "I'm frightened." "So am I. Can you keep the boy calm?" "Can you keep me calm?" She laughed raggedly. "I'll try." Hindmost, go. Needle leapt into the sky at 20 gravities and rolled and stopped upside down, almost alongside the floating building. Louis's belly rolled too. Both city builders shrieked. Kawaresk Senjajak had a death grip on his arm. Eyesight showed the crater plugged by old lava. Louis watched the deep radar image. It was there. A hole in the skrith, an inverted funnel leading up, down, through the crater in Mons Olympus. It was far too small to pass Ringworld repair equipment. This was a mere escape hatch, but it was roomy enough for Needle. "Fire!" Louis said. The hindmost had last used this beam as a spotlight. At close range it was devastating. The floating building became a streamer of incandescence with a comet-like head of boiling concrete. Then it was only dust cloud. Louis said, "Dive!" "Louis, we're a target here. We don't have time. Dive, 20 gravities. We'll make our own door." The ochre landscape was a roof over their heads. Deep radar showed a hole in the skrith, dropping to engulf them. But every other sense showed the solid lava crater in Mons Olympus descending at terrible speed to smash them. Kawaresk Senjajak's nails in Louis's arm were drawing blood. Harkaby Parolin seemed frozen. Louis braced for the impact. Darkness. There was formless, milky light from the deep radar screen. Something else was glowing somewhere. Green and red and orange stars. Those were dials on the flight deck. "Hindmost!" No answer. "Hindmost, give us some light. Use the spotlight. Let us see what's threatening us." "What happened?" Harkaby Parolin asked plaintively. Louis's eyes were adjusting. He could see her sitting on the floor, hugging her knees. Cabin lights came on. The hindmost turned from the controls. He looked shrunken, half curled up already. "I can't do this any more, Louis." "We can't use the controls. You know that. Give us a spotlight so we can see out." The puppeteer touched controls. A white, diffused light bathed the hull in front of the flight deck. "We are embedded in something." One head glanced down. The other said, "Lava. The outer hull is at 700 degrees. Lava was poured over us while we were in stasis, and is now cooled." Sounds like someone was ready for us. "Are we still upside down?" "Yes." "Then we can't accelerate up. Just down." "Yes." "Want to try it?" "What are you asking?" "I want to start over from just before you burned out the hyperdrive motor." "Come on now." "Or from just before I decided to kidnap a man and a Kazin. That was probably a mistake." "We're wasting time." "There is no place to radiate Needle's excess heat. Using the thrusters would bring us an hour or two closer to the moment when we must go into stasis and await developments." "Hold off for a while, then. What are you getting from deep radar?" "Igneous rock in all directions, cracked with cooling." "Let me expand the field." "Louis, Skrith floor some 6 miles below us, below Needle's roof. A much thinner Skrith ceiling 14 miles above." Louis was beginning to panic. "Khmi, are you getting all this?" He was answered in unexpected fashion. He heard a howl of inhuman pain and rage as Khmi burst from the stepping disc, running full out with his arms across his eyes. Harkaby Perlin dove out of his path. The waterbed caught the Kazin across the knees, and he rolled across the bed and onto the floor. Louis had leaped for the shower. He flipped it on full blast, jumped the waterbed, put his shoulder into Khmi's armpit, and heaved. Khmi's flesh was hot beneath the fur. The Kazin stood and followed the pull into the stream of cold water. He moved about, getting water over every part of himself. Then he huddled with his face in the stream. Presently he said,
"How did you know?"
"You'll smell it in a minute," Louis said. "Scorched fur." "What happened?"
"Suddenly I was burning. A dozen red lights glowed on the board. I leaped for the stepping disc. The lander is still on autopilot if it isn't destroyed."
"We may have to find out." "Needle's embedded in lava." "Hindmost?" Louis turned toward the flight deck. The puppeteer was curled up with his head beneath his belly. One shock too many. It was easy to see why. A screen on the flight deck showed a half-familiar face. The same face, enlarged, was looking out of the rectangle that had been a deep radar projection. A mask of a face like a human face, molded out of old leather, but not quite. It was hairless. The jaws were hard, toothless crescents. From deep under a ridge of brow, the eyes looked speculatively out at Louis Wu. Chapter 30. Wheels Within Wheels.
"It appears you've lost your pilot,"
the leathery-faced intruder told them. It floated outside the hull, the distorted head and melon-sized shoulders of a protector, a ghost within the black rock that enclosed them. Louis could only nod. The shocks had come too fast from the wrong directions. He was aware that Khmi stood beside him, dripping water, silently studying a potential enemy. The city builders were mute. If Louis read their faces right, they were closer to awe or rapture than fear. The protector said,
"That traps you thoroughly. Soon enough, you must go into stasis, and we need not discuss what happens after that. I am relieved. I wonder if I could make myself kill you."
Louis said, "We thought you were all dead."
"The pack died off 250,000 years ago.
The Protector's fused lips and gums distorted some of the consonants, but it was speaking Interworld. Why Interworld?
A disease took them. You were right to assume that the Protectors were all dead, but Tree of Life is alive and well beneath the map of Mars. Sometimes it is discovered. I speculate that the immortality drug was made here when a Protector needed funding for some project.
How did you learn Interworld?
I grew up with it. Louis, don't you know me?
It was like a knife in the gut. Tila. How? Her face was hard as a mask. How could it show expression? She said,
"A little knowledge. You know the adage? Seeker was looking for the base of the arch. I paraded my superior education before him. I told him that the arch had no base, that the world was a ring. He became badly upset. I told him that if he was looking for the place from which the world could be ruled, he should look for the construction shack."
"Repair center," said Louis. A glance toward the flight deck showed the hindmost as an elongated white footstool decorated in ruby and lavender gems.
Of course it would become the repair center, and the center of power, too,
the Protector said.
Seeker remembered tales of the great ocean. It seemed a likely choice, protected by the natural barriers of distance, storm, and a dozen predatory ecologies. Astronomers had studied the great ocean from vantages far along the arch, and Seeker remembered enough to make us maps. We were 16 years crossing the great ocean. There should be legends made from that voyage. Did you know that the maps are stocked? The Khazinti have colonized the map of Earth. We could not have continued if we had not captured a Khazinti colony ship. There are islands in the great ocean that are large life forms, their backs covered in vegetation, who dive when a sailor least expects it.
Tila, how? How could you get to be like this?
A little knowledge, Louis. I never did reason out the origin of the Ringworld Engineers. Not until too late.
But you were lucky. The Protector nodded.
Bred for luck by Pearson's puppeteers, meddling with Earth's fertility laws to make the birthright lotteries. You assumed it worked. It always seemed stupid to me. Louis, do you want to believe that 6 generations of birthright lottery winners produced a lucky human being?
He didn't answer.
Only one.
She seemed to be laughing at him.
Consider the luck of all the descendants of all the winners of the birthright lotteries. In 20,000 years they must be well on their way out of the galaxy, fleeing the explosion of the galactic core. Why not aboard the Ringworld? 3 million times the habitable surface area of the Earth, and it can be moved, Louis. The Ringworld is lucky for those unborn descendants of people bred for luck. If I can save the Ringworld, then it is luck for them that we came here 23 years ago, and luck for them that Seeker and I found the entrance to Mons Olympus. Their luck never mine.
Did it happen to him too?
Seeker died, of course. We both went mad with the hunger for Tree of Life root. But Seeker was 1,000 years too old. It killed him.
I should never have left you, Louis said.
I gave you no choice. I had none myself, if you believe in luck. I have little choice now. Instincts are very strong in a protector.
Do you believe in luck? She said,
No. I wish I could.
Louis flapped his arms, a gesture of helplessness, and turned away. He had always known that he would meet Tila Brown again, but not like this. He waved the sleeping field on and floated. The hindmost had the right idea. Crawl into your own navel. But humans can't bury their ears. Louis floated, half curled up, with his arms over his face. But he heard,
Speaker to animals, I congratulate you on regaining your youth.
My name is Hmi.
I beg your pardon,
the protector said.
Hmi, how did you come here?
The Kazin said,
I am thrice trapped. Kidnapped by the hindmost, barred by Louis from escaping the Ringworld, trapped underground by Tila Brown. This is a habit I must break. Will you fight me, Tila?
Not unless you can reach me, Hmi.
The Kazin turned away. What do you want from us? That was Kararesk Senjajok speaking diffidently in the city builder tongue, echoed in Interworld by the translator.
Nothing,
Tila in city builder. Then what are we doing here?
Nothing. I've seen to it that you can do nothing.
I don't understand. The boy was near tears. Why do you want to bury us underground?
Child, I do what I must. I must prevent 1.5 times 10 to the 12th murders.
Louis opened his eyes. Harkaby Perlin objected heatedly. But we're here to prevent deaths. Don't you know that the world is off-center, sliding into the sun?
I know of that. I formed the team that has been remounting the Ringworld's attitude jets, reversing the damage done by your species.
Louis Wu says that it isn't enough.
It isn't.
They had Louis Wu's complete attention now. The librarian shook her head. I don't understand.
With the attitude jets in action, we extend the lifespan of the Ringworld by as much as a year. An extra year for 3 times 10 to the 13th intelligent beings is equivalent to giving everyone on Earth an extra 1,000 years of lifespan. A worthy accomplishment. My collaborators agreed, even those who are not protectors.
Louis could trace the lines of Tila Brown's face in the protector's leather mask. Bulges at the hinges of the jaw, a skull swollen to accommodate more brain tissue. But it was Tila, and it hurt terribly. Why doesn't she go away? Habits die hard, and Louis had an analytic mind. He thought, why doesn't she go away? A dying protector in a doomed artificial world? She doesn't have a minute to spare, talking to a collection of trapped breeders. What does she think she's doing? He turned to face her. You formed the repair crew, did you? Who are they?
My appearance helped. Most hominids will at least listen to me. I gathered a team of several 100,000 from various species. I brought 3 here to become protectors, from the Spill Mountain people and the Night people and the vampires. I hoped that they would see a solution hidden to me. Their viewpoints would differ. The vampire, for instance, was non-sentient before the change. They failed me,
said Tila. She certainly behaved as if she had time. Time to entertain trapped aliens and breeders until the Ringworld brushed the shadow squares.
They saw no better solution, and so we mounted the remaining buzzard ramjets on the rim wall. We have now mounted all but the last. Under the direction of the remaining protector, my team will gear the remaining Ringworld spacecraft to carry them to safety around some nearby star. Some Ringworlders will survive.
We're back to the original question, Louis said. Your crew was hard at work. What are you doing here? I'm right. She's trying to tell us something.
I came to prevent the murder of 1,500,000 million intelligent hominids. I recognized the neutrino exhaust from thrusters built in human space, and I came to the only feasible scene of the crime. I waited. Here you are.
Here we are, Louis agreed. But you know, Tanj, well that we didn't come to commit any murders whatever.
You would have.
Why?
I can't tell you that.
Yet she showed no inclination to end the conversation. It was a strange game Tila was playing. They would have to guess at the rules. Louis asked, Suppose you could save the Ringworld by killing 1.5 trillion inhabitants out of 30 trillion. A protector would do that, wouldn't she? 5% to save 95%. It seems so efficient.
Can you empathize with that many thinking beings, Louis? Or can you only imagine one death at a time, with yourself in the starring role?
He didn't answer.
30 billion people inhabit human space. Picture all of them dead. Picture 50 times that population dying of, let's say, radiation poisoning. Do you sense their pain, their regrets, their thoughts for each other? From that many, the numbers are too large. Your brain won't handle it, but mine will. Oh, I can't make it happen. I can't let it happen. I knew I must stop you.
Tila, picture a shadow square sweeping down the width of the Ringworld at around 700 miles per second. Picture 1,000 times the population of human space dying as the Ringworld disintegrates.
I do.
Louis nodded. Pieces of a puzzle. Tila would give them as many pieces as she could. She couldn't make herself hand them a finished picture. So keep fishing for pieces. Did you say the remaining protector? There were 4, and now there's 1 plus you? What happened to the others?
2 protectors left the repair crew at the same time I did. They must have left separately. Perhaps they found the clues that announced your arrival. I felt it necessary to track them down and stop them.
Really? If they were protectors, they could no more kill 1.5 trillion thinking hominids than you could.
They might arrange for it to happen somehow.
Somehow. Careful with the wording now. He was glad that nobody was trying to interrupt. Not even Khmi, the soft-spoken diplomat. Somehow, let breeders reach the only place on the Ringworld where the crime can be committed. Would that have been their strategy, if you hadn't stopped them?
Perhaps.
Let these carefully chosen breeders be protected from smelling tree of life. Somehow. Pressure suits. That was why Tila had been looking for an interstellar spacecraft. Let them become aware of the situation somehow, and somehow a protector has to double-think his way out of killing them before they see the solution and use it, killing astronomical numbers of breeders to save even more. Is that what you think you've prevented?
Yes.
And this is the right place?
Why else would I be waiting here?
There's one protector left. Will he come after you?
No. The Night People Protector knows that she alone is left to supervise the evacuation. If she tries to kill me and I kill her, breeders alone might die en route.
You do seem to kill very easily, Louis said bitterly.
No. I can't kill 5% of the Ringworld populace, and I don't know that I can kill you, Louis. You are a breeder of my species. On the Ringworld, you are alone in that regard.
I thought of ways to save the Ringworld, said Louis Wu. If you know of a large-scale transmutation device, we know how to use it.
Certainly the pack had none. That was not your cleverest deduction, Louis.
If we could punch a hole under one of the great oceans, then control the outflow, we could use the reaction to put the Ringworld back in place.
Clever. But you can't make the hole, and you can't plug it. Furthermore, there is a solution that does less damage, yet it is too much damage, and I cannot permit it.
How would you save the Ringworld? The Protector said.
I can't.
Where are we? What went on in this part of the repair center? A long moment passed. The Protector said,
I may not tell you more than you know. I don't see how you can escape, but I must consider the possibility.
I quit, said Louis. I concede. Tange on your silly game.
All right, Louis. At least you will never die.
Louis closed his eyes and curled up in freefall. Pious bitch.
I will keep you company until you must go into stasis, Tila said. I can do little else for your comfort. You, what are your names and where are you from? You are of the species that conquered the Ringworld and the stars.
Chattering. Why weren't people born with flaps over their ears? Was there a hominid with that trait? Kawaresk-san Jajak asked, What is a magician's position regarding Rishatra?
That is important when you meet a new species, isn't it, child? My position is that Rishatra is for breeders, but we do love.
The boy was enjoying himself immensely. His sense of wonder was stretched nowhere near its limits. Tila told of her great journey. Her band of explorers had been trapped by grogs on the map of Down, then freed by the odd inhabitants. On Kazin there were hominid animals imported long ago from the map of Earth, bred for special traits until they differed as thoroughly as dogs do in human space. Tila's crew had hidden among them. They had stolen a Kzinti colony ship. They had killed one of the krill-eating island beasts for food, freezing the meat in an empty liquid hydrogen tank. It had fed them for months. Finally, he heard her say, "I must eat now, but I will return soon." And then there was quiet. The few minutes of silence ended as blunt teeth closed gently around Louis's wrist. "Louis, wake. We have no time to indulge you." Louis turned over. He killed the sleeping field. He took a moment to savor the interesting sight of a puppeteer standing next to a Kazin in the prime of health.
"I thought you were out of it."
"A valuable illusion that came too near reality. I was tempted to let events take their own course," said the puppeteer. "Tila Brown spoke the truth when she said we will not die. Most of the Ringworld will break up and fly free, beyond the cometary halo. We might even be found someday."
"I'm starting to feel the same way. Ready to give up."
"The protectors must have been dead for 250,000 years." "Who told me that?"
"If you had any sense, you'd quit listening to me."
"Not quite yet, if you please. I have the impression the Protector was trying to tell us something. Pack were your ancestors, and Tila is of your own culture. Advise us."
"She wants us to do her dirty work for her," Louis said. "It's doublethink all the way. Futz, you studied the interviews with Brennan after he turned Protector. Protectors have very strong instincts and superhuman intelligence. There's bound to be conflict between the two."
"I don't grasp the nature of the dirty work."
"She knows how to save the Ringworld. They all did. Kill 5%, save 95, but they can't do it themselves. They can't even let someone else do it, but they have to make someone else do it. Doublethink."
"Specifics?"
Something about those numbers ticked at Louis's hindbrain.
"Why?"
"Tange on it." "Tila picked that building because it looked like Haller Laprilalar's floating jail. The one we commandeered on the first expedition. She picked it to get our attention. She left it where she wanted us. I don't know what this part of the repair center does, but it's the right spot in a 1,000,000,000 cubic mile box. We're supposed to figure out the rest."
"What then? Is she certain we're trapped?"
"Whatever we try, she'll try to stop us. We'll have to kill her." That's what she was telling us. We only have one advantage. She's fighting to lose.
"I don't follow you," said the puppeteer.
"She wants the Ringworld to live. She wants us to kill her. She told us as much as she could. But even if we figure it all out, can we kill that many intelligent beings?" Khmi said, "I pity Tila." "Yeah. How can we kill her? If you are right, then she must have planned something for us." "I doubt it. I'd guess she's done her best not to think of anything we can do. She'd have to block it. We're on our own, and she'll kill aliens by instinct. With me, she might hesitate, that crucial half-second." "Very well," said the Kazin. "The big weapons are all on the lander. We are embedded in rock. Is the stepping disk link to the lander still open?" The hindmost returned to the flight deck to find out. He reported, "The link is open. The map of Mars is Skrith, but only centimeters thick. It does not have to stand the terrible stresses of the Ringworld floor. My instruments penetrate it, and so do the stepping disks. Our only good fortune to date." "Good. Louis, will you join me?" "Sure. What's the temperature aboard the lander?" "Some of the sensors have burned out. I can't tell," said the hindmost. "If the lander can be used, well and good. Otherwise, gather your equipment and return in haste. If conditions are intolerable, return instantly. We need to know what we have to work with." The obvious next step, Khmi agreed. What if the lander is inoperable?
We'd still have a way out, said Louis. But we've got to have pressure suits. Hindmost, don't wait for us. Find out where we are and find Tila. She'll be in an open space, something suitable for growing crops. Aye, aye. I expect we are some distance beneath Mons Olympus. Don't count on it. She could have put a heavy laser beam on us to keep Needle in stasis, then towed us to where she had molten rock ready to pour. And that place will turn out to be the murder site. Louis, do you have any idea what she expects of us? Barely an idea. Skip it for now. Louis dialed himself a couple of bath towels and passed one to Khmi. He added a set of wooden clogs. Are we ready? Khmi bounded onto the stepping disc. Louis followed. Chapter 31. The Repair Center. It was like flicking into an oven. Louis had his clogs, but the only thing protecting Khmi's feet was the carpeting. The Kazin disappeared down the stairs, snarling once when he brushed metal. Louis was holding his breath. He hoped Khmi was doing the same. It felt that hot, hot enough to sear the lungs. The floor was tilted 4 or 5 degrees. Looking out the window was a mistake. It froze him in disbelief. In the murky dark outside, a questing sand shark? Seawater? He'd lost 2 or 3 seconds. He took the stairs more carefully than Khmi had, fighting the need to breathe, snorting puffs of breath through his nose to clear the oven-hot air that worked its way in anyway. He smelled char, staleness, smoke, heat. Khmi was nursing burnt hands. The fur puffed up hugely around his neck. The handles on the lockers were metal. Louis wrapped the towel around his hands and began opening lockers. Khmi used his own towel to heave out the contents. Pressure suits, flying belts, disintegrator, superconductor cloth. Louis picked his pressure suit helmet out of that and turned on the air feed, wrapped his towel around his neck for padding, and donned the helmet. The wind that blew around his face was merely warm. He pulled in sweet air, his chest heaving. Khmi's suit didn't have a separate helmet. He had to put it on and seal it up. The rasp of his sudden panting was fearsome in Louis's earphones. "We're underwater," Louis gasped. "Why is it so futsy hot?"
Ask me later. Help me carry this.
Khmi scooped up his flying belt and impact armor, a spool of black wire and a healthy share of the superconductor cloth, and the heavy 2-handed disintegrator. He made for the stairs. Louis staggered after him with Prill's flying belt and flashlight laser and 2 pressure suits and sets of impact armor. The meat of him was beginning to broil. Khmi stopped before the flight deck instruments. Bubbling dark green water showed through the windows. Small fish wove paths within the extensive seaweed forest. The Kazin puffed.
There, the dials. Record your answer. Tila poured heat at me in. A blast of microwaves. Life support failed. Skrith repulsors failed. The lander sank. Water stopped. The microwaves. Lander stayed hot because heat pumps burned out first. Insulation too good. We can't use the lander now.
"What's that?" Louis used the stepping disc. He dropped what he was carrying. Sweat was streaming into his eyes and mouth. He pulled the hot helmet off and sucked cool air. Harkaby Parolin had her shoulder under his armpit and was half carrying him toward the bed, murmuring soothing city-builder words. Khmi hadn't appeared. Louis pulled himself loose. He dropped the helmet over his head and staggered back to the stepping disc. Khmi was working the controls. He pushed his own gear into Louis's arms.
"Take this. Join you momentarily."
"Aye, aye." Louis was half into his pressure suit when the Kazin reappeared in Needle. The Kazin stripped off his own suit.
"We are in no great hurry, Louis. Hindmost, the lander is useless. I set it to take off on fusion motors and fly to Mons Olympus purely as a diversion. Tila may waste a few seconds destroying it."
The microphone answered, "Good. I can report some progress, but I may not show it to you. We know that Tila can tap my communications."
"Well?"
The hindmost flicked in from the flight deck. Now he could speak without mechanical aids. "Most of my instruments are useless, of course. I do know our orientation. There is a massive source of neutrino emission, probably a fusion plant, some 200 miles to port of Spinward. Deep radar shows cavities all around us. Most are merely room-sized. Some are tremendous, and these hold heavy machinery. I believe I have identified the empty cavern that held the repair crew's scaffolding, from its size and shape and the cradles on the floor. Its exit is a massive curved door in the wall of the map, hidden by the waterfall. I found storage for what must be patches for major meteor strikes, and another hatch. Small spacecraft, possibly warcraft. I can't tell. And yet another hatch. There are 6 hatches in all, beneath the waterfall. I managed to—
"Hindmost, you were to find Tila Brown."
Did I hear you counsel Louis Wu to patience?
"Louis Wu is human. He knows patience. You grazing beast, you have far too much."
And you propose to murder the human variant of a pack protector. I hope you are not expecting some kind of duel. Scream and leap, and Tila will fight bare-handed? We must fight Tila with our minds. Patience, Kazin. Remember the stakes."
"Proceed."
I managed to locate the mapping of Mons Olympus, 800 miles to anti-spinward of port of us. I surmise that Tila kept a heavy laser firing on Needle, or some such similar artifice, to keep us in stasis while she towed us 800 miles. I cannot guess why. Louis said, "She towed us to where she had molten rock ready to pour." That place will turn out to be the site of her hypothetical multiple murder. We still have to figure out how. Tanj, maybe she's overestimated our intelligence. Speak for yourself, Louis. Likely it is below us. One puppeteer head arced upward. Nearly above us by ship's orientation is a complex of rooms in which a good deal of electrical activity can be sensed, not to mention enough pulsed neutrino emission to indicate 6 deep radar sets. I also found a hemisphere 38.8 miles in diameter, with another neutrino source partly up the wall. A moving source. Output is random, as with a fusion plant. It hasn't moved far during the few minutes you've been gone, but it might traverse the full 180 degrees of dome in 15 hours plus or minus 3. Meat-eater, warrior. Does that suggest anything to you?
An artificial sun. Agriculture. Where?
2,500 miles toward the starboard edge of the map. But since you will be invading through Mons Olympus, you must search 12 degrees to anti-spinward of starboard. There may be walls to penetrate. Did you bring the hand disintegrator?
Not being totally non-sentient, I did. Hindmost, if the lander should reach Mons Olympus, then we may exit through the stepping discs and straight out the lander's cargo door. But Tila will shoot it down first.
Why should she? We are not aboard yet. She has deep radar. She will know that.
Then she will track the lander, wait until we appear, and destroy us then. Is this the sapience that aids your people to sneak up on a leaf?
Yes. You will enter Mons Olympus hours before the lander arrives. I set the probe to follow us. There is a stepping disk receiver in the probe. Of course, you will have no way to return to Needle.
It sounds workable.
What equipment will you use?
Pressure suits, flying belts, flashlight lasers, and the disintegrator. I also brought this.
Khmi indicated the superconductor cloth.
Tila doesn't know of it. That may help us. We can sew it into garments to cover our pressure suits. You, Harkaby Parolin, can you sew?
No, Louis said.
I can.
So can I, said the boy. You have to show me what you want.
I will. It need not be elegant. We must hope that Tila will use lasers rather than projectiles or a war axe. Our impact armor will not fit over pressure suits.
Not quite true, Louis said. For instance, Khmi, your impact armor would fit over my pressure suit.
Swaddled like that, you could not move fast enough.
Maybe not. Harkaby Parolin, how are you holding up? I'm confused, Louis. Are you battling with or against the Protector? She's fighting us, but she's hoping to lose, Louis said gently. She can't say so. The rules she plays by are built into her brain and glands. Can you believe any of that? Harkaby Parolin hesitated. Then, the Protector acted like somebody it feared was supervising everything it said and did. It was like that in Panth Building when I was being trained. That's the way it is. The supervisor is Tila herself. Can you fight a Protector, knowing that the whole world could die if you lose? I think so. At worst, I may distract the Protector. Okay. We're taking you with us. We've got equipment that was meant for another city builder woman. I'll teach you as much as I can about what you'll be wearing. Khmi, she'll have your impact suit between her pressure suit and the superconductor cloth.
She may have Holler Loprilalar's flashlight laser. I lost mine through carelessness. I will carry the disintegrator. I also know how to rig spare batteries to release their power in a millisecond.
These batteries are my people's. We designed them for safety, the hindmost said dubiously.
Let me see them anyway. Next, you must close off all avenues of communication. We must expect Tila to eat and return before we finish here. I wish we had more time. Louis, show Kawaresk Senjajok how to sew our covering garments. Use superconductor for thread.
Yeah, I thought of that. Tanj, I wish we had more time. They bounced toward the sepping discs, swaddled in gear. Harkaby Parolin was shapeless in layers of cloth. Her face within the helmet was tense with concentration. Pressure suit, flying belt, laser, she'd be lucky to remember how to work what she was wearing, let alone fight. From a distance, it might be Louis Wu under all that cloth. Tila might hesitate. Anything might count. She was gone. Louis followed, switching on his flying belt. Khmi, Harkaby Parolin, Louis Wu. They floated like balls of black tissue paper above the rust-colored slope of Mons Olympus. The probe wasn't floating. It must have hovered until it ran out of fuel, then dropped and rolled. It was badly battered. The stepping disc had survived. The dials below Louis's chin told him that the air was very thin, very dry, rich in carbon dioxide. A good imitation of Mars, but this was nearly Earth's gravity. How had the Martians survived? They must have adapted, buoyed by the sea of dust they lived in, stronger than their extinct cousins. Stick to business. The crater rim was 40 miles upslope. It took them 15 minutes. Harkaby Parolin trailed. Her flying was jerky. She must have been constantly fiddling with the controls. The hatch at the bottom of the crater was rock and rust-colored and rough-surfaced. It had exploded inward, downward. They dropped into darkness. Their flying belts held them. That shouldn't have worked. The repulsor units were repelling flat skrith plates overhead and underneath. But the skrith ceiling was not load-bearing. It was much thinner than the Ringworld floor below them. Louis switched to infrared, hoping Harkaby Parolin would remember, otherwise she'd be blind. Heat radiated from below, a small bright circle. Their surroundings were vast, indistinct. Columns of discs and slender ladders alongside, along 3 walls, and rising up the middle of the great room a tilted tower of toroids. They fell past it, ring by ring, a linear accelerator aimed up through Mons Olympus. Then those discs could be one Protector fighting platforms waiting to be launched into the sky. A hole had been punched downward through the floor. They dropped through. Harkaby Parolin was still with them. The warm spot was still below, growing large. 12 floors close together, each with a hole punched through. Needle had cut quite a swath. Even the last of the ruptures was a big one, and infrared light glared through it. The chamber below was just short of red-hot. Khmi dropped into it well ahead of Louis. A moment later he floated back up, then settled on the floor above. They were maintaining radio silence. Louis imitated Khmi. He dropped through the last hole and found himself in a blaze of infrared. Enormous heat had been released here, and the tunnel leading away glowed more brightly still. Louis rose to join Khmi. He waved at Harkaby Parolin, and she settled beside him with a thump.
Yeah.
Needle had been towed away through that tunnel, with enough heat played on the ship to trigger the stasis field. Easy to follow. Except that they'd broil. Now what? Now follow Khmi, who was floating away at speed. What did he have in mind? If only they could talk. They were moving through residential space. It was confining for people trying to fly at speed. Cubicles with no doors, or else doors like the doors on a safe. Never a curtain for mere privacy. How did pack protectors live? Glimpses into cubicles showed Spartan simplicity. On the floor of a cubicle, a skeleton with swollen joints and a crested skull. One great room was full of what must have been exercise equipment, including a jungle gym that looked a mile high. They flew for hours. Sometimes there were miles of straight corridor. They could take these at high speed. At other times, they had to pick their way. Doors blocked them. Khmi dealt with that. The doors sprayed away from the disintegrator beam in a cloud of monatomic dust. Dust puffed from one big door, and then the dust stopped coming, and the door was still there. A blank rectangle. It must be Skrith, Louis thought. Khmi took them left, around whatever that door guarded. Louis dropped behind Harkaby Parolin and flew backward, watching for Tila Brown to emerge. The big door remained closed. If it hid Tila Brown, she couldn't detect them through Skrith. Even protectors had limits. They could have been following the tunnel to Needle, moving above it, but they weren't. With Needle's position to establish their orientation, Khmi was leading them about 12 degrees to anti-spinward of starboard, toward a great hemispherical cavity with a moving neutrino source halfway up one wall. Good enough. They veered right when they could. They passed another Skrith door, but it wasn't blocking their path. Whatever they had circled, it was big. An emergency control room? They might want to find it again. 14 hours had passed and almost 1,000 miles before they stopped to rest. They slept in a kind of waist-high metal donut centered in a vast expanse of floor. Purpose unknown, but nothing could sneak up on them. Louis was getting hungry for something besides nutrient syrup. He wondered. Had Tila eaten and gone about her business and had time to grow hungry again? They flew on. They were out of the residential section now, though there were still cubicles here and there with empty food storage bins and plumbing and nice flat floors for catnaps. But these were tucked away in huge chambers that might hold anything or nothing. They flew around the perimeter of what must have been a tremendous pump, judging from the racket that pounded their eardrums until they had left it behind. Khmi led them left, and blasted through a wall and took them into a map room so large that Louis shrank within himself. When Khmi blasted the far wall, the huge hologram blazed and died, and they moved on. Close now. They slept on top of a fusion generator that wasn't running. 4 hours, then they moved on. A corridor and light beyond, and wind blowing them onward. They emerged into the light. The sun was just past zenith in a nearly cloudless sky. An endless sunlit landscape stretched before them. Ponds, groves of trees, fields of grain, and rows of dark green vegetables. Louis felt like a target. A coil of black wire was taped to his shoulder. Now he pulled it free and flung it away. One end was still attached to his suit. It would radiate heat if she fired now. Where was Tila Brown? Not here, it seemed. Khmi led them across a range of small hills. He arced down beside a stagnant pond. Louis followed with Harkaby Parolin behind him. The Kazin was opening his spacesuit. As Louis touched down, Khmi held both palms outward, then mimed, holding his suit tightly shut. "Don't open your suit." He meant it for Harkaby Parolin. She'd been warned, but Louis watched her till he was sure she wouldn't. Now what? The land was too flat. Hiding places looked scarce. Groves of trees, a handful of soft-edged hills behind them. Too obvious. Hide underwater? Maybe. Louis began reeling in the superconductor wire he'd thrown away. They probably had hours to prepare, but when Tila came, she'd come like lightning. Khmi had stripped himself naked. Now he put the suit of superconductor cloth back on. He went to Harkaby Parolin and helped her remove his own impact armor, and donned it, leaving her that much more helpless. Louis did not interfere. Hide behind the sun? The small fusion-powered neutrino-emitting sun, at least it was no obvious hiding place. Could it be done? With superconductor wire trailing into a pond, he'd only be at the boiling point of water. Tange, that was clever. It would even have worked nearer the Martian surface, where water would boil at some reasonable temperature. But they were too near the Ringworld floor. Air pressure was nearly at sea level. They might wait for days. The water in the suits would hold out, and the sugar syrup, and Louis Wu's patience, probably. Khmi was already out of his suit. There might even be prey for him. But what of Harkaby Parolin? If she opened her suit, she'd be sniffing Tree of Life. Khmi had reinflated his pressure suit. Now he pulled his flying belt over it. He set a rock on each toe, then fiddled with the flying belt until it was straining upward. Now that was clever. Kick the rocks away and flip the thruster on, and an empty suit would fly to the attack. Louis hadn't thought of anything comparable. Maybe Tila came here only every couple of weeks. Maybe she stored Tree of Life roots elsewhere. What did Tree of Life look like, anyway? These glossy clumps of dark green leaves? Louis pulled one up. There were fat roots underneath, vaguely like yams or sweet potatoes. He didn't recognize the plant, but he didn't recognize anything that lived here. Most of what lived on the Ringworld, and everything here, must have been imported from the galactic core. Tila laughed in Louis's ear. Chapter 32. Protector. Louis didn't just jump. He screamed inside his helmet. There was laughter in Tila's voice, and a slurring of consonants that she couldn't help. Lips and gums fused into a hard beak.
I never want to fight the Pearson's puppeteer again. Khmi, do you think you're dangerous? That puppeteer almost got me.
Somehow she was activating their dead earphones. Could she track them by the same means? Then they were dead. So assume she couldn't.
There were no signals from your ship. Communication's dead. I had to know what was happening inside, so I rigged something to hook into the stepping discs. I can tell you that wasn't easy. First, I had to guess that a puppeteer might bring stepping discs from his home planet. Then I had to deduce how they worked and build it. And when I hooked in and flicked over, the puppeteer was reaching for the stasis field switch. I had to guess where the transmitter disc was, and taunch fast. But I got out, and your ship must be in stasis, and nobody's coming to help you. I'm coming for you now, said Tila, and Louis heard the regret in her voice. Nothing to do but wait now. The hindmost was out of the picture, with all of the equipment aboard Needle. Nothing left but what was in their hands. It sounded like she'd be a while, though, if she wasn't lying. Louis lifted on his flying belt. A mile, 2 miles, and the roof was still far above. Ponds, streams, gentle hills, 1,000 square miles of garden turned to wilderness. Lacy-leaved, bell-shaped trees formed a spreading jungle to port. Hundreds of square miles of yellow bushes to spinward and starboard still retained traces of the rows in which they'd been planted. He found one big entrance to spinward, and at least 3 smaller ones, including the tunnel to anti-spinward. The one that had brought them here. Louis dropped to near the surface. They'd have to defend from all 4 directions. If he could find some kind of bowl shape. There, off-center, a stream with low hills around it. Why not the middle of a stream? He studied it from above, with the feeling that he was missing some crucial point. Yeah. Louis streaked back to where Khmi had taken cover. He shook Khmi's arm and pointed. Khmi nodded. He ran toward the corridor they'd entered by, towing his pressure suit like a balloon. Louis lifted via his flying belt and waved Harkaby Parolin to follow. A notched ridge of low hills with a pond behind. Might make a nice ambush. Louis settled on the crest. He stretched out flat, where he could watch the entrance. He turned for a moment to hurl his coil of superconductor wire toward the pond and watched to be sure it reached the water. There was only one way out of Needle. The only stepping disc Tila could have reached led to a probe on the slope of Mons Olympus. Tila's route was the route they'd followed, and it led here. Several swallows of sugar syrup, several swallows of water. Try to relax. Louis couldn't see Khmi. He hadn't any idea where the Kazin had gone. Harkaby Parolin was looking at him. Louis pointed at the corridor, then waved her away. She got it. She slid around the curve of a hill. Louis was alone. These hills were too tanj flat. The thigh-high clumps of dark, glossy green leaves would hide a motionless man, but would impede movement. Time passed. Louis used the sanitary facilities in his suit, feeling helpless and hurried. Back to his post. Stay ready. With her knowledge of the repair center's interior transport systems, she'd come fast. Hours from now, or now. Now! Tila came like a guided missile just under the corridor's roof. Louis glimpsed her as he rolled to fire. She was standing upright on a disc 6 feet across, hanging on to an upright post with handles and controls on it. Louis fired. Khmi fired from wherever he hid. 2 threads of ruby light touched the same target. Tila was squatting by then, hidden by the disc. She'd seen all she wanted, placed their positions to the inch. But the flying disc flared ruby flame, and it was falling. Louis had a last glimpse of Tila before she dropped behind the strange, lacy trees. She had spread a tiny paraglider, so assume she's alive and unhurt and move away fast. Economically, Louis went over the crest of the hill and watched from the other side. It could work, and his tail of superconductor thread was still in the pond. Where was she? Something leaped from the crest of the next hill over. Green light speared it in mid-air and held while the thing flamed and died. So much for Khmi's spacesuit. But a flight of hand-sized missiles flew toward the base of the green laser beam. 6 white flashes from behind the rise, and the snap of lightning striking close.
showed that Khmi had succeeded in turning puppeteer-made batteries into bombs. Tila was close, and she was using a laser, and if she was circling the pond just beyond the crest... Louis adjusted his position. Khmi's burnt suit had fallen too slowly. A protector would know it was empty. Cthulhu and Allah! How could anyone fight a lucky protector? Tila popped up, lower down the hillside than Louis had expected, speared Louis on a lance of green light, and was gone before Louis's thumb could move. Louis blinked. The flare shielding in his helmet had saved his eyes. But instincts or no, Tila was trying to kill Louis Wu. She popped up again elsewhere. Green light died on black cloth. This time Louis fired back. She was gone. He didn't know whether he'd hit her. He'd glimpsed pliant leather armor a little loose on her, and joints swollen hugely, knuckles and finger joints like walnuts, knees and elbows like cantaloupes. She wore no armor except her own skin. Louis rolled sideways and down the hill. He started crawling, fast. Crawling was hard work. Where would she be next? He'd never played this game. In 200 years of life, he'd never been a soldier. 2 puffs of steam drifted above the pond. To his left, Harkaby Perlin suddenly stood and fired. Where was Tila? Her laser didn't answer. Harkaby Perlin stood like a black-robed target. Then she ducked and ran down the hill, flattened out and started to crawl left and upward. The rock came from her left, and how could Tila have been there that fast? It smacked Harkaby Perlin's arm hard enough to smash bone and to rip the sleeve open. The city builder woman stood howling, and Louis waited to see her cut down. Futz, futz, futz! But track the beam. No beam came, and he shouldn't be watching. He should be acting. He'd seen where the rock came from. There was a cleft between 2 hills, and he crawled as fast as he dared to put hillside between himself and Tila. Then around. Tanj, where was Khmi now? Louis risked a glance over the crest. Harkaby Perlin had stopped screaming. She sniffed. She dropped her flying belt and tore the black cloth away one-handed. Her other arm flapped loose, broken. She began trying to take off her suit. Tila had been there. Where would she move? She was ignoring Harkaby Perlin. Harkaby Perlin's helmet wouldn't come loose. She reeled down the hill, straining to rip the fabric one-handed, then smashing at the faceplate with a rock. Too much time was passing. Tila could be anywhere by now. Louis moved again, to a notch carved by a brook now dry. If he tried a hilltop, she'd be watching it. Could she actually guess his every move? Protect her! Where was she now? Behind me? Louis felt spiders on the back of his neck. He spun around for no good reason and fired at Tila as a small metal tool slashed along his ribs. The missile ripped his suit and flesh and jarred his aim. He clasped his left arm across the torn fabric while playing the ruby beam where Tila had last been. Then she popped up and was gone before the beam could reach her, and a dense metal ball sprayed chips from his helmet. He rolled downhill, holding his suit shut with his left arm. Through the starred helmet he saw Tila coming at him like a great black bat, and he held the ruby beam on her faster than she could dodge. Tanj, damn it, she wasn't dodging! And why should she? Harkaby Perlin's suit of black superconductor cloth was now worn by Tila Brown. He held the beam on her with both hands. She'd get warmer than she liked before she killed him. The armored demon bounded toward him with black cloth shredding around her like wet tissue. Shredding. Why? And what was that smell? She veered and threw the laser like a missile sideways at Khmi. Disintegrator and flashlight laser spun away from Khmi's hand. They crashed together. The smell of Tree of Life was in Louis's nose and in his brain. It was not like the wire. Current was sufficient unto itself, an experience that demanded nothing further to make it perfect. The smell of Tree of Life was ecstasy, but it sparked a raging hunger. Louis knew what Tree of Life was now. It had glossy dark green leaves and roots like a sweet potato, and it was all around him. And the taste, something in his brain remembered the taste of paradise. It was all around him, and he couldn't eat. He couldn't eat. He couldn't eat because of his helmet, and he tore his hands away from the clamps that would release his helmet, because he couldn't eat while the human variant of a pack protector was killing Khmi. He steadied the laser with both hands, as if it might recoil. The Kazin and the Protector were inextricably tangled and rolling downhill, leaving shreds of black cloth. He followed them down with a thread of ruby light. First fire, then aim. You're not really hungry. It would kill you. You're too old to make the change to Protector. It would kill you. Tanch, the smell! His brain reeled with it. The strain of resisting it was horrible. It was every bit as bad as not resetting his Droud every evening of his life for these past 18 years. Intolerable. Louis held the beam steady and waited. Tila missed a disemboweling kick. For an instant her leg stuck straight out. The red thread touched it, and Tila's shin flashed eye-searing red. He saw another clear shot that disappeared as he fired. Part of Khmi's nude pink tail flared and fell away, writhing like an injured worm. Khmi didn't seem to notice, but Tila knew where the beam was. She tried to throw Khmi into it. Louis moved the wand of red light clear and waited. Khmi had been slashed. He was bleeding in several places, but he was on top of the Protector, using his mass. Louis noticed a sharp-edged rock nearby, like a carefully flaked fist axe, that would crush Khmi's skull. He released the trigger and aimed at the rock. Tila's hand flashed out for it and burst into flame. Surprise, Tila! Tanch, the smell! I'll kill you for the smell of Tree of Life! A hand gone, and a lower leg. Tila should be handicapped by that, but how badly had she damaged Khmi? They must have been tiring, because Louis caught a clear glimpse of Tila's hard beak and Khmi's thick neck. Khmi twisted, and for an instant there was nothing behind Tila's misshapen skull but blue sky. Louis waved the light into her brain. It took Louis and Khmi pulling together to open Tila's jaws where they were locked in Khmi's throat.
"She let her instincts fight for her," Khmi gasped. "Not her mind. You were right. She fought to lose. Knapt help me if she had fought to win."
And then it was over. Except for the blood leaking into Khmi's fur, except for Louis's bruised and possibly broken ribs and the pain that twisted him sideways, except for the smell of Tree of Life, and that went on and on, except for Harkaby Pearlin now standing in pond water up to her knees, mad-eyed and frothing at the mouth as she fought to pound her helmet open. They took her arms and led her away. She fought. Louis fought too. He fought to keep walking away from the rows and rows of Tree of Life. Khmi stopped in the corridor. He undogged Louis's helmet and pulled it away.
"Breathe, Louis. The wind blows toward the farm."
Louis sniffed. The smell was gone. They took Harkaby Pearlin's helmet off to let the smell out of her suit. It didn't seem to matter. Her eyes were mad, staring. Louis wiped foam from her mouth. The Kazin asked,
"Can you resist? Can you hold her from returning? And yourself?"
"Yeah. Nobody but a reformed wirehead could have done it."
"Huh?"
"You'll never know."
"I never will. Give me your flying belt."
The straps were tight. They must have hurt, cutting across Khmi's wounds. Khmi was gone only a few minutes. He came back with Harkaby Pearlin's flying belt, his own disintegrator, and 2 flashlight lasers. Harkaby Pearlin was calmer, probably through exhaustion. Louis was fighting a terrible depression. He barely heard Khmi say,
"We seem to have won a battle and lost the war. What shall we do next?" Your woman and I both need treatment. It may be we can reach the lander.
We go through Needle. What do you mean, lost the war?
You heard Tila. Needle is in stasis, and we are left with nothing but our hands. How can we learn what any of this machinery does without Needle's instruments?
We won. Louis felt awful enough without the Kazin's pessimism. Tila isn't infallible. She's dead, isn't she? How would she know if the hindmost was reaching for the stasis switch? Why should he?
With the protector in his ship, just a wall away?
Didn't he have a Kazin trapped in that same room? That wall is General Products Hall. I'd say the hindmost reached to turn off the stepping discs. He was a little slow. Khmi thought it over.
We have the disintegrator.
And only 2 flying belts. Let's see. How far are we from Needle? Around 2,000 miles. Almost back the way we came. Fots.
What does a human do for a broken arm?
Splint. Louis got up. It was not easy to keep moving. He found a length of aluminum bar and had to be reminded what he wanted it for. They had nothing for bindings but superconductor cloth. Harkeby Perelin's arm was swelling ominously. Louis bound her arm. He used the black thread to sew stitches where Khmi had been most deeply gashed. They could both die without treatment, and there wasn't any treatment. And Louis might sit down and die the way he was feeling. Keep moving. Fots, it won't hurt any less if you stop moving. You've got to get over this sometime. Why not now? Got to rig a sling between the flying belts. What can we use? Superconductor isn't strong enough.
We must find something. Louis, I am too badly wounded to scout.
We don't need to. Help me get this suit off Harkeby Perelin. He used the laser. He cut away the front of the pressure suit. He sliced the loose fabric into strips. He punched holes around the edges of what was left of the suit and threaded strips of the rubberized fabric through it. The other ends he tied to the straps of his flying belt. The suit had become a Harkeby Perelin-shaped sling. They put her back into it. She was docile now, but she wouldn't speak. Khmi said, "Clever. Thank you. Can you fly?"
I don't know.
Try it. If you have to drop out and you feel better later, you'll still have a flying belt. Maybe we'll find a landmark big enough that I can come back for you and find you again. They set off down the corridor that had brought them here. Khmi's gashes were bleeding again, and Louis knew he was hurting. 3 minutes into their journey, they came to a disc 6 feet across, floating a foot in the air and piled with gear. They settled beside it. We might have known. Tila's cargo disc, by another of those interesting coincidences, Louis said.
Another part of her game.
Yeah. If we lived, we'd find it. Everything on the disc was strange to the eye, alien except a heavy box whose bolts had been melted off. Do you remember this? It's the medical kit off Tila's fly-cycle.
It won't help a Kazin, and the medicines are 23 Earth years old.
Better than nothing, for her. You've got allergy pills, and there's nothing here to infect you. We're not close enough to the map of Kazin to get Kazinti bacteria. The Kazin looked bad. He shouldn't have been standing up. He asked,
"Can you learn these controls? I don't trust myself to try them."
Louis shook his head. Why bother? You and Harkeby Perelin get on the disc. It's already floating. I'll tow it. You sleep.
Good.
Get her attached to the pocket dock first, and tie yourselves to the control post. Both of you. Chapter 33. 1.5 times 10 to the 12th power. Both of them slept through the next 30 hours, while Louis towed the disc. His ribs on the right side were one great red and purple bruise. He stopped when he saw that Harkaby Pearlin was awake. She babbled of the terrible compulsion that had gripped her, of the horror and delight of the insidious evil that was Tree of Life. Louis had been trying not to think about it. She waxed poetic as hell, and she wouldn't shut up, and Louis wouldn't tell her to. She needed to talk. She wanted the comfort of Louis's arms around her, and he could give her that too. He also hooked Tila's old doc to his own arm for an hour. When the agony in his ribs had receded a little, and when he felt a little less woozy, he gave it back. There was still enough pain to distract him from a smell that was still with him. His flying belt might have brushed against Tree of Life, or else perhaps it was in his head, forever. Khmi had grown delirious. Louis made Harkaby Pearlin wear Khmi's impact armor. Tila had torn it open in the fight, but it was better than skin for a woman who planned to lie next to a delirious Kazin. The armor probably saved her life at least once when Khmi slashed at her because she looked too much like Tila. She tended the Kazin as best she could, feeding him water and nutrient from her pressure suit helmet. By the 4th day, Khmi was rational, but still weak, and ravenous. The syrup in a human's pressure suit wasn't enough. It took them 4 days in all to reach the approximate position of Needle, and another day cutting through walls until they found a solid block of fused basalt. A week after it had solidified, the rock was still warm. Louis left his floating disc and passengers far down the tunnel down which Tila had towed Needle. He had his pressure suit helmet on, with clean air blowing into it, when he held the disintegrator two-handed and pressed the trigger. A hurricane of dust blew back at him. A tunnel formed ahead of him, and he walked into it. There was nothing to see and no sound but the howl of basalt disintegrating and blowing past him and lightning somewhere behind him where the electron charges were reasserting their prerogatives. Just how much lava had Tila poured? It seemed he'd been at this for hours. He bumped into something. Yeah. He was looking through a window into a strange place, a living room with couches and a floating coffee table. But everything looked soft, somehow. There wasn't a sharp edge or a hard surface anywhere, nothing that any living thing could bump a knee against. Through a further window he could see huge buildings and a glimpse of black sky between. Pearson's puppeteers swarmed in the streets. Everything was upside down. That which he had taken for one of the couches wasn't. Louis used his flashlight laser at low intensity. He flicked it on and off. For a good minute nothing happened. Then a flattish white head and neck, emerging to drink from a shallow bowl, jerked in amazement and darted back under its belly. Louis waited. The puppeteer stood up. He led Louis around the hull slowly, because Louis had to make his path with the disintegrator, to where he had placed a stepping disc transmitter on the outside of the hull. Louis nodded. He went back for his companions. 10 minutes later, he was inside. 11 minutes later, he and Harkaby Pearlin were eating like Kazinti. Khmi's hunger was beyond description. Kawaresk Senjajok watched him in awe. Harkaby Pearlin hadn't even noticed. Ship's morning for a spacecraft buried in congealed lava, tens of miles beneath the sunlight. "Our medical facilities are crippled," the hindmost said. "Khmi and Harkaby Pearlin must heal as best they can." He was on the flight deck, speaking via the intercom system. And that might or might not have been significant. Tila was gone, and the Ringworld might survive. The puppeteer suddenly had a long lifespan to protect. Rubbing shoulders with aliens was contraindicated. "I have lost contact with both the lander and the probe," the puppeteer said. "The meteor defense flared at about the time the lander stopped sending. for whatever significance that may have. Signals from the damaged probe stopped just after Tila Brown tried to invade Needle. Khmi had slept, on the waterbed quite alone, and eaten. His restored pelt would bear interesting scars once again, but the wounds were healing.
He said, "Tila must have destroyed the probe as soon as she saw it. She could not force herself to leave a dangerous enemy behind her."
Behind her? Who?
"Hindmost, she called you more dangerous than a Kazin. A tactical ploy to insult us both, no doubt."
Did she indeed? Two flat heads looked into each other's eyes for a moment. Well, our resources have dwindled to Needle itself and a single probe. We left that probe on a peak near the floating city. It still has working sensors, and I have signaled it to return, in case we think of a use for it. We should have it available in 6 local days. Meanwhile, we seem to have our original problem back, with additional clues and additional complications. How to restore the Ringworld's stability? We believe that we are in the right place to begin, the hindmost said. Don't we? Tila's behavior inconsistent for a being of acknowledged intelligence? Louis Wu made no comment. Louis was quiet this morning. Kawaresk-sen Jejok and Harkaby Perlin sat cross-legged against a wall, close enough that their arms were touching. Harkaby Perlin's arm was padded and in a sling. From time to time the boy glanced at her. She puzzled and worried him. She was running on painkillers, of course, but that wasn't enough to account for her torpor. Louis knew he ought to talk to the boy, if he knew what to say. The city builders had slept in the cargo hold. Fear of falling would have kept Harkaby Perlin out of the sleeping field in any case. She had offered Rishathra without urgency when Louis joined them for breakfast. But be careful of my arm, Louis Wu. Refusing sex took tact in Louis's culture. He had told her that he was afraid of jarring her arm, which he was. It was equally true that he couldn't seem to work up an interest. He wondered if Tree of Life had affected him so. But he sensed no lust in himself for yellow roots, nor even for a wire trickling electric current. This morning he seemed to have no strong urges at all. 1,500 billion people. The hindmost said, "Let us accept Louis's judgment regarding Tila Brown. Tila brought us here. Her intent matched our own. She gave us as many clues as she could. But what clues? She was fighting both sides of a battle. Was it important for her to create 3 more protectors, then kill 2 of them? Louis? Louis, lost in thought, felt 4 sharp points prick his skin above the carotid artery. He said, "Sorry?" The hindmost started to repeat himself. Louis shook his head violently. "She killed them with the meteor defense. She fired the meteor defense twice at targets other than our vitally necessary selves. We were allowed to watch it without being in stasis at the time. Just another message." Khmi asked,
"Do you assume that she could have chosen other weapons?"
"Weapons, times, circumstances, number of operating protectors. She had considerable choice."
"Are you playing games with us now, Louis? If you know something, why not tell us?"
Louis's guilty glance at the city builders showed Harkaby Perlin trying to stay awake, Kawaresk-sen Jejok listening intently. A pair of self-elected heroes waiting their chance to help save the world. "Tanj," he said, 1.5 trillion people.
To save 28.5 trillion. And ourselves.
You didn't get to know them, Khmi. Not as many, anyway. I was hoping one of you would think of this. I've been thrashing around in my head trying to see some...
Know them? Know who?
Voliver Gillen? Gingerofer? the King Giant, Markor Sil, Lal Iskar Ir Liar, and Fortara Lisp Liar? Herders, grass giants, amphibians, hanging people, night hunters? We're supposed to kill 5% to save 95%. Don't those numbers sound familiar to you? It was the puppeteer who answered. The Ringworld's attitude jet system is 5% functional. Tila's repair crew remounted them over 5% of the arc of the Ringworld. Are these the people who must die, Louis? The people on that arc? Harkaby Perelin and Kawaresk Senjajak stared in disbelief. Louis spread his arms, helpless. I'm sorry. The boy cried. Louis Wu? Why? I promised, said Louis. If I hadn't promised, maybe I'd have a decision to make. I told Voliver Gillen I'd save the Ringworld no matter what it took. I promised I'd save her too if I could, but I can't. We don't have time to find her. The longer we wait, the bigger the force pushing the Ringworld off-center. So she's on the Ark. So's the floating city and the machine people empire and the little red carnivores and the grass giants. So they die. Harkaby Perelin beat the heels of her hands together. But this is everyone we know in the world, even by reputation. Me too. But this leaves nothing worth saving. Why must they die? How? Dead is dead, said Louis. Then, radiation poisoning. 1,500 billion people of 20 or 30 species. But only if we do everything exactly right. First, we have to find out where we are. The puppeteer asked reasonably, Where do we need to be? 2 places. Places that control the meteor defense. We have to be able to guide the plasma jets, the solar flares, and we have to disconnect the subsystem that causes the plasma jet to laze. I have already found these places, the hindmost said. While you were gone, the meteor defense fired, possibly to destroy the lander. Magnetic effects scrambled half my sensor equipment. Nonetheless, I traced the origin of the impulse. The massive currents in the Ringworld floor that make and manipulate solar flares derive from a point beneath the North Pole of the map of Mars. Khmi said, Perhaps the equipment must be cooled. What's that? What about the laser effect? Activity there came hours later. Smaller electrical effects, patterned. I told you of this source. It is just over our heads, by ship's orientation.
I take it we must disconnect this system, Khmi said.
Louis snorted. It's easy. I could do it with a flashlight laser or a bomb or the disintegrator. Learning how to make solar flares will be the hard part. The controls probably weren't designed for idiots, and we don't have too much time.
And afterward?
Then we put a blowtorch against inhabited land.
Louis, details.
He would be speaking a death sentence for a score of species. Kawaresk Senjajak wouldn't show his face. Harkaby Perelin's face was set like stone. She said, Do what you must. He did. The attitude jet system is only 5% operational. Khmi waited. Operating fuel is hot protons streaming from the sun. The solar wind. The puppeteer said, We flare the sun to multiply the fuel intake by a factor of 20. Life forms beneath the flare die or mutate drastically. Thrust increases by the same factor. The attitude jets either take us to safety or explode. We don't really have time to redesign the hindmost. Khmi said,
Irrelevant unless Louis is totally wrong. Tila inspected those motors while mounting them.
Yeah, if they weren't strong enough, she talked herself into adding an over-designed safety factor, guarding against the mischance of a large solar flare. She knew that was possible. Doublethink.
To guide the flare is not necessary to us, merely convenient, the Kazin continued. Let the laser-generating subsystem be disconnected. Then, if need be, Needle may be placed where we want the flare to fall, then used as a target, accelerated until the meteor defense fires. Needle is invulnerable.
Louis nodded. We'd like something a little more accurate. We'd do the job faster and kill less people, but, yeah. We can do it all. We can do it. The hindmost came with them to inspect the components of the meteor defense. Nobody talked him into that. The sensor devices they dismounted from Needle had to be operated by a puppeteer's lips and tongue. When he suggested teaching Louis how to manipulate the controls using a pick and tweezers, Louis laughed at him. The hindmost spent some hours in the blocked section of Needle. Then he followed them out through the tunnel. His mane was dyed in streaks of 100 glowing colors and beautifully groomed. Louis thought everyone wants to look good at his own funeral, and wondered if that was it. It wasn't necessary to use a bomb on the laser subsystem. Finding the off switch took the hindmost a full day and a disk load of the dismounted instruments, but it was there. The web of superconductor cables had its nexus in the skrith 20 miles beneath the north pole of the map of Mars. They found a central pillar 20 miles tall, a sheath of skrith enclosing the cooling pumps for the map of Mars. The complex at the bottom must be the control center, they decided. They found a maze of huge airlocks, and each had to be passed by solving some kind of design puzzle. The hindmost handled that. They passed through the last door. Beyond was a brightly lighted dome, and dry-looking soil with a podium in the center and a smell that sent Louis spinning around, running for his life, towing a bewildered Kawaresk Senja jock by his thin wrist. The airlock was closed before the boy started to fight. Louis batted him across the head and kept going. They had passed through 3 airlocks before he let them stop. Presently, Khmi joined them.
The path led across a patch of soil beneath artificial sunlights. The automated gardening equipment has failed, and few plants still grow, but I recognize them.
So did I, said Louis.
I knew the smell. Mildly unpleasant.
The boy was crying. I didn't smell anything. Why did you throw me around like that? Why did you hit me? Flop, said Louis. It had finally occurred to him that Kawaresk Senjajok was too young. The smell of Tree of Life wouldn't mean anything to him. So the city builder boy stayed with the aliens. But Louis Wu didn't see what went on in the control room. He returned to Needle alone. The probe was still far around the Ringworld, light minutes distant. A hologram window glowing within the black basalt outside Needle's wall looked out through the probe's camera, a dimmed telescopic view of a sun somewhat less active than Sol. The hindmost must have set that up before he left. The bone in Harkaby Perelin's arm was healing slightly crooked. Tila's old portable dock couldn't set it, but it was healing. Louis worried more about her emotional state. With nothing of her own world around her, and Flame about to take everything she remembered, call it culture shock. He found her on the waterbed watching the magnified sun. She nodded when he greeted her. Hours later, she hadn't moved. Louis tried to get her talking. It wasn't good. She was trying to forget her past. All of it. He found a better approach when he tried to explain the physical situation. She knew some physics. He didn't have access to Needle's computer and hologram facilities, so he drew diagrams on the walls. He waved his arms a lot. She seemed to understand. On the second night after his return, he woke to see her cross-legged on the waterbed, watching him thoughtfully, holding the flashlight laser in her lap. He met its glassy stare, then swung his arm in circles to turn himself over and went back to sleep. He woke up next morning, so what the tange? That afternoon he and Harkaby Parolin watched a flame rise from the sun, licking out and out and out. They said very little. Epilogue. One Phelan later, 10 Ringworld rotations. Far up the arc of the Ringworld, 21 candle flames glowed brightly as the corona of the hyperactive sun showing around the edges of a shadow square. Needle was still embedded in basalt beneath the map of Mars. Needle's crew watched in a hologram window courtesy of the probe's cameras. The probe had been brought to rest at the cliff edge of the map of Mars, on carbon dioxide snow, where Martians were not likely to tamper with it. Between those 2 rows of candle flames, plants and animals and people would be dying. In numbers that would make human space look empty, the plants would be withering or growing strangely. Insects and animals would breed, but not according to their kind. Vala Virgilin would be wondering why her father had died and why she was throwing up so often, and whether it was part of the general doom, and what was the Star People man doing about it all? But none of that showed from 57 million miles away. They saw only the flames of the Bussard ramjets burning enriched fuel. "I am pleased to announce," the hindmost said, "that the center of mass of the Ringworld is moving back toward the sun. In another 6 or 7 rotations, we can set the meteor defense as we found it, to fire on meteors. 5% of attitude jet efficiency will be enough to hold the structure in place." Khmi grunted in satisfaction. Louis and the city builders continued to stare into the hologram glowing in a depth of black basalt. "We have won," the hindmost said. "Louis, you sent me a task whose magnitude compares only to the building of the Ringworld itself, and you set my life at stake. I can accept your arrogance now that we have won, but there are limits. I will hear you congratulate me, or I will cut off your air." "Congratulations," said Louis Wu. The woman and boy on either side of him began to cry. Khmi snorted. "To the victor belongs the right to gloat, at minimum. Do the dead and dying bother you? Those worth your respect would have volunteered." "I didn't give them the chance. Look, I'm not asking you to be guilt-ridden." "Why should I be? I mean no offense, but the dead and dying are all hominids. They are not of your species, Louis, and they are certainly not of mine, nor of the hindmosts. I am a hero. I have saved the equivalent of 2 inhabited worlds, and their populations are of my species, or nearly so." "All right, I see your point." "And now, with advanced technology, to back me, I intend to carve out an empire." Louis found himself smiling. "Sure, why not? On the map of Kazin?" "I thought of that. I believe I prefer the map of Earth. Tila told us that Kazinti explorers rule the map of Earth. In spirit, they may resemble my world-conquering people more nearly than the decadence of the map of Kazin. You know, you're probably right. Furthermore, they of the map of Earth have fulfilled an ancient daydream of my people." "Oh?" "Conquering Earth, you idiot." It had been long since Louis Wu laughed. "Conquering plains apes. Sic transit gloria mundi." "How do you plan to get there?" "It should be no great feat to free Needle and guide it back to Mons Olympus." "My ship," the hindmost said gently, but his voice cut through Khmi's. "My controls. Needle goes where I will it." An edge in Khmi's voice. "And where might that be?" "Nowhere. I feel no strong urge to justify myself, the hindmost said. You are not my species, and how can you harm me? Will you burn out my hyperdrive motor again? Yet you are allies. I will explain. Khmi was up against the forward wall, giving the puppeteer his full attention. Claws extended, fur fluffed around his neck. Naturally. I have violated tradition, said the hindmost. I have continued to function when death might touch me at any second. My life has been at stake for nearly 2 decades, with the risk rising almost asymptotically. The risk is over, and I am exiled, but I live. I want to rest. Can you empathize with my need to take a long rest? In Needle I have as many of the comforts of home as I will ever see. My ship is safely buried in rock, between 2 layers of skrith, which compares in strength to Needle's own hull. I have quiet and safety. If later I feel the need to explore, 1 billion cubic miles of the Ringworld Repair Center is just outside. I am just where I want to be, and I will stay. Louis and Harkeby Parolin did Rashathra that night. No, they made love. They hadn't done that in some time. Louis had feared that the urge was gone. Afterward, she told him. I have mated with Kawaresk-sen Chajok. He'd noticed, but she meant permanently, didn't she? Congratulations. This is not the place to raise a child. She had not bothered to say, I'm pregnant. Of course she was pregnant. There must be city builders all over the Ringworld. You could settle anywhere. In fact, I'd like to come with you, Louis said. We saved the world. We'll all be heroes, assuming anyone believes us. But, Louis, we can't leave. We can't even breathe on the surface. Our pressure suits are in shreds, and we are in the middle of the great ocean. We're not desperate, said Louis. You talk as if we'd been left naked between the clouds of Magellan. Needle isn't our only transportation. There are thousands of those floating disks. There's a spacecraft so big that the hindmost could pick out the details on deep radar. We'll find something in between. Will your 2-headed ally try to stop us? Contrary-wise. Hindmost, are you listening? The ceiling said, Yes. And Harkeby Parolin jumped. Louis said, You're in the safest place imaginable on the Ringworld. You said so yourself. The most unpredictable threat you face has to be the aliens aboard your own ship. How would you like to get rid of us? I would. I have suggestions. Shall I wake Khmi? No. We'll talk tomorrow. Just at the cliff edge was where the water began to condense. From there it streamed downward. It became a vertical river, a waterfall 20 miles tall. The bottom was a sea of mist, reaching hundreds of miles out to sea. The probe camera that looked down the side of the map of Mars showed them nothing but falling water and white mist. But in infrared light the picture is different, the hindmost said. Observe. The mist hid a ship, a narrow triangle of a ship, oddly designed. No masts. Just a second, thought Louis. 20 miles down. That thing must be a full mile long. Nearly that, the hindmost agreed. Tila told us she had stolen a Kzinti colony vessel. Okay. Louis had already decided that quick. I detached an intact deuterium filter from the probe Tila later destroyed, the hindmost said. I can fuel that ship. Tila's journey was grueling, but yours need not be. You may take floating disks for exploring, and for trade goods when you reach shore. Good idea. Will you want a working drowd? Don't ever ask me that again. Okay? Okay. Your answer is evasive. Right. Can you dismount a pair of stepping discs from Needle and install them in the ship? It'd give us something to fall back on if we hit real trouble." He saw the puppeteer eye to eye with himself, and he added, "It could save your life. There's still a protector around, and he won't have to leave the Ringworld now, thanks to us." "I can do that," the hindmost said. "Well, is this an adequate means to reach the mainland?"
Khmi said, "Yes. A long voyage. 100,000-mile journey. Louis, your people suppose a sea voyage to be restful."
"On this sea, it's more likely to be entertaining. We wouldn't have to head straight to Spinward. There's the map of an unknown world to anti-Spinward, and it's less than twice as far." Louis smiled at the city builders. "Kawaresksen Jajak, Harkaby Perlin. Shall we check out some legends for ourselves? And maybe make a few?" This concludes the reading of The Ringworld Engineers by Larry Niven, copyright 1980 by Larry Niven. This book was read by Richard Powers. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Spectrum Literary Agency and was produced in 2011 by Blackstone Audio, Inc., which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audio, Inc. If you would like to obtain a monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.blackstoneaudio.com. Thank you.